Warning: this fic contains many dark and adult themes. For the full list provided by the author, please check the description below and proceed with caution. Welcome back. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and visit the description to drop a kudos for the original author. This is It's Always Who is Spider-Man, Never How is Spider-Man by I Regret That Personality Quiz. Summary. Stay. Peter finally looked down to see Harley Fucking Keener, Iron Lad, the boy who had caused his shoulder to be throbbing in pain all night, looking away with a slight tint to his cheeks. Peter opened and closed his mouth, no sound coming out, and he sat back down. Or, Peter had been living on the streets, dealing with your average homeless vigilante stuff. Things got a bit more complicated when the Avengers started to chase him down. Chapter 1, Can Peter please get some medical attention? To be completely fair, Peter hadn't meant to arrive at the battle just as the Avengers did. In fact, he usually did everything he could to avoid it. He didn't want to have to deal with the snide remarks and the absent-minded attacks that they always sent his way. Didn't want to have to fight off two sources of attacks at once. One set of attacks coming from the guys who were supposed to be on his side, and the other from the actual enemies. He especially didn't want to miss the appointment he had made with the homeless shelter down in Queens. They were only serving Thanksgiving dinner from 5 to 7, and that was one of his favorite meals they offered. And yet, according to the giant, yet rather helpful clocks displayed on one of the glowing billboards surrounding him, the time was approaching 6:30. With the vicious way both of his enemies were attacking him, he knew he wasn't getting out of this anytime soon. When Peter had arrived on the scene, he could hear the various expletives coming from the team of heroes on the other end of the street, a sure sign that the team had clocked his presence. "Howdy, folks," he greeted amicably, though he knew it was pointless. "Anyone wanna explain why we're currently fighting an army of weaponized and rather overgrown sea monkeys?" Much to his chagrin, he only received exasperated grumbles in response, which made sense, seeing as the team of heroes didn't particularly favor him. The Avengers had been trying and failing miserably to get a hold of him for almost a year now. From what he could gather, S.H.I.E.L.D. had deemed him such a perilous threat that they had sent the Avengers to bring him in. Of course, by bring him in, they meant beat him so far down into the ground that eventually he is so near death that you are able to take him to us so we can interrogate and perform experiments on him. Or something. While he couldn't help but think that being such a high-level threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. was something of a compliment, torture would not really help his current circumstances. Tony Stark's order of Nat, handle Spider-Man, would ya? Brought Peter back to the present. On it, Romanov replied. In an instant, she was at Peter's side delivering barely avoided kicks to his relatively extremely frail body. He hadn't always been this frail, but since May died about a year and a half ago, Peter had been relatively on his own. Well, that was if you didn't count the hell that was his first and only foster home. He got out of that shit shack a little too late for comfort, but it was hard to develop an escape plan with his foster father, Richard, constantly breathing down his neck. Once he was on the streets, it was even harder to find a source of food for his stupid, insane metabolism than it was in that house. His body and health deteriorated way too quickly for his liking, and that was before he had injuries inflicted by the Avengers to heal alongside his nightly patrol injuries. Peter's survival was fueled purely by the need to help others, and spite, of course. Spider-Man might have been frail, but at least his spidey sense was still intact. It was pinging like crazy, forcing him to constantly turn between Romanov and the weird-ass alien like some sick form of hokey-pokey. "You do the hokey-pokey and you turn yourself around," Peter mumbled. "That's what it's all about. Hey." He delivered a particularly hard kick to the shrimp fuckhead on his final shout and sent it flying into the street, where it bounced once, twice, 3 times before it came to a rest and promptly shattered like broken glass. "Oh god, that's so weird. Why do they do that? What the hell?" As soon as the alien was gone, New York's miniature version of Iron Man replaced it, jumping in with, "I know right, freaks me out every time." Iron Lad wasn't much of an improvement if Peter was honest, because this kid had blasters. Blasters that would be pretty damn painful and at least a little difficult to avoid if Peter's experience with Iron Man was anything to go by. Why make the already dangerous blasters more dangerous by giving them to a teen? Of course, Peter knew Iron Lad was a kid, specifically one 17-year-old named Harley Keener. Stark's AI, which had been just as hard to hack as Peter had anticipated, told him that Harley had moved into the Avengers Tower close to 6 months ago from his home in Tennessee. The teen was currently enrolled in Midtown. Maybe he knew some of Peter's old classmates. Also, the dumbass had Lad in his name. If Harley wanted to maintain any form of a mature hero persona, he shouldn't blatantly state that he was a literal child. Come on, didn't Harley learn that in How to Be a Teenage Superhero 101? Iron Lad aimed a repulsor blast at Peter's head, which he dodged just in time for it to only hit his right shoulder. He made no sound, despite the intense searing pain that would have knocked anyone else off their feet. Peter couldn't show weakness in front of his attackers. He couldn't show them that they actually affected him. Giving that away in turn meant giving them hope that they could capture him. So Peter made no sound. Iron Lad, Romanov chastised, refusing to use his real name. We all told you to keep away from Spider-Man. You know he's dangerous. She threw 3 knives at Peter in rapid succession, all but one he dodged before rolling away from her next attack. One of the knives had lodged itself into his side, and boy, Peter was not jazzed about that. He let out a quiet hiss before he composed himself, ready for the next attack. Iron Lad flew to the other side of Peter so that he was fighting next to the ex-spy as he groaned. Nat, come on. I am in a literal suit of armor. I'm fine, and I will remain so. Romanov rolled her eyes. You've seen what he's done to Tony's armor. The same thing could happen to you, she told him, saying it like she'd said it 1,000,000 times before. Peter smirked when he thought about how that meant they must have talked about him often. That smirk stayed on his masked face as he flipped over Romanov so he could web her to the stop sign they had been fighting near. She didn't even struggle, knowing from experience that it was impossible to get out of his webbing. He turned back around to see Harley running, rather slowly might he add, towards him. Seriously, why would Iron Lad run when he could just fly a little? Dude, how many times do I have to tell you guys? Peter shouted over his shoulder while trying to find the weak spots in Harley's armor that wouldn't cause him any pain. I don't want to hurt any of you, you're the ones hurting me. That seemed to be a common theme in Peter's life. Harley hesitated slightly before he told Peter, we are under orders from S.H.I.E.L.D. to bring you in. Great, it's not like Peter had heard that 1,000,000 times before. Peter jumped and spun through the air over Harley to rip out a panel on his neck, effectively powering down his suit in one fell swoop. The move was admittedly based in luck. Peter had simply hoped that Iron Lad's control unit was in the same place as Iron Man's. Sometimes Parker luck played in his favor. He quickly webbed him to the side of the building close to Romanov and began a slow approach towards the other teen. He totally did not revel in the sound of Iron Lad's quickening heart rate. And what fine lapdogs you guys are, Peter retorted, Harley's words still itching at Peter's sense of logic. Maybe if you thought for yourselves for once, you'd notice how we're both fighting against the same villain of the week. But no, you guys have to bring in one of the most valuable assets New York has to protect them from whatever fuckers decide to torment this godforsaken city. Peter took a breath, gathering his composure, and started to back away from where he'd gotten rather close to Harley. I don't even know why I try to explain this anymore. It won't ever sink in with you guys. He let his webs grab hold of a building across the street and flung himself away before the boy could respond. Peter swung to a building where his own AI, Karen, detected several heat signatures. Karen had been a valuable asset in battle ever since he created her back when he was trying to figure out the inner workings of being a random arachnid-themed superhero. He was a bit lonely at the time because he hadn't told anyone about his alter ego quite yet. He made her to be a sort of confidant for him, along with actually being able to help him in battle. He could rely on her not only for the intricacies of vigilantism, but as something of a friend. Was that sad? That was kind of sad, wasn't it? Karen, show me where my new friends are, Peter instructed, not taking the time to debate the level of self-pity he deserved. There are currently 4 heat signatures on the 2nd floor, so I would recommend getting up there as fast as you can, she replied. He was already in the building. This posed an awkward question not many people thought about. Should he use the stairs or the elevator to get to the civilians? Like seriously, which was faster? He knew that the stairs were safer during a fire, but what about an alien invasion? He decided on the stairs, if only because of the mental image of listening to elevator music on the way to get civilians out of a building that had a small chance of surviving the battle. Peter ran up the stairs to get to the 2nd floor and allowed the 4 people he found to stick to him in any way they could. Since it was only the 2nd floor, he figured it was easiest to just jump out one of the windows. There were yelps of shock and fear as they quickly flew through the air, but they quieted by the time he landed and sent them off to go in the opposite direction of the fight. He could only hope he would not later find one in the midst of battle. Sometimes civilians had hero complexes to rival Peter's own. Once he saw that no civilians were coming back, he climbed up too and slipped into one of the 3rd-story windows to repeat the process. By the time he was on the final floor, Karen had warned Peter that the structural integrity of the building was, as he had predicted, not doing so hot. He ran through the halls of the last floor, throwing anyone he saw over his shoulder. In the end, it was only 3 people, all of whom had apparently been watching him rush out of the building with the other civilians. Why they hadn't made his job easier and gone down at least a floor, he didn't know. Civilians could be insanely clueless. Since he was currently on the 10th floor of the building, he had to get down to a lower level to safely get them out of one of the windows. He all but flew down the stairs until he could feel the building shaking. He looked up to see that they were on the 5th floor. That would have to do. He jumped out of the first window he saw and deployed one of his web bombs below him. He heard the F-wump that indicated it had exploded into what was essentially a huge mattress made out of webs. They landed on the sticky cushion and looked up to see the structural supports of the building finally give up. It slowly crumbled to the ground, and Peter heard one of the civilians he was holding onto start crying. That was pretty valid. He set them on the ground and turned to face all of them. "Go to an open area far away from here," he instructed, "and wait until you don't hear the telltale sound of aliens getting their asses kicked to come back." They all nodded and sent a few grateful acknowledgments his way. Peter heaved a deep sigh and looked at the ground surrounding the dilapidated building. There were dozens of shattered aliens on the ground, and he startled when he saw Captain America fling yet another towards the mess. Rogers was the demise of the poor building. Peter should have seen that coming. Peter re-entered the fight, but it was coming to close. There were only a few handfuls of sea monkeys left, and thank fuck for that. The shoulder wound from Harley was still aching, and the blood loss from, being stabbed was starting to get to him as his adrenaline wore off. He really missed when his super healing was up to par. If it were, his blast wound would have been healing over by now. Something about not eating for a couple days really messed with his metabolism, but seeing as he was missing Thanksgiving dinner to be here, he'd have to struggle with these wounds for a while longer yet. As Peter's current sparring mate shattered, he looked around to see that the Avengers were quickly overpowering their own battles. That meant that in a few minutes, he was going to have to fight the adults once again. Instead of putting up with that bullshit, he chose to launch himself into the air towards home, wary of jostling his injuries. As he passed the spot where Romanov and Harley should have been, there was only melted webbing. He wasn't going home quite yet then. He landed to inspect his mess of webs, trying to ignore the rancid smell of burned webs. Stark must have come by to free his teammates. God only knows how long it took him to melt through Peter's webs, but knowing himself and his inventions, it must have been pretty damn long. He once again departed the battlefield, only to be stopped not a minute later. There was a boy leaned up against the side of a building about a block down, but he knew it wasn't a civilian. Harley Keener was slumped over with the parts that composed his helmet on the ground next to him. He looked exhausted, and Peter didn't think that he was the one who caused that. After all, the only thing that he did was disable the weaponry on the other's suit. Peter landed and approached the boy silently, not quite knowing what his plan was. Harley had his eyes closed, and oh God, was he dead, but no, Peter could hear the boy's pulse beating steadily. Harley didn't notice the vigilante's presence until he was squatted right beside him. Harley flinched slightly and his eyes shone with fear. The sight made Peter's heart ache, and his shoulder, and his torso. Holy fuck, he was in so much pain. But another look at Harley's undeniably attractive face told him to ignore his own blaster wound from the boy and let go of the words that had bothered him so much not 15 minutes ago, because Peter could handle himself. Harley needed help. "Come on, man," Peter chuckled quietly. "I told you I wasn't in the business of hurting people. Not really my style. I'm here to help." Harley looked skeptical to say the least, and he still didn't say anything. So, while he waited for Harley to realize that he couldn't help himself in his state, Peter sat on the ground a few feet away from him. Every now and then, Harley would shift slightly, and with that came a groan. Peter internally cursed the wounded boy, because fucking hell, he was trying to help. Peter himself had cuts lining his legs from whatever weapons those sea monkeys had, along with a blast wound and a goddamn knife in his side that he was resolutely ignoring. Peter sighed as he watched another bead of sweat drip down Harley's face, despite the chill in the air. He came to a decision and slowly crept forward with his hands held up by his face. It felt like approaching a wild animal, and it didn't hurt any less the second time Harley flinched. His hands came to a stop right above the arc reactor, and he froze. Peter didn't want to do anything further without Harley's permission. Harley saw him as the enemy, no matter what Peter was going to do to help him. But when he looked up, a question of consent on his lips, Harley's face had become infinitely calmer. His eyes were still wary, his expression still guarded, but he gave a reluctant nod for Peter to remove his suit. Relief flooded Peter's body, finally. When he tapped the arc reactor, the suit fell off Harley's body to form a neat little box on the ground. Peter looked at the other teen's body and came to the conclusion that Harley must not have been very used to getting hurt, which was fair, seeing as Harley was just a teenager. No, Peter was not a hypocrite. His visible injuries didn't look that serious, just bruising on his arms. Of course, the injuries underneath his clothing could have been a bit worse. Before he began his first aid, he listened for the Avengers a few blocks down and noted that it still sounded like they were fighting. There must have been more sea monkeys than he saw before he left. Whatever, the Earth's mightiest heroes could handle a few more glass-like shrimp bitches while Peter took care of one of their own. "Karen, run a scan," he mumbled. He could see the confusion in Harley's eyes before a light from his mask briefly shined on Harley's battered body. "Iron Lad has one bruised rib, a minor concussion, 2 minor lacerations across his torso, several small cuts on his face, and light bruising across his body," Karen replied. Peter nodded and looked up to Harley in a silent question to take off his shirt, to which Harley nodded hesitantly. He produced a small first aid kit he kept nestled in his suit. Don't ask him how. A magician never revealed their secrets, and got to work. While he was patching Harley up, Peter thought about how many times he had done so on himself. The last time was not even 2 days ago, from when he had to spare some of his limited sewing materials in order to stitch up a stab wound he received that night on patrol. Not a very kind gift, he had to say. Peter was used to having to put himself back together, seeing as he'd been doing so for years. His best friend Ned had never done so because Peter hadn't let him. Peter knew it'd probably be traumatic to see your friend's blood on your hands. Actually, it was definitely traumatic, he would know. But soon after the homecoming fiasco, Ned had moved away, to Colorado, where he wouldn't be stitching Peter up anytime soon. A bit after Ned left, there was an incident. Peter couldn't save her. He couldn't save MJ, didn't make it fast enough, couldn't save her, couldn't get her blood off his hands, couldn't save. May was killed in a car accident 3 months after MJ died, and then it was into the foster system with Peter, where he met Richard, and well. Here he was, finishing cleaning the cuts on Harley's face. Peter was thankful for the mask because when he realized he was almost sitting on top of Harley to reach his face, all his blood immediately rushed to his cheeks. He hurriedly jumped up, an apology and goodbye on his tongue when his wrist was grabbed and he flinched on instinct. The hand was then pulled away, with a single word uttered with it. "Stay." Peter finally looked down to see Harley Fucking Keener, Iron Lad, the boy who had caused his shoulder to be throbbing all night, looking away with a slight tint to his cheeks. Peter opened and closed his mouth, no sound coming out. And he sat back down. And they sat in silence for who knew how long. Long enough for the Avengers to finish fighting, apparently, because Peter eventually heard them approaching quickly, calling out Harley's name. Peter moved to get up again, recognizing his time to escape, but hesitated. Then, mindful of his own injuries, he idiotically swooped down to wrap his arms around Harley. Why, who's to say? Peter could say the hug was for himself as much as it was for Harley's injured state. The other boy froze, but before Peter could pull back to apologize, he felt arms slowly reach up and around him, and he could have cried. Scratch that, Peter totally cried. Iron Lad's ginger hold was Peter's first hug in too long. The first time he had non-violent physical contact in just as long. His skin was ablaze, but as soon as he had started the completely unprompted hug, Peter ended it. The yells of the Avengers were getting closer, and he knew it was time to go. So, ready to depart for what felt like the 6th time, he nodded at Harley, who just stared back with the most confused and slightly concerned expression one could manage. Peter flung himself through the air to escape both the Avengers and Harley's eyes. And ow, shit, why did I do that? What the fuck? Holy shit, I hugged him. Why the fuck did I hug him? Shit, ow, there is still a knife in my body, ow. Peter rounded the corner of a storefront a few buildings down and watched as the horde of Avengers surrounded Harley, bombarding him with questions and concerned badgering. Harley ignored the clamoring and looked straight at Peter, as if he could see through Peter's mask. Peter held his gaze once more before he swung away into the cold November night. Chapter 2, A Retelling. If there was one thing that Peter had learned during his time of superheroing, it was that you never take the thing that stabbed you out of your body. Duh, blood loss was a bitch, and Peter didn't especially favor it. However, not taking out a knife meant there was always a chance of his skin healing around the offending object. As he landed on the roof of his home and slipped in through the fire escape, he cursed at his irrational super healing. It had decided that his stab wound was more important than his shoulder wound, which was just plain favoritism. Since he was stabbed by Romanov several hours ago, the skin around the admittedly cool-looking knife was well into the healing process. He could have definitely done without that, because now he had to put one of his previously collected knives to use. He grabbed a relatively small knife from the corner of the room he was in. This room was what he called the avoiding death room. It used to be the in which Peter suddenly becomes a doctor room, but that didn't roll off the tongue as well. The avoiding death room was where he kept all of his first aid supplies. He had several half-used kits along with a few new ones. There was a bowl full of tap water he acquired from the bathroom of a bakery across the street, with several water bottles from the homeless shelter set to the side. One was for washing the blood off his body, one for hydration. In the corner, there was a collection of knives that people had so kindly gifted him laying on a towel he may or may not have stolen from the laundry mat. It was his surgery station, and it was where Peter was carefully slicing away at the skin surrounding the blade. He breathed deeply and evenly, which was the only sort of pain medication that he had. Not only could he not afford any form of medication, none of it fucking worked. Stupid. Metabolism. Peter grimaced as he haphazardly removed enough freshly healed skin for him to dislodge the knife. This process was always fucking disgusting and painful as shit, but he didn't have any other options. He tossed it out the window because he knew there was a dumpster right below it. It wouldn't end too well if he missed one day, he imagined. On the other hand, this was Queens. People should expect that sort of thing. For the first time that evening, Peter let out a hoarse shout in pain as he pulled the knife out. He had another Romanov knife to add to his collection. Peter grabbed an old rag he didn't want to steal from people's laundry, but it was either that or bleeding out, and rushed to staunch the fresh flow of blood. He let out a few quiet whimpers as he struggled to reach his bottle of antiseptic. It was a bit harder to acquire, but also quite the step up from the vodka he had been using for months. Peter doused his side with the antiseptic, and a tear slipped down his cheek silently. This was the part of being a vigilante most people didn't see or even consider. As he stitched up the laceration, he couldn't help but wish he had accepted help while he could. May had been a nurse. She could have helped if he ever revealed his identity to her. Ned and MJ couldn't have helped him, but it might have been nice to not be alone. The back of his mind whispered that he could always go to Daredevil for help. But the majority of him believed that he couldn't, at least not for everything, not for an injury so small. Matt didn't even know Peter ever left his foster home. He might have had his suspicions, but Peter figured that if he revealed that he was too weak to even handle Richard, Matt would probably get fed up with him. Matt would probably leave. Peter couldn't have his last person leave him, his only source of human comfort. No, he couldn't rely on Matt for everything. He had to be strong. Peter didn't realize that growing up meant losing the majority of his friends, all of his family, and having enough trauma to support the weight of the world, but whatever. He ripped the string he was using to sew himself back together, threw it and his needle near the knives, and promptly passed out. Harley sat in silence on the Quinjet. He could feel everyone's worried eyes on him, but he waved them all off. To be completely honest, he was in shock. Spider-Man helped him, what the fuck? Spider-Man hugged him, what the fuck, but even more so. Harley often prided himself on being fairly observant and thought he could figure most things out for himself, but he simply could not wrap his mind around the fact that not only did the man act as his nurse, he had hugged him. Harley thought he deserved another what the fuck. He thought back to their fight, taking his self-declared quiet time to truly consider what he just experienced. Spider-Man had been right, he hadn't hurt Harley at all. The most damage Harley had seen the vigilante inflict on Nat was knocking her down so she couldn't punch his throat. On the other hand, the damage against Spider-Man had been immense. Harley himself gave him a pretty hefty shoulder wound, while Nat had stabbed him and most likely did a lot of damage to his ribs. Even when the man had both Harley and Nat webbed up, he did nothing except share a few harsh truths. And yes, Harley knew they were true. He didn't even really like S.H.I.E.L.D., but when your family followed them, it was more than implied that you had to do the same. By the time Tony came by to get him and Nat out of their binds, Harley had decided that he regretted fighting with Spider-Man. His family could still work to bring him in, that was their decision, but Harley wasn't going to hurt the vigilante again. Tony had helped Harley power his suit back on and then left to go back to the team. Harley had made to follow, but he'd been immediately knocked off his feet by a random alien, and honestly, that was fair. Except maybe the alien wasn't so random. It was slightly larger than its friends and had a red hue, unlike the clear form that the others took on. Harley had rushed to fly over to the new guy, but the fucker had other plans. The thing's tail, which thus far had not been in use, quickly whipped around and slapped Harley out of the air. He was launched into one of the buildings several blocks away, where his short battle met a rather embarrassing end. His head hit the wall and he blacked out. Honestly, downright embarrassing. When he awoke, the pounding in his skull prompted him to remove his helmet. He took a second to gather his bearings, before he remembered why he was sitting against this building in the first place. Harley frantically looked around for the weird red alien thing, but it had apparently moved on to bigger, better enemies. He figured that his teammates would handle it, and he chose to rest his eyes. The rest didn't last long though, because he soon felt a presence right beside him, watching him. He opened his eyes and proceeded to jump right on out of his skin. Spider-Man. Harley had to force himself to remember that he'd decided not to hurt the vigilante. It wasn't like he could even if he wanted to. He could feel a deep ache set into his bones, and his suit was most likely out of commission. Spider-Man didn't look any better than Harley felt. His suit was torn where Harley's blast hit him, exposing charred skin, and the cloth was stained red where he still had a knife in his side. From his waist down, small rips littered his suit and blood dripped out of each one. The man had probably seen better days. Said Vigilante was talking to him, and Harley zoned back in. Spider-Man was trying to convince him that he was here to help. Harley wanted to believe him, he truly did, but there was a difference between not wanting to harm someone and trusting them. At the moment, he couldn't trust the man. Spidey appeared to realize this and chose to lower himself carefully onto the ground off to Harley's side. For some reason, Harley was grateful. He was in pain with a man he didn't trust, stranger danger, and yet it felt better than being alone. When he turned oh so slightly, he let out a soft groan. Apparently, wounds on his stomach had decided to announce their existence. Harley guessed they were from the sharp pieces of his broken armor that were currently poking at his stomach. Maybe his suit wasn't as safe as he made it out to be. Suddenly, Harley heard a sigh and looked up to see Spider-Man slowly getting up. The man raised his hands and Harley flinched. Hey, an enemy's raised hands usually indicated a strike, right? But it turned out that Harley was wrong because the other man froze, leaving his hands exactly where they were. He then gently maneuvered his body towards Harley. Harley honestly didn't know what the Vigilante's plan was. Was Spider-Man going to attack? Rationally, no, he wouldn't. However, Harley was still vulnerable, so he had to think of everything. But on the other hand, Harley also had to consider that the masked face would prove to be truly kind and take pity on Harley's battered body. If Spider-Man had been telling the truth earlier, then he'd be merciful. Spidey's hands coming to a stop inches away from Harley's suit's generator proved the latter theory correct. The man was waiting for permission. Therefore, when the white eyes of the masked face looked up to him in a silent question, he gave a mute affirmation. Spider-Man immediately deactivated the suit and pulled a first aid kit out of God knows where. Harley heard the man mutter to himself and balked when a bright light seemed to scan him. Did the Vigilante have his own AI? Friday could do that sort of thing, but she was Tony's baby. Damn, this dude had to be smart, which led Harley to be slightly less hesitant to pull up his shirt when the man asked. His temporary nurse's hands were steady as Spidey's hands methodically slathered bruise cream on the marks covering his body. He held no hesitation in his form when he pulled out some antiseptic and bandages for Harley's stomach injuries. His posture was sure when he performed the standard checks for the state of his ribs and head. All of these things remained true as he absent-mindedly climbed onto Harley's lap to clean several small scrapes on his face. Harley choked. Internally, he was screaming. Externally, he didn't say a word. Harley decided to cut Spider-Man some slack because despite the confident and sure way he was nursing Harley, the teen knew the Vigilante's mind was elsewhere. In fact, it may have been the robotic way he moved that pointed to that. That and the fact that as soon as he realized the compromising position he had put himself in, Spidey's eyes on his mask widened and jumped off of Harley. Before he could get too far or say anything, though, Harley's hand flew up to grab onto the hero's wrist. He regretted doing so when the other man shuddered a violent flinch, and Harley quickly removed his hand. Suddenly feeling immensely less brave, Harley averted his eyes as he spoke for the first time in this interaction. Stay. Harley didn't know what it was, but the hero's presence was comforting, and he was only a little ashamed to admit that he was afraid to be alone again. Relief flooded his body when he saw the man settle her back down in his peripheral. Harley guessed that they must have been sitting there for about 10 minutes when the Vigilante became tense. He tilted his head slightly in the direction of where Harley knew the battle had been taking place. If he had to guess, that meant that his family was making their way over here. He was proven correct when he heard a very faint yell for his name about 30 seconds later. Spider-Man had gotten up again, this time his posture not as sure. He stood for a few seconds, before suddenly gathering Harley in a hug. What the fuck? Before Spidey could pull himself away, Harley slowly brought his arms up to wrap around the man's body. Spider-Man was extremely tense, and when Harley made contact, he could feel the hero's body shake minutely. Harley thought he heard a sniffle and, was the Vigilante crying, who hugged a stranger, then cried. There was something wrong with all of this, and Harley was left in the dark. The hug ended just as quickly as it had begun, with Spidey pulling away with a terse nod, and flinging himself away just as Harley saw the Avengers approaching. They ran to him, all clamoring to help. Tony started asking about his suit, Steve was asking about his injuries, Nat interrogated him about Spider-Man, and Sam and Clint were trying to lighten the mood with a few cracks about how he missed most of the battle. But Harley ignored them all in favor of staring at the Vigilante around the corner, who gave him one final look before he vanished. Harley shook his head and staggered to his feet. Tony rushed to help him, but the teen waved him off. Spider-Man may not have given him any pain medication, but just having his wounds cleaned helped a bit. Plus, it was a lot easier to walk without his suit on. He bent down to pick up the box that was his suit and started the trek back to the Quinjet. His family seemed to have accepted his silence, and they just walked with him. Harley sighed, drawing a few looks from his teammates. He didn't care. He'd had too much confusion in his day to care. Currently, the jet was landing on top of the tower, and Harley rushed to depart. He didn't feel like dealing with the anticipated interrogation quite yet. He could do that tomorrow. He rushed to his room, where he was able to finally examine his suit. It was dented and had sharp pieces sticking out in inconvenient places, so Harley knew he would have to work on it tomorrow as well. Right now, though, he was just unbelievably tired. It was so inconvenient for aliens to attack on Thanksgiving. He let himself flop onto his bed, his final thoughts before unconsciousness occupied by Spider-Man. Chapter 3: What if Peter wanted rest, but the Avengers existed? Peter was, as the kids say, making his way downtown, or really to Matt's apartment. Today was Sunday, which was the one day a week Matt was guaranteed to not be working. In order to attend Mass, therefore, Peter tried to make his visits on Sunday to make sure he got his Matt time in. If not on Sunday, then he usually barged into Matt's law firm to annoy him. When he did that, the man made Peter do some work, which Peter didn't mind at all. Hell, Peter would do it without him asking. The only thing was, Matt always forced him to use the copies of papers that were in Braille, the little bitch. The first time Peter was put to work in Matt's office, he explained that he couldn't read Braille. Then learn, Matt had told him. And so he did submersion technique and all that. When he went to the public library, he Googled Braille studies and whatnot. And of course, he made Matt answer a lot of his questions. Matt needed his paperwork done correctly, after all. Peter wasn't fluent by any means, but he knew enough financial terms and numbers to organize account statements, which was usually what Matt had him doing. Peter passed the bakery across the street, and the smell of fresh bread reached his nose. God, he was hungry. He had already spent his begging money on new first aid kits because he got hurt more often than he ate. He would have to go without food for a little while longer and deal with a few more injuries than usual. First aid kits lasted longer than food anyway. He was approaching this block's tourist trap when he heard a scream. It was fairly distant, but definitely there. Sometimes Peter donned his suit during the day, and it looked like today was going to be one of those days. Peter heard the same woman scream again and decided Matt would have to wait. Peter watched out for security cameras as he made his way into an empty alleyway, waiting for a buzz at the base of neck to indicate he was being watched. When he determined that the coast was clear, he stripped his sweatshirt and jeans that were covering his suit. He shoved the civilian clothes in his backpack and webbed it to the adjacent wall. Peter could say he was rather proud of his suit. Contrary to what the newspapers believed, his suit was not produced by Stark. The man tried to give him a new suit when he intercepted Peter on patrol, way back when the Avengers Civil War was happening. Peter just didn't think it had the same charm as his own, so he'd rejected it. Peter had already built Karen into his mask, and he had put a lot of work into her. He did have to revamp his suit a bit in order to be on his best game at the battle Stark brought him to, but that process was simple. He managed to recreate some basic nanotech and infused it into the workings of his suit. He had to ditch the hoodie, along with his goggles. In the end, his suit wasn't what it used to be, but it was still his. He took note of exactly what street he was on before he left the alleyway so he could come back for his backpack. He started swinging in the direction of the scream he had heard, hoping he would get there in time, wherever there was. Luckily, or unluckily, Peter heard the scream once more and went in the definite direction of it, finally coming to a stop right next to a warehouse. "I detect 4 heat signatures, one of which seems armed," Karen told him before he could ask. Peter listened to all of their heartbeats, their volume made fainter because of his distance, and determined that none of them were enhanced. He couldn't hear any speaking, which was weird, but he decided to roll with it. Only one of them was armed, and Peter figured it was unlikely to be a sniper since there appeared to be only one victim. That meant that there was a large chance that all of them were on the ground level. Therefore, he thought the best approach would be to enter through the actual entrance, rather than any windows. That way, he would be able to get to the attackers quickly. He jumped off his current roof and landed in front of the double doors. His sense was going a little crazy, sending a few waves of pain throughout his head. Then again, it usually did so before he entered any warehouse with a screaming woman inside. He swung open the doors, taunting words on the tip of his tongue, but he never got the chance to say them. Rows and rows of obnoxiously large LED lights clicked on, more than the warehouse should be able to maintain. As Peter slammed his eyes shut, a droning pitch got louder in his ears, louder and louder, almost like a screech. "Fucking." Peter dropped to his knees, a scream breaking out against his will. His hands reached up to claw at his ears. and his squeezed-shut eyes didn't do shit because he could still feel the burning from the lights, and he could feel his ears start to bleed, and the blood was dripping down his face, but God, he could definitely still hear the sound, and he could definitely still feel the burning in his eyes. And he'd never felt pain like this before. How was this a new kind of pain? And his knees gave out and his face hit the ground, and he didn't even know if he was still screaming. Cover his eyes, but he couldn't remove his hands from his ears, and fuck, this hurt. Peter passed out. They watched as he started to scream. They watched as he tried to claw at his ears through his mask. They watched as he fell to his knees. They watched as his face hit the ground. They watched as his voice went hoarse and then became a whisper. They watched as he went limp. That was the goal, but damn if it wasn't horrific to see. They just tortured him, didn't they? Natasha snapped out of her stupor first and rushed to click off the controls. She turned to face her teammates as they shook themselves off. She pulled out the earbuds she was wearing and took off her sunglasses, seeing the others do the same. Clint put his hearing aids back in. That was intense, Clint whispered, afraid to break the silence. Tony nodded as Sam slowly approached the body that was laying on the warehouse floor. Natasha followed him, standing behind Sam as he knelt down to tap the vigilante's head a bit. When there was no reaction, he checked the man's pulse, which was beating steadily, if not faster than he expected. He's out cold, he reported to Tony and Clint as they crept closer. As predicted, Tony reminded them, we should probably get him loaded onto the jet so we can head back. We should probably call Bruce too, right? Clint spoke up. Spidey doesn't look too good at the moment. Bruce always said he was not that kind of doctor, but he was still the team's resident doctor. If things ever got too bad for Bruce to handle, then they called in Dr. Cho. I'll call him to let him know that we're coming back with an unconscious Spider-Man, Natasha said as she started to walk back to the jet. Sam, will you carry him? There's no way I could carry him by myself, Sam chuckled, already moving to pick the man up. Hey dude, do you think you could? Sam cut himself off when he picked up the vigilante with ease. Clint startled a little, having been on his way to help Sam. That's, probably not the best. We can worry about it later, dismissed Tony. Right now, I just want to get back to the tower. I'm way ahead of you, Natasha called from the Quinjet. Seriously guys, what's taking so long? After 2 calls of sorry, Nat, the men hopped onto the jet and deposited the unconscious body. They laid him out on a row of seats and Sam and Tony sat across from him. Clint switched places with Natasha so that he was piloting instead. Spider-Man had yet to move at all. This time, Tony was the first one to break the silence. So should we, take off his mask for educational purposes? Immediately, Natasha shut down the idea. At the very least, we should wait until we're with the whole team, she explained. Maybe when Bruce looks him over. And we're gonna hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. once we look him over, Sam asked her. I'd like to ask him a few questions before we do. The rest of the flight to the tower was quiet. No one quite knew what to do with themselves now that they finally had Spider-Man. It had taken them way too long to figure out what the best way to capture him would be. Steve had pointed out his obvious super hearing, claiming it had to be better than his own. He suggested that they utilize that strength and turn it into a weakness. If the vigilante's senses were stimulated enough, then his defenses would be considerably lowered. The team would consist of Tony, Nat, Clint, and Sam. None of them were enhanced like Steve and Bucky were, so they wouldn't be harmed in the process. Wanda, like usual, had opted to stay out of it. She had never been one for the attempts at capturing Spider-Man. Vision would stay with her. Bruce would stay back as well, seeing as he seldom came on missions unless it was absolutely necessary. Harley was with some of his friends from school, having left when they started to plan. The plan went smoothly. They found a good warehouse to use near where they knew Spider-Man was often out and about. Tony got his hands on a load of high-intensity discharge lamps, along with as many speakers that could fit within the box where Spider-Man would be trapped in. The team was to remain outside of the box in order to have some protection from the noise. They also wore earplugs and sunglasses just in case. Clint opted not to wear any ear protection, claiming that his deafness offered him a good amount of protection. Natasha was to be the bait because she had some experience playing the victim while doing undercover work. Natasha was also the only one with an actual weapon, just in case the plan didn't unfold smoothly. She never went anywhere without one anyway, so it worked out. They just didn't expect Spider-Man to go down so easily. He screamed for almost 2 minutes before they saw him collapse. If they had just figured out this method earlier on, they could have avoided months and months of humiliating defeats. At least it was over now. The jet landed on the roof of the tower where Bruce was waiting for them. He had a stretcher by his side. I don't really think that'll be necessary, Bruce, Sam explained as he walked off the jet, Spider-Man resting easily in his arms. Bruce warily eyed the body. Well, I have it here anyway, might as well give your arms a break. God, he should not be that light, he muttered the last part under his breath. Sam laid Spider-Man on the stretcher and the team began the trek back to medbay. The vigilante still hadn't moved at all, which was starting to be concerning. All they did was overload his senses a bit, so why was he still completely knocked out? When they arrived at medbay, Sam dismissed himself to let the rest of the team know that Spider-Man was in custody. Tony opted to wait in his lab and work on a few projects. He asked Friday to pull up some designs for a shield upgrade for Steve as he left the room. That left Bruce, Natasha, and Clint alone with the vigilante. Bruce cleared his throat. So since you guys used his senses against him, I'll start with checking his ears and eyes, he told the ex-spies. He slowly approached the unconscious man and set his hands on the mask. He looked up at the two others who were watching with anticipation, creeping closer and closer. Bruce looked back down at the man and peeled the mask off his face. 3 gasps were heard in the otherwise silent room. Bruce backed away from the man. No, boy. That was a teenager. What the actual fuck? Clint let out. Natasha slowly recoiled from the bed, a haunted look in her eyes. Laying on the bed, dressed in the oh-so-recognizable red and blue costume, was a battered-up teenager. His cheeks were sunken in, his face pale and tear-stained. Dark bags resided underneath his eyes as if he hadn't slept in weeks. His lips were chapped, with cracks in them that showed hints of dried blood. His dirty and unkempt brown hair was almost past his ears. His ears. Well, his ears had a horrific trail of blood dripping out of them. Shit, Bruce hissed as he rushed forward, pulling a wet towel out of nowhere. Shit, shit, shit. He quickly wiped the blood from Spider-Man's ears. As soon as the towel hit the boy's face, he shifted. Bruce stilled, as did the fidgeting Clint. The boy's breathing began to pick up as he worked himself out of unconsciousness. His eyes flew open. Where the fuck was Peter? He gathered that he was laying down on a bed. Why would he be in a bed? He hasn't slept in a bed for over a year. Also, he was blind. He couldn't hear either. Well, to be fair, neither of those statements were completely true. He could technically see, but the only things that occupied his eyesight were unidentifiable blobs of different shapes and shades of gray. He squinted as if it would help him out at all. It did not, and his breaths began to quicken. As for his hearing, it was a constant ringing, and he wanted to cradle his ears as though it would protect them from the screeching. Not to mention, his skull felt like it had been split into 2. Safe to say, Peter was definitely not panicking. He was calm, cool, and collected. He was Spider-Man, and Spider-Man didn't fold under pressure. Spider-Man didn't freak out because he was apparently deaf and blind now. No siree. Spider-Man definitely was not flipping the fuck out right now. Spider-Man was not having a panic attack. Wait. Shit, Peter was having a panic attack. No, he was dying. He was blind and deaf, and he was dying. His lungs wouldn't work. He tried looking around to figure out how to not die, but that only sent him spiraling further into this godforsaken doom because he couldn't see. He couldn't breathe either. Why? He felt a weight on his chest. Yeah, that was why he couldn't breathe. There was something on his chest. What was it? Why couldn't he breathe? Oh, it was a warehouse. Shit, it was a warehouse. There was a warehouse on top of him, and he couldn't lift it. He couldn't do it again. He couldn't fucking lift it. There was a building on top of him, and he couldn't breathe, and holy fuck. He couldn't hear the constant dripping of water, but at least he was able to explain the darkness now. He couldn't see because of all the wreckage. Peter flailed out, hoping to escape the rubble, when his arm came into contact with something. Someone. Yeah, that was a person. Why was a person underneath the rubble with him? He had to get them out. It was dangerous under here. The person took hold of his hand and squeezed, and Peter flinched back. But they kept their hold, and they squeezed again, and they kept squeezing. The pressure on his hands slowly became more demanding than the pressure on his chest. He wasn't under a building. He was with someone, and he was on a bed. And he was still deaf and blind. Okay. Right, no big deal. Matt was blind. Peter could do blind. Wait, but Matt had his hearing. How? Peter had to communicate with his captors somehow. But he couldn't see them or hear them, and could he talk? He doubted it. Peter's breath started to speed up again, too overwhelmed for comfort. The person starting squeezing his hand again, and he forced himself to calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down and think. Peter's heart ached with the memory of MJ convincing him to learn sign language with her. He had readily agreed, wanting to spend more time with his then crush. It also couldn't hurt to add another language to his list of fluency. They both picked it up quickly, and soon it became one of their methods of communication. The uses ranged from wanting to silently talk in class to when he went nonverbal during a panic attack. He was still fluent in ASL, but he wouldn't be able to see the response because, to reiterate, Peter was fucking blind. The person squeezed again. Why were they still holding his hand, and why was the contact burning his fingertips? Peter then dredged up another memory, this one from middle school. His class had learned about Helen Keller, who learned to communicate by feeling things, including gestures. He might be able to do that. He figured that if one of his captors was able to help him out of a panic attack, then they might help him communicate. He didn't trust himself to talk, didn't even know if he could talk, so he was relying a little on the chance that one of his captors understood ASL. Bruce was holding the panicking teen's hand in attempts to calm him down, and it seemed that it worked. They learned quickly that he could neither hear nor see them, the glaze over his eyes and blood trailing from his ears acting as evidence. The boy's breathing had increased speed and shortness until he reached the stage of hyperventilating within 30 seconds. After 5 agonizing minutes of trying to calm the boy, Bruce had come within close enough proximity to be hit with one of the boy's flailing arms. Despite his obvious poor condition, the teen packed quite the punch. Bruce stumbled before he latched onto the vigilante's hand, enclosing it in his own. He squeezed it, and only then did the teen begin to calm down. It was a long process, about 10 minutes of squeezing before his hand was shaken away. The 3 heroes were all looking at the boy with rapt attention as he raised his shaky hands. He started to sign to them. Clint was fluent in sign language for his own sake, and Natasha knew it so that she could relieve some pressure from Clint while communicating. Sam knew a small amount, but he was the only other person on the team who spoke it. It was a slight surprise that the teen in front of them knew it as well, but really, what did they know about him? "Who are you?" the boy signed before holding out his hand, palm up, pointing at it. Clint knew what that meant. He was supposed to allow the boy to feel his signs as he finger spelled. It was a technique often used in the deaf and blind community that some deaf people adopted in order to communicate in the dark. He himself had used it multiple times with Nat during missions, or even just in dark rooms when he didn't have his hearing aids. His stomach sunk when he realized that he would have to use that same method with Spider-Man. He gently set his hand in the waiting palm and spelled out, Avengers. Clint flinched back when he heard a loud groan coming from the boy, who began to sign again. "What the fuck did you do to me?" Clint's face shadowed with guilt as he began the long process of telling the teen that they used his senses against him and captured him. Spidey became more distressed as Clint went on. He reached up to touch his face. "Where's my mask?" Clint translated to Bruce, who then took the mask off the counter and handed it to Clint. Clint explained that they had taken it off in order to give him a checkup. The teen just scoffed and reached out for his mask. The way he acted made him seem calm, but Clint didn't quite believe that his nerves were under control. His breaths were still not quite even. His hands shook as he signed. Clint thought he saw sweat beading at the boy's forehead. "I'll heal. Why am I not at S.H.I.E.L.D. right now?" Spider-Man asked. Clint furrowed his eyebrows and restated that they were making sure he wasn't too badly hurt. He paused, looking up at Natasha, and asked her if he could tell the boy that she wanted to ask him questions. She gave permission, and Clint translated to the teen. "Well, obviously, I'm pretty badly hurt, but as I said, I'll heal on my own. I always have. Tell Black Widow that she should get on with her questions. No guarantees that I'll answer." Natasha rolled her eyes. She could get him to answer if he didn't give up information willingly. She stepped in Clint's place, set her hand on the teen's palm, and asked for his name. No, she had expected that, so she simply asked again, to which his answer was the same. She then made it clear that she had the means to get anything she wanted out of him. Again, the boy scoffed. "What you mean torture, interrogation, been there, done that," the teen signed, his hand motions large and angry. Natasha's face twitched, and her eyes took on the haunted expression once more. Clint sucked in a breath, mumbling, "Who? But he's so young." Bruce, who had been resigned to the fact that he wasn't a part of the conversation, jumped in with, What did he say?" "He said that he's been tortured before," Natasha told him over her shoulder. She hesitated, then added, "I believe him." Before she could resume asking Spider-Man questions, she heard the door opening. The rest of the team had decided to make their entrance, Steve leading the way. "Hey, Sam said you caught," Steve trailed off. "Is that a fucking child?" Chapter 4, Good luck with all the POV changes. It was a testament to how shocked the group of heroes were that none of them jokingly hissed a language, in response to the profanity. Instead, they all stood stock still until they, too, began to interrogate Spider-Man. Questions of his age, identity, family, and abilities overlapped each other. When the teen responded with nothing other than a slight head tilt, Clint jumped in. "He can't hear or see right now," he explained lowly. Guilt saturated his tone. We might have gone overboard in our methods of bringing him in. We're talking to him with sign language. Well, not all of us can understand that, Steve reminded him after the newcomers had processed the news. How will we know what he's saying? Tony looked up from the boy to glance at Steve. You know Friday can interpret sign language, right? He asked the man. She's got cameras everywhere so she can see the signs. Indeed, boss, I suppose you would like me to interpret what Spider-Man is saying. The AI's voice rang out through the room. Please and thank you, baby girl. Peter felt a buzz at the base of his skull, his sense alerting him to new arrivals in the room. A light warning hummed through his body, but it didn't spike to indicate a legitimate threat. Thankfully, Peter didn't think anyone could deprive him of that sense. He didn't know what the Avengers were talking about, but soon enough he felt the same feminine hand fall back into his palm. Romanov, then. He shivered at the contact, his nerves burning with sensitivity. All she was doing was resting her hand in his palm, but it just felt so different, so unfamiliar. Romanov began spelling. A-G. Oh, they weren't going to like this one, but Peter reveled in the chance to shock them. He signed that he was 17, and waited a few moments to let the group realize what this meant. They'd been beating on a child. Though Peter didn't trust them in the slightest, he felt no reason to lie to the Avengers about the harmless facts about him. They had him in custody, they'd seen his face. What was worth hiding at this point? Hell, maybe by being as truthful as possible, he'd get them to finally realize the error of their ways. He felt the hand that he was holding begin to spell again, this time asking about his abilities. Here, Peter debated the line between what could be revealed and what should be kept hidden. The real line, he thought, might be how petty he could be with his answers. He felt he deserved to mess with the group, what with his current hostage situation. Annoying as it was then. It was about damn time. Natasha admitted that she might have been too harsh on the boy. That's what he was, she reminded herself. A boy. She had been fully expecting to be dealing with an adult in custody, but she should have also expected this plan to go completely haywire. She had threatened a teenager upon whom she had inflicted many injuries. Of course she felt like shit. The only way she could have made it worse was threatening more harm, and that was precisely what she did. Her threat might have worked on anyone else, but the teen had decided to throw an absolute curveball at her. Tortured, what kind of kid were they dealing with? Natasha decided to turn the conversation away from his name, since she quickly realized she wouldn't be able to get that information willingly. So, she went to age. That was a mistake, apparently. The room went 10 degrees colder when Friday relayed the boy's response. 17 years old at least matched his youthful appearance, but it didn't match his fighting ability, or the way he took the Avengers' attacks, or the vigilante role he had assumed. Something in her felt hollowed out, scraped clean with a spoon twisted in her gut. She was quick to move on, since they had more important business than wallowing in their own self-pity. What was Spider-Man capable of? He started signing after a moment of apparent deliberation. I have a good enough healing ability to recover from a stab wound within a few days. Damn it. Natasha cursed her past self. She knew that he was talking about the one she had dealt to him just a few days ago, but he could have been talking about several weeks ago, or a couple months ago, or any of the other times she had been lucky enough to land a hit on him. She didn't think herself to be too lucky now. Clint's voice came from where he was standing behind her chair asking, "Did you stab him a couple days ago?" "Yes, I did," she admitted, the hole within her gut growing. "We were trying to bring him in, so I was doing my part by trying to incapacitate him." "Wait, Steve questioned. "We were trying to bring him in, did we just decide to not do so?" They all turned to glare at him. "Come on man, he's 17, Sam chastised. "We should at least figure out if he's actually a risk before we make any decisions to disobey S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve firmly said. Wanda spoke up for the first time, saying quietly, "We should have investigated that from the beginning, right?" Wanda had always been against bringing Spider-Man to S.H.I.E.L.D. She had confided in Natasha that the whole situation hit too close to home for her, reminding her of her past with Hydra. She didn't like the idea of depositing someone that appeared innocent to an organization that might cause him harm. Natasha had felt sympathy for the young woman, but Fury's orders continued to ring in her head. "You're right, Wanda," Natasha told her. "We should have questioned S.H.I.E.L.D. more before this whole thing started." She had heard what the vigilante told Harley once he webbed the two of them up, and now, she couldn't help but think he was right. If Natasha was feeling this guilty, then she knew the rest of them felt just as bad. It was too late to take back what they had done, but they could still stop future harm to the teen. The teen in question was still staring into space silently, still waiting for the next question. Natasha hesitated before spelling out, "Areyouk." Spider-Man looked genuinely shocked, which she supposed was fair, seeing as she had threatened him just several minutes ago. He closed his eyes for a moment before responding. When he opened them again, they had reverted back to the emotionless mask that had been there before. "I mean, I would be better if I had a bit of food in me. Didn't eat yesterday or today, and I've got a stupid fast metabolism." Natasha looked up after Friday was done translating, and gestured for someone to grab him a bite to eat. Sam readily volunteered, claiming that he probably had a few things ready to go. Once he left the room, Natasha told the teen that food was coming soon. After he gave his thanks, she asked him why he had not eaten. Purely for interrogation purposes, not because the statement had troubled her, and certainly not because she was feeling overly concerned for the boy. Again, he wavered before answering. She could see the internal conflict in his unseeing eyes about how much he should reveal to them. "I'm poor, not all of us have a billionaire to fund our food supply." She allowed a wince to cross her features. She knew he was right. The Avengers were fortunate to be able to afford the cost of feeding 2 enhanced metabolisms, along with the rest of the team. There were plenty more vigilantes in New York, and even more enhanced people who just weren't utilizing their powers. There were bound to be many people who couldn't keep up with their metabolisms, and apparently Spider-Man was one of them. Natasha needed to get back on task. They had to determine that Spider-Man was conclusively not a threat in order to reasonably disobey S.H.I.E.L.D. She knew that she would be directly dealing with Fury once he found out, but that was a problem for another day. So far, it seemed like they had been harming this teenager for nothing, just like the vigilante had always said. God, why couldn't they have looked into this more? Why had they been so blinded? What happened? She signed to him that they needed to prove that he wasn't a threat. He asked why, his face a picture of bewilderment. She looked back up to the group still surrounding the hospital bed. "Should we tell him that we might not bring him in?" Natasha asked them. "It would give us a chance to sort of prove ourselves to him," Sam commented. "Yeah," Steve interrupted, "but are we really serious about just giving up a year's worth of work? I mean, what if S.H.I.E.L.D. is right about this? What if this guy really is a threat?" Natasha frowned. Steve seemed especially hung up about disobeying S.H.I.E.L.D., but to tell the truth, so was Natasha. On one hand, they were the organization that provided her with a new life after leaving the Red Room. They gave her a second chance. On the other, they seemed to be pretty fucking wrong about this. Spider-Man was a teenager, a poor and most likely deeply traumatized one at that. What harm could he have possibly wanted to inflict, and why would he have not done so already? "Like I told Spidey, we would need a way to truly know he's not dangerous," Natasha reminded him. "How do you suggest we do that?" he asked. And all right, that was where she was stumped. Other than this boy's word, they had no evidence. Fury would kill them all if they just let him go based on their gut. As she was trying to work it out, Tony cleared his throat. "Purely spitballing here," he started, "but what if we sent Wanda in to check out his mind?" Peter was getting tired of waiting. Romanov would ask one weird question, then go silent for a good few minutes. It was getting annoying, especially when he knew there was a conversation going on about him that he couldn't hear. Well, he was getting a little better. Maybe. His vision hadn't improved, but the ringing in his ears had dimmed ever so slightly. At least he knew his senses would return a bit faster once he got food, and his healing would start to kick into gear. Though he couldn't stop himself from wondering, why did the Avengers agree to giving him food in the first place? He was definitely sure that they all hated him, as shown by hunting him for sport for a year, not to mention their groans that welcomed him to battles or their impatience with his typical playful attitude. But then Romanov asked if he was okay, and that had shaken him. They had been absolute bitches to him, following S.H.I.E.L.D.'s orders to a T, and now they just weren't. God, Peter was confused. He wanted to hate them, oh how he wanted to. But he couldn't hate them. That wasn't who he was, who Ben and May raised him to be. Everyone who was willing to change deserved the chance to do so. If they were willing to try, then. Peter was still allowed to dislike them, and they did not deserve his trust. Of course, Peter was angry. The Avengers had beaten him around for ages, stagnantly unsympathetic to his pleas. Yet the second they actually had him in custody, they were changing their entire tune. Did they have a game, giving Peter this food and asking about his well-being? Were they not aware that they had caused a good amount of his current problems? Peter wondered if Harley was in the room with them. Not because he cared or anything, but he needed to know, was he involved in Peter's capture? After Peter fixed him up the other day, after he stayed when he was asked to, after they had hugged, Peter figured that might have been a bonding moment. That fight was the first time they had ever interacted, and the only thing Harley did was blast him a little. Sure, that sucked, but it was typical in Avenger encounters. Harley didn't seem too bad, and maybe he trusted Peter a little bit now. Maybe Peter could have an ally through this. A hand fell into his own once more, interrupting Peter and his thoughts. The hand wasn't Romanov this time, though, it was Barton. Peter had kind of missed Barton's hand, seeing as he didn't associate the man with an interrogation. Barton was a lot more hesitant with his signing this time, and fuck, now Peter knew why. Seriously, a mind-reading session. How could the team's resident witch be the only way they could think of proving him innocent? While Peter was thankful that they were trying to go against S.H.I.E.L.D. for once, the whole invasion of privacy thing was still completely fucking excessive. They waited to change their minds until now. They couldn't have realized their stupidity several months ago. It took a fucking face reveal for them to reconsider. If Peter had said he was 21, what would they have done? Peter took a breath. They were giving him a choice, at least. Agree to Maximoff's invasion and set aside ethical debates on mind reading, or think of a better way to prove himself. Peter now had to consider the woman in question. He had never fought the witch through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s directive, and to be honest, he had no idea why. She was obviously the Avengers' most powerful member, in addition to Vision, whom Peter had never encountered either, so why wouldn't they use her? Why use her now? Barton had explained that in order to have some solidish proof that he was not a harm to society, they thought bringing Maximoff into this was a good idea. Why they thought that was a good idea, he didn't know. This was his mind they were talking about. There was a bunch of shit going on in there, most of which revealed his identity, his traumas, his past. It didn't seem like such a good idea to him. He told Barton so. The man apparently agreed, odd. However, Barton then said they truly did not have any other ideas, which seemed unreasonable if Peter was honest. These were the goddamn Avengers, how could they have no other options? Unfortunately, Peter was also at a loss on how else he'd prove his good intentions. He knew there was video evidence of him getting cats out of trees and stopping a busload of people from crashing into a building, but those instances could just be a front he put up or just more evidence pointing to his excessive strength. It wasn't like he could get anyone to vouch for him, either, seeing as mere opinion wasn't really dependable. Perhaps in Peter's paranoid and doubtful brain, video evidence and witness testimony held as much weight as they would in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps some part of him craved this judgment day of sorts, something more brutal than public opinion to weigh his integrity. Suddenly, someone ripping his mind open to examine his actions didn't sound so bad. Didn't mean he had to like it, though. Barton started signing again, evidently realizing they had to explain themselves a bit more. Apparently, he was translating what Maximoff was saying. She didn't like the idea either. She had a bad past with infiltrating people's minds and didn't want to do it without his consent. She apparently hadn't been fighting him because she never believed that he was a criminal. And wait, not fighting him was an option. Why hadn't more of them sided with Maximoff? Peter was even more disappointed in the team of heroes surrounding him. Maximoff seemed to be one of the good ones, if she had enough decency and free will to not go on a mission to capture him. The bar was on the floor, but he likely wouldn't mind her presence so much. He could try to strike up a deal with the Avengers, if only because Maximoff didn't like the idea any more than he did. Okay, he signed, I need to make a deal with Ms. Maximoff. I doubt I'll be able to hide information about my identity from her, so she'll know all about me and more. She has to promise to keep that shit to herself. Ms. Maximoff, please just give them confirmation that I'm a nice guy. It's your own words, so maybe they'll believe you. A few seconds of silence. DIL. Peter let out a sigh, feeling some of his apprehension slip away. Though hadn't Wilson been gone a while, Peter kind of wanted to eat before his privacy was invaded. Harley had spent his last day of Thanksgiving break at his friend's house since he was getting slightly exhausted with his family. That happened even when your family was the Avengers, especially when your family was the Avengers. After a few hours of video games with his friends, he figured it was about time to head home. Harley had left the tower in the first place because the Avengers started talking about another plan to capture Spider-Man. He had left the room shortly after they began. He didn't really care for thinking about the fact that the man would eventually be caught. This couldn't go on forever, could it? It was one, albeit very powerful, vigilante against most of the strongest heroes in New York. Spider-Man would be caught someday, and Harley was starting to feel a little sick about it. The man had healed him, hugged him, and left. What kind of villain could he possibly be? Harley went around to the back of the tower to enter through the hidden door saved for the residents of the building. He didn't even need a key card back there. Friday just conducted a facial scan and a voice recognition check. He entered and decided to head up to the kitchen on the main floor. He hadn't eaten since breakfast, so he hoped to find a snack of some sort. What he did find was an anxious-looking Sam moving about in the kitchen. Now, that occurrence was actually pretty common because Sam was a stress chef TM. What was Sam worried about this time, though? Had something happened to one of the team members while out on the Spidey mission? If something had happened, and it was because of the vigilante, then Harley might have to reconsider his stance. "Something wrong, Sam?" Harley asked. Sam jolted and he spun around. "Oh, Harley," Sam sighed before turning away again, returning to his meal prep. "Spider-Man is here, we got him. It's just that, he's 17. What? Spider-Man is 17, Sam reiterated. He may also be blind and deaf, currently. He's what? Spider-Man is a teenager who is blind and deaf at the moment, because we only got to him by overloading his senses, and now he's here." Harley's breath caught in his throat, and a hand came to rest on the back of his head. His sick feeling returned tenfold. "That sounds extremely stupid, actually. Why aren't you down there with him? Is everyone else down there?" "I was sent to grab him some food," Sam explained. "Said he hadn't eaten in a while, and if I had to guess, he might recover faster if he had some food in him." "Can I go down to see him too?" Harley implored. He definitely wanted to see and thank the man-teen who had helped him, and he wanted to apologize for injuring him. The hero at least deserved that. "Well," Sam hesitated. "Come on, man, I've fought the guy before. Can't I see who it is? I think I'll survive." "Got me there," Sam relented. "Let me just finish up this sandwich real quick, and I'll take you down to medbay with me." Harley beamed and rushed to open the elevator door for Sam. The man was holding a rather large plate of food, including 2 sandwiches that were loaded with turkey and cheese, at least 3 protein bars, a bundle of grapes, a bag of chips, and 2 chocolate chip cookies. He was cradling a bottle of Gatorade between his arm and his chest. "Enhanced metabolism," Harley guessed, rocking his weight back and forth. "Most likely," Sam affirmed. They stood in anticipation for the few seconds it took for Friday to deliver them to the medbay. Harley was filled with nervous energy. He didn't expect Spider-Man to be caught so soon after their last encounter with him, but today was apparently the day they had finally caught up to him. Harley's mind frantically ran in circles around the vigilante's age. How the fuck was Spidey 17? Hadn't he been doing the hero gig for at least a year before S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted him? Harley was 17 too, but he had the Avengers on his side. Besides, he had only started being Iron Lad a few months ago. How long had Spider-Man been Spider-Man? How long had he been dealing with burglars and murderers and rapists by himself? How did he have enough experience to nurse Harley with ease? He was 17 years old. Sam led the way to Spidey's room and waited for Harley to open the door for him. The man walked inside and Harley followed. Indeed, there was a crowd of Avengers surrounding the vigilante, so Harley couldn't get a good look. They all turned to look at who entered, but Sam ignored them and split the sea of people to maneuver his way to the hospital bed. He handed the food to Nat, who was standing behind Clint. Clint sat in a chair next to the bed, and it looked like he was allowing Spider-Man to feel what he was doing with his hand. Harley's eyes slowly roamed up the body of the vigilante. The teen was skinnier than he remembered, and his suit had a few more patches than he'd thought. Harley reached the teen's face and... Oh, was Harley crazy, or was Spider-Man hot as all shit? Chapter 5, Privacy Invasion Squad. Harley immediately cursed at himself for thinking that. The boy on the bed was in extremely poor condition, and all Harley could think about was if the hero was interested in men. Wow, Harley, way to be insensitive. Don't get him wrong, Spider-Man was definitely gorgeous. It just may not be the very first thing someone noticed about him. Everything about Spidey screamed unhealthy. The vigilante's stomach was concave in a way Harley had never noticed before. His face was gaunt, cheeks hollow, definitely a sign of malnutrition. There were blood stains running down his jaw, probably from his ears, Harley guessed. The teen's unseeing eyes were pretty unnerving, too. The boy was simply looking straight ahead, with no evidence of actually being present other than the way his hands moved around Clint's signing hand. Harley was more than slightly ashamed to admit he didn't know sign language. He had been wanting to learn for a while with hopes of surprising Clint, but he had just been pushing it off, and it showed when he couldn't decipher what Clint was telling Spider-Man. By the blank looks of the others in the room, Harley figured he wasn't the only one. He watched carefully as Clint finally stopped fingerspelling, and the teen raised his hands to respond. Harley startled when he heard Friday's voice ring out while the teen was signing. "Ms. Maximoff can do her thing after I eat if that's all right with her," the AI interpreted. Harley didn't know she could do that, actually. He had never heard the feature used before, but it was coming in handy now. While Spider-Man signed, his expression lost its blankness. His eyebrows jumped up and furrowed in time with his hands, and his lips were almost but not quite mouthing his signs in English. Harley breathed a sigh of relief at the knowledge that the boy's expression wasn't trapped in one of a dissociative state. As Natasha set the tray of food on Spider-Man's lap, Friday continued, "Would anyone like to tell me who just entered the room?" Clint raised an eyebrow, turning around to face Harley. He nodded at him and turned back around to sign to the teen in the bed. The room was silent, as Friday didn't interpret what Clint was spelling, and it seemed that all of the Avengers were dwelling in their own thoughts. Harley knew them well enough to recognize the concern and guilt layered in their eyes. He would be shocked if they felt anything other than terrible. They beat up a fucking teenager for a year. It wasn't like they would have done so if they knew Spider-Man was a kid, but Jesus Christ, they hurt him to the point of cutting off his senses. Harley wasn't crazy, right? That seemed like torture. The pit in his stomach grew tenfold as he associated those actions to the people he considered a second family. His spiraling musings were interrupted by Friday's interpretation. "I could sense more people come in, part of my powers. Also, this is an insane amount of food. I won't be able to finish this." Sam spoke up. "Wait, I thought he said he had a wild metabolism." Clint must have started to sign the same thing to the teen because Spider-Man responded, "I told you guys I haven't eaten in a while. That's a pretty consistent thing in my life. I don't know what'll happen if I eat more than a sandwich or two." "If his stomach has shrunk," Bruce began, "then it would be impossible to eat his recommended amount of food without feeling extreme nausea. But a shrunken stomach only comes after ages of not eating the appropriate amount of food." He trailed off, looking specifically at Spider-Man's concave stomach. Bruce shook his head. "Clint, tell him to eat just one of the sandwiches and see how he feels after." The teen did as instructed, and reported that he could probably eat a little more before he got fully sick. "Are you sure that your metabolism is enhanced?" Steve asked, doubt lacing his voice. Clint rolled his eyes but translated to Spidey anyway. The hero let out a soft scoff, signing, "Of course I'm sure. I used to eat more than I eat now, and even that wasn't nearly enough." "Tell him that no one here is judging him, Clint," Bruce intercepted. "See if he can eat a protein bar." He did, and then immediately pushed his tray away. "That was probably my limit for now," the vigilante told the group. "That was a lot of food though, thank you." Even Harley, who was not enhanced whatsoever, could eat quite a bit more than what the superpowered teen just ate. They were going to have to work on that. That is, if he could get his family to not turn him in. Speaking of which, Harley decided it was time to share his thoughts. "Hey guys," he tentatively said, "we aren't taking him to S.H.I.E.L.D., are we?" A chorus of rejections rang out, including the so far silent Bucky. Interesting. Maybe this wouldn't be so hard." However, Harley noticed that Steve hadn't said anything. "Steve," he directed the people's attention to the man. "Guys, we still have to follow through with the plan," Steve reminded the team. "He said he wanted to eat and then we could do it." "Wait, what plan?" Harley questioned, furrowing his eyebrows. He thought there was just the one where they, caused extreme damage to Spidey's maybe most important senses. "Wanda was the one who answered him. He gave his consent for me to check his mind," she explained. "I'll have to report whether or not we can trust him before we can go against S.H.I.E.L.D. "And why would he trust you?" "Because I never fought him," Wanda told him indignantly. Harley thought back, trying to remember if that was always the case. In his 6 months of being with the Avengers, he couldn't think of a time Wanda went out to capture Spider-Man. Sure, that was only half of the time they spent trying to bring him in, but Harley doubted Wanda would just stop. He nodded at her, though his unease still soared. "If he's not going to eat anymore, then we may as well get this over with," Nat suggested. Nat's suggestions were usually not actual suggestions. Wanda nodded and took a deep breath as she stepped closer to the bed. Clint began signing. To be completely honest, Peter was already feeling a bit sick after his sandwich. But God, he wanted some food, so he figured the well-fed people in the room didn't have to know that tiny little detail. Though perhaps some of his sickness was a result of the anxiety thrumming through his veins at the thought of someone being in his head. Out of all the Avengers he knew were in the room, Ms. Maximoff might have been the one he liked the most. Maybe he'd add a bit of Dr. Banner and Harley in there as well. Peter never fought the Witch or the Hulk, so kudos to them, and Harley had only fought him once. That was fine. If his life were perfect, he wouldn't have battled it out with him at all. But well, his life was not perfect. Even if Ms. Maximoff seemed alright, she was still going to be digging in his brain. It would be a goldmine of extremely personal information. He'd just have to rely on her word to not share that stuff with the class. God, he was stupid. According to Barton, though, he needed to go along with it if he wanted to avoid S.H.I.E.L.D., but realistically, were the Avengers actually going to let him go? Highly doubtful. Peter well and truly did not know their plan. If he could fucking hear, he would. As it was, he was so out of the goddamn loop. It was fine, this was fine, he was fine. He ate a whole sandwich and a tasteless bar that was going to give his healing a boost. It's fine. Peter was fine, guys, he swore. Barton interrupted his self-reassurances to tell him Ms. Maximoff was up to do her part. All right, okay, Barton said that Peter would have to experience his own memories in tandem with Ms. Maximoff. That was the gist of it, at least, and oh boy, this was not going to be good. Maybe Ms. Maximoff would only see the happy ones. There was a chance, right? Peter had plenty of happy memories. May making them bake pasta for dinner and burning the ever-loving fuck out of it. Ned ranting about how cool Han Solo was while they built a Lego Millennium Falcon. MJ inviting him to her house to watch true crime shows. Ben taking him to a Mets game. Building his first pair of web shooters. Faint memories of his mother's angelic voice singing an Italian lullaby. Yeah, he could do this. Barton started to count down. May taking time out of her work schedule to show up to parent-teacher conferences. May and him watching Say Yes to the Dress, laughing at the idiocy of the brides, yet still marveling at their beauty. May helping him get ready for homecoming. May coming into his room at night when she got off work to say goodnight, no matter the time. Ned and him fanboying about Captain America when they first met. Ned and him working on a drone for the middle school science fair. Ned shedding a few tears every time they watched up together. Spending hours inventing and perfecting their handshake. Ned sharing his lunch with him at school. MJ telling him that he liked her, before letting him know that she was free that Friday to go to a Thai place a few blocks from her house. MJ standing there with open arms when he sneaked into her room after a hard patrol. MJ taking him to human rights protests of all kinds. MJ defending Peter after Flash's snide remarks. MJ giving him permission to practice braiding her hair, and the nod of approval he earned when he had finished. Ben hanging up any form of art Peter made on the cluttered fridge door. Ben buying him an Iron Man mask before they went to the Stark Expo. Ben succeeding in making all forms of Italian dishes, laughing as he teasingly rubbed it in May's face. Ben getting him a set of quality art supplies for his birthday that must have taken ages to save up for. Always being able to find Ben in a worn and stained blue rocking chair, reading any book he could get his hands on. Free-falling for the first time as Spider-Man. Programming Karen, not even hesitating before naming her after the robot from SpongeBob. Getting a small girl's cat out of a tree and her running up to hug his legs as a thanks. Petting every homeless dog he could find while out on patrol. His first team up with Daredevil, who then told him that he was going to train Peter in basic self-defense. All happy memories. Peter felt something overtake his mind, a sizzling sensation taking the place of any previous thoughts. His mind went blank, and with it, a message was projected through his skull. I'm sorry. Colors flashed behind his closed eyelids, and suddenly he was looking out across a sea of fiery plane wreckage. He spotted the shiny tip of a mechanical wing. Shit. Deep breaths, Wanda, deep breaths, don't hurt him. She was knelt next to the teen's bed, her hands coaxing her magic into his mind. First things first, she needed to apologize. She didn't want to do this, that was for sure. She hadn't looked into people's minds much since Ultron, the action racking her with guilt. Occasionally, some of her teammates would ask her to calm their minds after an especially bad nightmare, but that was about it. If they needed to get information out of someone, Nat was always up for the job. No need for Wanda's powers. She sighed and pushed the message into the canvas of his mind. In and out, Wanda. A memory popped up quickly. Wanda was faced with what appeared to be a crashed plane, fires engulfing wooden crates and lighting up the surrounding sand. Did Spider-Man do this? She looked around for the red and blue costumed teen. She spotted him collapsed on the beach near part of the plane's wings, groaning. He started to sit up, but quickly maneuvered backwards when someone approached him. Another person. A victim? No, this guy had weaponry. Wings resembling Sam's protruded from a machine on the man's back. Before Wanda could blink, the man charged at the vigilante, unveiling some type of claws to slam the boy into the ground. Wanda almost lost hold of the memory in her shock, the fires around her shivering before they settled. She watched as the man slammed Spidey into the sand once more, and okay, this guy sucked. The hero in front of her had his mask off. He was very obviously a teenager. The winged man ignored that fact and continued to repeatedly attack him, pushing the boy's body deeper into the sand. Wanda closed her eyes. She didn't want to watch this. It was probably a form of torture. She manipulated the memory, thumbing through the timeline, going forward until she saw the knockoff Falcon start to fly off with a crate. The boy shouted out a warning, but the man apparently ignored it as he crashed back to the sand, his wings exploding with the force of the impact. Wanda could have laughed at the karma. Spider-Man did not laugh, instead choosing to run over to save the madman. What was wrong with this kid? Oh wait, look at that, Spidey saved him. Spidey saved him, but before he walked away, he wrote a note. Get closer, Wanda. What did the note say? Oh, Spider-Man was leaving the man for the police. Sorry about your plane. Whose plane? Another man approached, familiar, confident. Was that Happy? Yes, this newcomer was Happy, frantically searching the area. Happy's presence drew Wanda's attention to the logo barely visible on the plane as he bustled about. Oh, Stark's plane. Spider-Man was involved, but the crash seemed like it wasn't really his fault, more likely the winged guy's fault. She felt as though she had missed some of the story, and questioned why Spidey's brain had thrown her into the memory at this particular point. Time to dig a bit more, she supposed. She didn't want to have to watch the boy get pummeled again, so she would have to purposefully look for a pleasant memory, hopefully one that revealed more of his character. Wanda floated through the boy's mind, searching for a hot spot of peace. Ah, there, he was with a girl. This was the first time Wanda had seen him in civvies, actually, and it just made him look so much younger. Or more his age, she supposed. The two were laughing, looking at the girl's sketchbook. Wanda looked as well and noticed it contained mostly portraits. A lot of them were of the boy, actually. Said boy groaned. MJ, why do you draw me like I'm always freaked out? The girl, MJ, responded. Dude, you're always freaked out. I just draw what I observe. The boy groaned again, falling back onto the bed, hands covering his face. MJ snickered. Peter, don't mope, she chuckled. It's not a diss. Peter. Spider-Man's name was Peter. Pietro, Peter. She knew something about the vigilante put her off a bit. The way they interacted with others was so similar, always teasing, trying to make people feel better. The connection hurt, sparking the grief for her twin barely hidden in her soul. She forced herself to focus on the memory again, ignoring the burning sensation in her nose and the tears welling up in her eyes. If you don't get that pout off your face, MJ continued, I'll have to draw it. The teen Peter shot up, a mock-serious look on his face. Okay, I was just joking, no need to threaten me with murder. Wanda chuckled. She thoroughly enjoyed the way they interacted, carefree and used to each other. It was almost like they were. MJ laughed as she pulled Peter back down. She gave him a small kiss on the nose before burrowing her head into the crook of his neck. A couple. The odd part about this memory was that while it was ultimately happy, Wanda could feel an underlying sense of melancholy. What was that about? Peter's brain seemed to immediately respond to her question as the scene in front of her shifted. Flashes of a memory flew by Wanda's eyes and filled her ears. They weren't complete thoughts, instead rushed and somewhat distorted. MJ's smiling face, Peter dropping her off somewhere, Peter smiling as he walked down the street, a gunshot, the run back to where MJ last was, her body now laying on the ground on a pool of blood on too much blood. Oh. En Cyrillic letter 456. En Yep Cyrillic letter 456 te ye air. Wanda could feel tears dripping down her cheeks. She didn't mean to find this. She just needed to know if they could trust Spider-Man. She could feel Peter's anguish coursing through her. It washed over her like she was dunking her head in a pool as a little kid, gulping in water instead of air as she struggled to surface. This was not the first loss he had felt either. She could sense it, the bitter taste of familiarity, resignation. With a deep sigh and a pulse of energy, she cleared his mind of all other memories, leaving it a blank slate. She put all her energy into transmitting her message to Peter. My friend, it was not your fault. I feel your pain, my comfort for your loss, Peter. I will leave now. I had no intention of seeing that. She ripped herself away from his mind and was brought back to reality. She opened her eyes to see, through the blurriness of her vision, that Peter had quiet tears of his own. Seeing him now, so different from the Peter she had just witnessed, made her start to cry all over. Not only was he recovering from injuries of their own doing, she caused that horrid memory to resurface and witnessed trauma that he had probably wanted to keep to himself. Damn it, Wanda, in and out, remember, whatever happened to that? She could feel her teammates' eyes on her. She slowly turned her head to look over her shoulder to catch their eyes. Their perturbed faces held concern, and she hoped it was not just for herself. Wanda mentally recapped everything she had learned about Spider-Man, setting aside her feelings for a moment. His name was Peter. He had the opportunity to leave a man for dead, yet he did not, even after the man was about to do the same to him. He'd had a girlfriend named MJ. MJ was presumably dead, and Peter had not been able to help in time. His entire being was filled with constant guilt and pain and despair, yet he held himself to the responsibility to always help others. There was only one conclusion she could come to. He's good, she quietly sniffed out. Chapter 6, You've Got a Friend in Me type beat. He's good, Steve repeated. That's it, Wanda, you're crying. What happened in there? I said he's good, Steve, Wanda huffed. She lifted her hands to swipe at the tears on her face, but they were soon replaced with fresh ones. We agreed that I wouldn't talk about what I saw, so I'm not. Do you not trust me? Steve grimaced. Of course I trust you. It's just, why are you crying? He's crying too, Steve. Do you not see that? I saw a painful memory, that's all. Vision came towards her slightly. He hadn't spoken at all yet, simply standing by the door. It's all right, Wanda. What matters is that we can trust him, yes. Wanda let out a breath. Yes, we can trust him. Someone cleared their throat. If you guys are done, a hoarse voice began, I would like to know what time it is. Of course his mind would betray him like that. Sure, just lay out all of your trauma for the nice Avenger, why don't you? It wasn't like... Wait. Peter heard voices, incredibly muffled voices, sure, but voices. How long had he been under? How could his hearing possibly be recovering already? He'd been unconscious, had suffered through a tedious interrogation, and had his mind picked apart. He supposed that during that time, Peter had slowly been coming to his senses. Infinitesimal, barely noticeable changes in his hearing and eyesight. They were hardly anything, and Peter had apparently been able to ignore them. How long did it all take? It was a little hard to analyze his super healing when he couldn't tell what was going on. Peter tuned back into the conversation, straining to understand what was happening. Are you crying? A male's voice floated towards Peter's ears. It sounded like Peter was underwater, maybe with earplugs in as well. He had never experienced that feeling, so maybe that was an unfair comparison. He's crying too, Steve. That was a woman. Peter assumed that the he she was referring to was himself, and he flushed with embarrassment at the realization that he was crying in front of the Avengers. Do you not see that? I saw a painful memory, that's all. An understatement, but a fair assessment. That indicated that Ms. Maximoff was the owner of the feminine voice. Another man's voice filtered in, saying, It's all right, Wanda. What matters is that we can trust him, yes. Moment of truth. Had it all been for nothing? Maybe Ms. Maximoff was scared off by the plane crash. Peter had kind of fucked up there, but how else was he supposed to handle a plane catapulting straight for the city? But he was the one who let Toombs get to that point in the first place. At the same time, though, he'd done all that he could, and maybe Ms. Maximoff would understand that. But she had also seen the death. Did she think that was his fault? Peter wouldn't blame her, even he knew that it was his fault. If he had just been faster, if he had just stayed slightly longer, then. Hopefully, Ms. Maximoff wouldn't hold it against him too much. Yes, we can trust him, the woman declared. Oh. That meant he didn't have to be sent to S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Holy shit, Ms. Maximoff was on his side. Another 10 points to Maximoff. Perhaps now would be a good time to speak up. Peter wasn't used to signing all the time, and he had been doing so for hours. He kind of missed using his voice, especially considering how often he used it as Spider-Man. He assumed that he probably would not be able to hear his voice amazingly well, so he just hoped it wouldn't be uncomfortably loud on the others' ears. If it was, they could deal with it. He cleared his throat, wet with tears, and interjected, If you guys are done, I would like to know what time it is. His words were followed by silence, unless the Avengers were whispering, which Peter thought to be an odd response to his interjection. A few more seconds passed, and a male's voice questioned, Spider-Man. No, it's the gingerbread man. The room erupted. Peter had no idea what the fools were saying. All of their muted voices were overlapping, and he couldn't pick just one to focus on. Safe to say, he got a bit overwhelmed. This was the most sound he'd heard in hours, and while it was still muffled by that god-awful ringing, it was still a few steps up from the pure ringing. He resisted the urge to cover his ears and instead crossed his arms. He tucked his hands in between his torso and arm so he could hide his fidgeting fingers. When they must have realized that Peter was still silent, they slowly quieted down. I can barely hear, idiots, he told them. Only one of you talk at a time and try to be louder than your normal speaking level. It was quiet once more before the same voice who asked if he was Spider-Man spoke up again. You, said you wanted to know what time it is. The voice was fairly close, so based off of that and his previous interactions with the Avengers, he guessed it was Barton, greatest deductive mind of the century. Yeah man, time flies when you can't see a clock. If Barton laughed, Peter didn't hear it. It's getting close to 9, at night that is. Peter gave a sharp exhale. Christ, the whole kidnapping thing took up his entire day. That sucked. Additionally, he really didn't know when he'd be able to see Matt now, who knew what the Avengers would want to do with him. Pretty near quitting time, yeah. Peter hoped that his implication of "can I please sleep" was clear enough. There was a hesitation, then a "well. Didn't Ms. Maximoff say that I'm all clear?" He hoped his agitation didn't show. "She did," Barton assured, and Peter could picture him holding out his hands as if to calm him, "but I'm not quite sure we should leave you alone." Peter raised an eyebrow, hoping it would convey his thoughts. What was he going to do, escape? He was still missing 1.5 senses, so that would be a fairly difficult task. Did they think he would wreak havoc? Would a trusted vigilante TM do that? He was pretty damn close to it, but probably no havoc-wreaking tonight. This time, a woman's voice answered, "Because if S.H.I.E.L.D. finds out that we had you, then simply released you, they would have our heads." Peter was quickly able to place her as Romanov. She just had a recognizable prowess. Peter sighed, fucking S.H.I.E.L.D. He didn't have to like that, but it could be worse. Okay, then what's the plan? It went quiet once more. Maybe people were talking, just not loud enough for him to hear, or they might have been farther away. Peter wouldn't know. Another new voice. So, what if you just stayed here, under the Avenger supervision? Peter raised an eyebrow. Are you asking me or telling me? He challenged. Kinda both, the voice told him. It just doesn't seem fair if we make you a prisoner here, but it's also the best we can think of right now. All right, who are you? Peter could sense the familiarity of the voice, but he wasn't able to identify the speaker as easily as he had everyone else so far. Right, sorry, the guy sputtered. Harley, Keener, Harley Keener. Right, Harley, he had forgotten the other teen was there. Harley's suggestion didn't sound too bad, to be honest. Sure, being surrounded by the Avengers wasn't ideal, but it was a place to live. And it had heating as well as running water, and maybe he could eat more, and maybe he could have an actual bed to sleep on. Yeah, the tower sounded like a bit of an upgrade from his dilapidated apartment complex. Peter recognized his own priorities. And anyway, it wasn't like all residents of the tower had caused him grief. Ms. Maximoff kept getting better and better, and Peter would be lying if he didn't want to get to know Harley a bit more. It might be nice to have friends close to his age again. That is, if he didn't fuck it all up again. Which led him to, what if Peter fucked this all up? He had a track record of fucking things up. Any sort of relationship he's ever had, platonic, romantic, or familial, had gone down the drain. Exceptions being Matt, who couldn't die to save his life, and Ned, who might want to reconnect at some point if Peter tried. However, Peter had to lose his phone a while ago so no one could track it, and since he hasn't been able to get a new one, he hadn't spoken to Ned in a long time, so maybe that relationship was inching towards to drain as well. Everyone else, though, his entire family, MJ, whatever had been going on with Liz Allen, down the drain because of Peter. Who's to say the same thing won't happen with these people? God, what if one of them died? Parker Luck always ensured an increased chance of death. Maybe all of the benefits wasn't worth staying here, wasn't worth bringing harm to these people. Peter could probably escape soon enough. He could just. Through his spiral, Peter felt blood begin to seep beneath his fingernails. He suddenly became aware of the burning sensation in his inner elbow. He accidentally broke skin. He felt for the bit of exposed skin and got more blood on his fingers. There must have been a rip in his suit there, which provided an area for his fingers to work. Maybe he needed to start wearing actual gloves instead of his current fingerless gloves. They didn't even look cool. The action was enough to pull him out of his spiral and allowed him to think rationally. These were the Avengers he was talking about. They could protect themselves if Parker Luck became an issue. It'd be fine. Tell that to everyone else who was faced with Parker Luck, Peter. See what they have to say. Peter ended up shrugging. Okay, was all he said. Okay, what? Harley asked, and Peter could almost feel the way Harley's eyebrows were definitely furrowed. Okay, as in okay, that arrangement works. I can stay here and you guys can watch over me. Before anyone could say anything else, yet another new person spoke, except this voice was the easiest to identify. Great, Stark exclaimed. If that's all settled, should you call your mom or something to say you're not coming home tonight? It shouldn't take us long to sort it out with S.H.I.E.L.D., just say you're with a friend or something. Guess again, Stark. I don't have one, Peter countered, knowing that this topic had to come up eventually. A mom, I mean. Okay, your dad then, Stark suggested. Nope. A siblings. Nada. Uncle, Stark tried once more, and yeah, okay, that one stinged. Do you want to keep digging this hole or can we move on? Peter snapped. It was quiet once more. Maybe Peter shouldn't have gotten short with him, but honestly, take a hint. Okay, no one to call, that's fine, male voice number 784 said, trying to defuse the situation. That one would be Rogers, with that weird air of righteousness he always had, even when he was hesitant. Bruce, you still have to do a checkup, right? Peter assumed that the man who answered was Dr. Banner. Yeah, I wasn't able to get that far earlier. What would this checkup entail? Peter asked, suddenly feeling way more off balance. Well, I would probably start with getting the blood off of your face, the doctor started, and Peter's stomach rolled at the reminder. Then, if you're all right with it, I'll see if you have any other injuries. Might take a blood sample, do a test. Peter stopped him there. No blood samples. My blood is radioactive and filled with spicy DNA, and I don't tend to allow people to get their hands on it. That happened once. Not willingly, of course. One couldn't prevent much when they were kidnapped by an international terrorist organization. Your blood is, Dr. Banner interrupted himself. Okay, never mind, that's all right. If you're going to have to take off my suit, then I want the others to leave. Doesn't seem like they all need to examine my body, right? Rogers took over once again, announcing, we can leave. We'll just, yeah, we're leaving. Bruce, we'll be on the common floor when you're done. All right, if he's all right, I'll bring him up with me. Yeah, yep, go on out, guys. No, I'll be fine. Come on out the door. Closing the door now, Tony, bye. Peter heard the door slam and he let out a harsh exhale. Hey, Dr. Banner, how do you do? I'm all right, Spider-Man, thanks. How are you? Not so stellar, Doc, if I'm being honest, the teen chuckled. He decided then that if he trusted Ms. Maximoff, then he could probably trust the good doctor, who he had never fought. You can, call me Peter, if you want. To his credit, Dr. Banner only paused for 2 seconds before he calmly went on. Okay, Peter, you can call me Bruce. Bruce seemed a bit too informal for Peter. The only reason why he wasn't geeking out at the moment was because he had gotten scarily good at masking his emotions. If Peter'd had this exact conversation with the doctor even a year ago, he'd have been a blubbering mess. This was the Dr. Robert Bruce Banner. Peter used to spend his free time reading his papers on gamma radiation and biochemistry. Later on, when he had to utilize it in his extracurricular activities, he read up on the man's physics research. Dr. Banner had 7 doctorates, for Christ's sake. Midtown had posters of him in the majority of its science classrooms. But Peter didn't say any of that, instead going with, Bruce, cool, should I take off my suit? I have a shirt and stuff on underneath. If you're all right with it, then yes, go ahead. I want to clean off your face first, though. As Bruce must have been gathering some water or antiseptic, Peter took off his suit. At that moment, he realized that his backpack was still in an alleyway on 16th Street. Shit, maybe he could go back out sometime and get it. If he was lucky, maybe the team would let him drop by his estate and collect his other belongings. He wanted to keep his knives and his first aid supplies. Aside from those, though, he had some more personal things that he needed to pick up. May and Ben's wedding rings on a chain, along with his parents. A picture of him with his parents when he was a toddler, framed. There was a small bag with a few Legos from his and Ned's favorite set. MJ had given him a few crystals for his birthday 2 years ago, and he kept those as well. He had a collection of written notes from Matt, ranging from reminders about their sessions to simple have a good day fuckwad messages. He wanted to keep all of those things, especially if it seemed like he was going to be living with the Avengers for a while. Bruce snapped him out of his thoughts, saying, You can just put your suit on the floor next to the bed. Is it all right if I touch your face? When Peter gave his affirmation, he tensed as he could sense Bruce getting closer. It was fine, Peter. Bruce was a doctor, he was just trying to help. Don't move, you know what's coming, don't move. Thank fuck he didn't flinch backwards. Bruce was methodical yet very gentle in his movements, wiping across his face in smooth strokes. They were both silent until Bruce pulled back once more. Peter's face felt much more clean, so he thought this little meeting was going great. That was until Bruce said, Peter, why is there blood on your fingers? Right, the blood. He subconsciously moved his hand to cover up his arm, which must have drawn the doctor's attention to it. What's wrong with your arm? I accidentally scratched it a bit too hard. Don't worry, it stopped bleeding a while ago. You did this? Peter didn't pick up the concern lacing the man's voice, just the accusation. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't, Bruce paused. Don't apologize, Peter, we'll just have to work on not doing that. Peter cleared his throat, sure. There were, again, a few moments of silence, except this time you could cut the tension with a knife. It didn't even have to be a Romanov knife. Bruce was the one who broke it. Could I lift up your shirt to inspect your torso? Peter tensed even further and threw his hands out to prevent Bruce from moving his own. I'd, prefer if I did it. He hesitantly lifted up the hem of his shirt. And could you keep telling me before you touch me? That's been pretty cash money of you. Yeah, of course, if you. Bruce trailed off once Peter fully removed his shirt. Oh, Peter. Right, Peter was used to his scars, but he always forgot how bad they looked to fresh eyes. His entire body was marred with scars, including his face. He didn't know why people always thought the scarring would end there. There was a faint scar on his neck from a knife one he didn't get to keep, but you had to be looking for it to see it. His back had burns and stab wounds and etched whiplash scarring, and the story was no different on his chest. Property of Hydra had been branded onto his upper back. It was easily the scar he hated the most, an insistent reminder of the worst few weeks of his life. His arms held the typical crime-fighting scars, including some that were self-inflicted as well. There were some of those on his thighs, too. His wrists and ankles showed signs of being rubbed raw from restraints. Peter meant marred with scars, quite literally. Peter knew his body wasn't a pretty sight, and hiding it with the suit and hoodies was his go-to. He couldn't very well explain all his medical history to Bruce, so while it was embarrassing, he figured he could suck it up. It wasn't like Bruce would be the first. Ned and Em, they had seen him without a shirt, and Matt knew the shape of certain scars well. Bruce seemed to be a generally chill person, so despite his discomfort, Peter reckoned he needed to let Bruce continue to study him. Let's not talk about the glaring issues here, yeah, Peter suggested, resisting the urge to curl into himself slightly. All Bruce allowed him was a warning that he was going to touch him. This time, Peter couldn't help the slight flinch. Bruce worked in silence, and even though Peter couldn't see the man, he turned his head away. Trying to release some of the nervous energy that had built up, he fidgeted in any way he could without disturbing Bruce. He wiggled his toes, drummed his fingers on the side of the bed, cracked his neck, bit the inside of his cheek. You know, Bruce started amicably, I've tried to kill myself several times. Peter blinked in surprise. Hated the Hulk, blamed myself for all the times he wreaked havoc, of course. And really, it's still my fault if I can't control my emotions properly. But every time I tried to put a bullet in my head, the Hulk spit it back out. Oh, Peter muttered, me too. He surprised himself with the lack of restraint, but something about Bruce's casual approach made Peter feel like it was okay to admit his own attempts. He wasn't ready to admit that the only reason why he had stopped trying was because it never seemed to work. His healing ability just seemed to be dead set on not letting him die. Eventually, I realized that I was stuck with the Hulk, so I resorted to self-harm. Seemed like a better solution than repeatedly killing myself. When I became an Avenger, though, things changed a bit. Nat helped me learn to love myself a bit more. I found a best friend in Tony. I got a support system. Slowly but surely, I started to heal. Went to therapy, and when Sam joined, I talked to him too. The Avengers are my family, and they were able to pick me up when I fell. That sounds cheesy, but I've been clean for over a year now. I still go to therapy too. I needed to learn that it was okay to get help and when to utilize it. Why are you telling me this? There was a bit of a waver in Peter's voice. Because I want you to know that there's hope, Peter, Bruce told him, sincerity emanating from his entire being. You might be here for a while. Maybe you could come to one of us if you need help. I know that may not feel like an option to you right now, but those guys are good people. They didn't mean to hurt you that badly. If you don't want to go to them, you have me, I promise. Thank you, Bruce, I appreciate it. And he did. If Bruce hinted at a longer-term stay, maybe he had a friend here. Maybe he could have more. Well, Bruce exclaimed, and the tone change jolted Peter slightly. Seems like your healing ability is truly something else. You're extremely malnourished, dehydrated, and probably due for a long night's rest, but you don't have any dire injuries. Peter was grateful for the change of topic. Could have told you that, Doc. So, the man went on, that means that I can take you up to the common floor if you're up to it. I can lead you since your eyesight is still in poor condition. Maybe we can grab a bite to eat, yeah. Sure, Peter breathed out, sounds like a plan. Chapter 7, Wanda Appreciation Hour. You sure you don't need any help? Bruce asked. Absolutely not, but let me try it first, Peter told him as he attempted to get up. Bruce was going to take him to the kitchen, but first Peter needed to get out of bed. Maybe relearn how to walk, depending on how this went. His body gets a crumb of rest, and suddenly it shuts down. He was feeling around his surroundings for something to grab hold of to help him up. All he felt was the corner of the nightstand next to him, so he stuck to it and pulled himself up. It was easier than he thought, but his legs still wobbled slightly. All right, what's the plan, man? He could feel Bruce shuffle closer as he said, I'm holding out my right arm so you can use it if you want me to lead you. Peter nodded and slowly reached out his left hand until he made contact. He had never been on the other end of this move. Occasionally, when Matt didn't have his cane and they were in civvies, Peter would allow the man to hold onto his arm. Peter assumed that it would take a lot of trust to just let someone lead you around, so he would have to have a bit of faith in Bruce. Thankfully, their impromptu therapy session allowed Peter to feel more comfortable around the doctor. "Do you want your suit?" Bruce questioned. "I just remembered." "Nah, I'm good for now. I'm covered up enough, and they all just had several hours of screen time with my face." Bruce might have nodded, but Peter still couldn't see well enough to make it out. "I'm going to start walking now," he warned. Peter gave an acknowledgement, and they started a slow pace towards the exit. He wanted to hold out his other hand to feel around his surroundings, but that might just look weird. He heard the door open, and they stepped out into a hallway. "We're going to the elevator, by the way." "I figured," Peter mumbled. It was quiet once more until they reached the elevator and stepped inside once it arrived. "So," Bruce started with an air of false casualness, "will you tell the others your name?" Question of the hour. Ms. Maximoff and Bruce were the only ones who knew it, and Peter figured they had earned their knowledge. Was a name something to be earned in this case? Peter thought so. They had taken off his mask, seemingly without any hesitation. Peter wanted everything else about him to be revealed consensually. Then again, it was only his first name. It wasn't like Stark could find anything on him based off of that. Peter had made an effort to remove all records of him from all online platforms to avoid Stark finding him, but he had been found anyway. What was the true harm in revealing his name? He was going to be living with them for a while, and they were bound to figure out more things about him. "I'm not sure," he told the doctor after a few seconds of silence. "Probably at some point." It was quiet, and then, "Oh, sorry," I nodded. Peter couldn't help a chuckle. "We're almost there, Peter. You feeling okay?" "Yes, sir, I'm hyped up, ready to go. Get another dinner." "Always a special occasion," Bruce affirmed. "You can take hold of my arm again." The elevator stopped. Peter neglected to mention that he, too, felt the elevator stop. Peter did as the man said and proceeded to move out of the elevator with Bruce. His footsteps were naturally light, but Peter made a conscious effort to make them even more silent. He didn't want to bother any Avengers that were on the floor. What if they got mad, kicked him out, started attacking him again, regressed to their old ways? Peter just got done with that. He didn't want to start the process all over. "Hello, Spider-Man." The voice jolted him out of his thoughts. "Ms. Maximoff, are you the only one here?" "Only one in this area. The others are a room over. They shouldn't hear us," she replied. "You can call me Wanda, you know. We're not that far apart in age." "Wanda," he hummed, nodding. You can use Peter if you want to." I didn't want to be disrespectful," she told him with some hesitation. Your mind, I don't know. I figured that since you didn't actually tell me your name, you wouldn't want me to use it." "Wanda," he quietly said, carefully adding comfort into his tone, "I gave you permission to look around. It's fine, call me Peter." Before he could hear her response, Peter was pulled in closer to Bruce, who told him, "I'm going to meet up with the team, get them settled with your presence. Take your time with Wanda." "Thanks, Bruce," he acknowledged as he dropped his arm. At the same time, he stopped walking, having no idea which way was what. "Here," Wanda popped in. "Take my arm, I'll lead you." "Thanks," we were heading to the kitchen. They started moving, walking in comfortable silence. Peter liked Wanda's presence. It was a relief that she still wanted to talk to him after seeing his memories. He didn't think many people would tolerate him after that, yet she did and even apologized for it afterwards. Yeah, Wanda was nice. Hopefully Peter wouldn't fuck up this relationship. Wanda broke the silence, her footsteps coming to a stop. "So, how good is your hearing right now?" "A huge improvement from a few hours ago," he explained. "Nowhere near my usual hearing ability, though. If I remember correctly, it's still a bit quieter than what my hearing was like before I got my powers." "You weren't born with your powers." "Fuck it," she wasn't trying to arrest him. "No, I got them when I was 14. Bitten by a radioactive spider on a field trip, scared my teacher shitless, proceeded to have agonizing pain and sickness for a day, and then I woke up with abs." "Oh, shit," did Peter say too much? He kind of dumped all of that onto her. He thought it would be okay, seeing as she had already figured out so much from his mind. He generally didn't talk much about how he got his powers, only glossing over it with Ned, MJ, and Matt. What made him think that explaining it to Wanda, someone who he just fucking met, was alright? 2 seconds in and he already ruined. "I wasn't born with my powers, either. I got them from the Mind Stone when I was a teenager. My brother and I volunteered to be experimented on by Hydra." Oh, she just wasn't done talking. "It was always fucking Hydra, wasn't it? Those fuckers," he seethed. "Sucks that they did that to you, I'm sorry." "We signed up for it though," she argued. "I'm not defending them, but we were stupid children as well." No, you guys were still children. Hydra shouldn't have experimented on children in the first place. It's not your fault you thought you'd be safe. He considered for a second, then quietly added, "They do that a lot, actually. Quite the bad habit." Thankfully, Wanda took that information with grace. "I suppose that's true," she agreed, though Peter could feel her reluctance in saying so. "Oh, we're in the kitchen. Is there anything you would like to eat? I would like to think I'm a pretty good chef." Peter's stomach growled, despite eating not even a few hours ago. He supposed a shrunken stomach was still bound to digest food quickly with his dumbass metabolism. "I'm fine with anything," he told her. "If there's something that's quick to make, you could just do that if it's easier." "It's all right, I like to cook. How about some pasta? We could share it if you wouldn't mind. It's getting rather late and I myself haven't eaten since lunch." Peter's body went cold with guilt. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I didn't think about that. God, I took up your guy's whole day and I was the only one who ate. Fuck Wanda, I'm sorry." "Peter, relax," she soothed. "First, it was not your fault. You obviously didn't choose to get kidnapped. Second, some of the Avengers ate while you were still with Bruce. I just chose not to because I wanted to wait for you." Peter chewed on his lip before he sighed. "Okay, that's good. Pasta would be great, Wanda, thank you." Peter couldn't remember the last time he had pasta. Certainly not while he was on the streets or at Richard's house, so he and May must have gone out to have it. There was no way May could have made a successful pasta dish. She had attempted it, but failed miserably the many times she tried. Ben could always make a bomb carbonara, though. Peter knew he couldn't be picky, but he still hoped Wanda was more like Ben than May. As Wanda clambered around the kitchen, they made small talk. They chatted a little bit about Peter's old school, and Wanda was shocked to learn that Harley was going to the same one. They did a few icebreakers, which only reminded him of his days in said school. As it turned out, they had about the same music taste. That is, hardly anything specific. Eventually, they both said that they liked Mother Mother, and they did that little thing where two queer people quickly figure out they're on the same page. Peter liked Wanda even more now. Peter smelled the dish as she set it down in front of him. He felt around for the fork he knew she put down, and took as large of a bite he could manage once he found it. "Wanda, this is like nectar of the gods," he gasped. "Flattery will get you everywhere," she easily returned. Maybe it was because they were close in age, or maybe it was because she had seen some of the worst parts of him right off the bat, but they were going back and forth as if they had only ever been friends. Their meal was accompanied by idle conversations spliced between hasty mouthfuls of their pasta. Peter still had to stop himself from eating too much, despite his desire to consume every bit of his pasta, and then some. She had given him a smaller plate on purpose, but seeing as pasta was loaded with carbs, he couldn't eat much without feeling nauseous. The thought of wasting the food due to his lack of appetite made his heart race, so he made sure Wanda would save it as leftovers. He breathed a little easier when she assured him she would have done so anyway. "So," Wanda began as she was finishing up her meal, "would you like for me to take you to the team?" "It's not like I have a choice, right?" He raised an eyebrow. "I mean, you could just, you don't really have many other options," she said ruefully. "Then I'm all right to go see them again. It's not gonna be another interrogation, right?" Peter was fucking tired. He didn't want to have to deal with another onslaught of questions. "I doubt it," she assured. "I think Tony's just going to take you to your room." Peter nodded, and she hesitantly went on. "I was thinking I could ask him to let you have the guest room on my floor. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm sure Tony could." "Wanda, I'd love to," he interrupted. "Thank you for being so nice to me." "Of course, Peter, just letting you know, Harley and Vision are also in the same area. We're technically the youngsters of the team, so Tony clumped us together." "Right, cool, that's fine. Would he be next to Harley? Could he finally talk to the other boy, apologize for the fight? Maybe they could be speedy friends too, like him and Wanda were. Unless Harley hated that Peter was going to be invading his living space. But Harley was the one to suggest the plan, right? "I can hear you thinking," Wanda laughed, but then abruptly stopped. "Not actually, though. You know the saying, that's what I meant. I wasn't using my powers, I swear." Peter shook his head, smiling. "I know what you meant. Guess we should get going before I pass out from exhaustion." "That would be ideal." Peter reached out for her arm and she moved into his hold. They walked at the same slow pace as before, ensuring that Peter didn't run into any walls. "Bruce probably briefed them on being nice," Wanda told him. "Not that they're not nice, but sometimes they're a bit too curious." Peter snorted. "I'm a curious person too, but I don't go and kidnap someone when I want to know who they are." "Can't say I have either," she chuckled. "Okay, you ready?" What he said was, of course, but the only thing that was going on in his head was screaming, like just legit screaming. It was loud and panicky and filled every corner of his mind. It was a distracting background noise to his conversation. Peter could barely hear the very faint conversation inside the room, which came to a halt as soon as Wanda pushed open the door. They stepped inside, and Peter refused to immediately break the silence. He could feel their eyes on him as Wanda led him to a seat near the door. He sat down, and only then did anyone say anything. "Hey, Spidey," Bruce said casually, refraining from saying his name, another point to the doctor. "How was dinner part 2? Peter tried to tilt his head in the direction of the voice. "It was good. Wanda makes a god-tier carbonara." "Oh man, she made you carbonara," Barton jumped in, apparently getting over himself. "Lucky." Peter felt a surge of pettiness and G chuckled. "Yeah, lucky to have a metabolic rate 5 times faster than yours but never able to satisfy it. The carbonara helped though." When Barton went quiet once more, Bruce asked, 5 times. "Give or take," Peter shrugged. "Impressive," Rogers declared. Peter's tone took on an innocent lilt and he fawned. "Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Captain. I work very hard to digest substances quickly." He finished with a blinding grin, for which he would normally get punched in the face. "Oh, I like this kid," Stark said, but Peter had to strain to hear it. "Don't make comments under your breath, sir. All right, I can take you to your room now if you want to get any semblance of rest." "Stark, if you wouldn't mind, could you let him have the spare bedroom in my hallway?" Wanda asked, like the godsend she was. "I guess if you want him with you, and if Harley's all right with it." He paused, then added, "I'm assuming you don't mind, Vision." Peter guessed that the one who responded was Vision. "Of course not," he assured. "I'm fine with it," Harley excitedly agreed before he corrected, "I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind." Maybe Peter's interest in the other teen hero was not completely one-sided. "Well, Spidey, you seem quite popular this evening," Stark noted. "I'm sure Wanda will be able to handle your move. There's already toiletries and some clothes in your new room, but they're just generic supplies for all the guest rooms. Go get settled in." As Wanda and Peter stood up, him latching onto her arm immediately, Peter felt Harley walk over to them. "I'm tired, so I'll head up to the rooms with them," he explained. "Thanks for the constant updates, kid," Tony snorted. "Really appreciate them." Harley didn't respond verbally. Wanda started walking, but now they had Harley by their side. He went the same pace as them, and Peter hoped there was some intent behind they. When they were out of the room, Harley cleared his throat, having heard Peter's hopes. So he began, "How are you?" Peter shrugged, "Tired, can't see, have a major headache. But other than that, I'm all good," he told the other teen. Before he could ask Harley how he was doing, Wanda jumped in. "You have a headache, why didn't you say something? We can get you some medicine." "It's fine, Wanda, not the worst thing ever. Plus, I'm fairly sure that you guys won't have any drugs that'll work on me." "We have medicine made for Steve and Bucky," Harley suggested. "Maybe those can work." "By the sound of it, it seems like my metabolism is faster than Mr. Rogers. I don't think the medicine will make a dent," he shot the idea down. "Well, you know your body best." Peter laughed hardly. "This thing is an enigma." "I bet Bruce would be willing to do some tests to figure you out a little bit more," Harley suggested. Peter froze. "Tests on him? What kind of tests?" "The kind Hydra did. They were trying to figure him out too. They wanted to know what his body did, how it worked, so they used any means necessary to figure it out." Peter didn't want to know if it meant more tests. Bruce probably wouldn't torture him like they did, but he's a scientist. He would enjoy some experimentation. Peter's body would be a lovely test subject. "No tests," he whispered. "Okay, that's fine," Wanda assured. "No tests. Hey, there won't be any tests, you hear me." Peter shook himself. "Yeah, sorry." Only then did he realize that he was no longer attached to Wanda. He reached out and she moved into his grasp once more. "Thanks." "Sorry I brought it up," Harley quietly apologized. Peter sighed. "Not your fault, I'm just an idiot." "You're not an idiot, I was being insensitive." Peter waved him off. "It's fine, I swear, I'm just tired." It wasn't a lie. "Well, we're at the elevator now," Wanda told him. "You'll be in your room and sleeping soon enough." They stepped into said elevator and stayed quiet as they went up to the rooms. Peter could feel the awkwardness exuding from Harley. He wondered if the boy was always like that or if it was because of Peter. Now that Peter thought about it, when they had that quick fight, Harley couldn't really be described as awkward. If anything, he was confident. He jumped right into the fight, a quip on his lips, fully comfortable with himself and the situation until he was ultimately webbed up. That meant that his current attitude was probably Peter's fault. Oops. Wanda pulled him out of the elevator and started talking once more. This floor is our floor. We've got a small kitchen that we're passing, a small living room, and a small version of Tony's lab. That's for me, Harley explained, but if you're into it, we could share. I wouldn't want to invade your privacy, Peter mumbled. It's not an invasion of privacy if I invite you. Peter just nodded, too tired to really comprehend the offer. And here we have our rooms, Wanda tried to show him. It didn't work. Vision's room is on the end, mine is next to his, Harley's next to me, and you're across the hall. There's a bathroom in each room. Livin' the high life, I see, Peter commented. You guys got a lot up here. Well, Tony Stark is the one housing us, so… Harley cleared his throat. Wanda, I bet you're exhausted. I can get Spider-Man settled if that's all right. She leaned in closer to Peter. Is that okay? I am pretty tired. Get some rest, Wanda, he nodded. I'll be fine with him. Wanda squeezed his hand and called out a good night as she went to her room. Peter turned to Harley, but before he could ask for help, Harley offered, You want to take my arm? Peter nodded gratefully and Harley led him to Peter's room. So this is the bathroom. There's a cup and an unopened toothbrush in the right-hand drawer, towels in the left. The closet is next to the bathroom. There's just some generic clothes in there. Sweatpants, a hoodie, some shorts, t-shirts, you know. I'm sure we can take you out shopping at some point if you want more clothes. This is more than enough. Peter hadn't had this many clothes in over a year, not even at Richard's place. He wasn't able to take much of his belongings when he went into the system. Thanks, Harley. No problems. Think you can make it to the bed okay? Hell no, Peter paused, sighed. Could you help, please? Course. Harley proceeded to deposit him on the bed after pulling the covers back. Peter felt like a little kid. At the same time, it was nice to have someone take care of him. Bruce, Wanda, and now Harley have helped lead him through the past few hours, and Peter couldn't help but feel warm inside at the thought. He felt Harley's arm leave him, and he immediately missed the contact. He got a bit used to constantly touching someone in order to walk around, but his eyesight would be better in the morning, so he would have to deal with being alone again. It wasn't like he could ask for touch, he would seem needy. And he never liked it when people touched him without him saying that they could, so if anyone did that he would freak out. That led to people not wanting to initiate contact with him. See his predicament. Good night, Spider-Man, Harley called out, and Peter blinked himself out of his thoughts. Call me Peter. He was treating his name like an initiation into a cult at this point. A pause, then good night, Peter. Harley let the door shut behind him, then he all but ran to his room. Then he stopped, turned, and decided to run to Wanda's room. He knocked, and she opened the door with a wisp of bright red. He ran in and jumped onto her bed, landing face first. Harley, she mockingly rebuked him. I am very tired. I'm currently asleep right now, if you couldn't tell. She was nowhere near asleep. Although Harley knew that she had to be tired, his comment indicating her exhaustion allowed her to leave so he could be with Spidey a little longer. Peter, his name was Peter. Wanda had her hair in the braids she wore before bed, but Harley knew that she never went to bed without saying goodnight to Vision first, and he had yet to come up. She was sitting on the floor with her back against her bed, going through a magazine. Sorry about that, he breathed out, turning his head towards her. But Wanda, his name is Peter. He told me his name. She gave a knowing smile. Oh, you're in deep. He groaned, I can't help it. No one told me Spider-Man's hot. No one knew, she shrugged, struggling to keep a straight face. And he's funny, he's hot, he's funny. Do you think he's smart? I bet he's smart. You gonna lay on the charm? I've already made a fool of myself, Bane, an awkward mess. How can I be redeemed? Continue to be an awkward mess, she advised. Maybe showing that he makes you flustered will hint at something. I hate that word, flustered. It's true, you Harley Keener are a gay mess for that teenaged vigilante. He covered his face in his hands and muttered, I know. You know, she said as she set down her magazine, you might actually have a chance with him. He's bi. Harley shot up. He is. Wait, did you just out him to me? Very rude of you. Don't worry, we talked about it while I made dinner for us. He doesn't mind people knowing. Apparently, he showed up to Pride like 2 years ago as Spider-Man. Spider-Man type beats, he nodded. Exactly. Well, I'm gonna go panic to myself in my room, he told her as he moved to get up. See ya tomorrow. I'll be your wing woman, she called out. You're a godsend, Wanda. He closed her door and this time actually went to his room. He quietly shut his door and slid down against it. Peter, the name suited him. Chapter 8, Mental Map Appreciation Post. Peter drifts awake to the sounds of the busy street below him. Car horns and the barks of dogs fill his ears. The smell of bacon makes it his way and he grins. He loves Saturday mornings. He takes his time getting ready, knowing that the bacon wasn't ready to be eaten yet. He changes out of his pajamas since he and Ned made plans to go to the arcade today. He leaves his room and quietly pads to the kitchen. When he rounds the corner, Ben's at the stove top making bacon and pancakes as the scent foretold. May sits at the table, face hidden by the open newspaper in front of her. That seems odd, she usually sticks to her magazines. "Morning, May," he announces his presence. "Something special in the news." She pulls the newspaper down and Peter flinches backwards. There is blood dripping from her temple, nose, and ears. Her face is severely bruised, and as his eyes trail downwards, he sees that the rest of her body doesn't look much better. Her arm is bent unnaturally, a bone is poking through her marred skin. She says nothing, only looks at him with empty eyes and a straight face. May," he stammers, breathing heavily. He backs up more, moving towards Ben. "Ben, what happened to May?" "You tell me, Peter," the man demands, and oh God, his voice is terrifying, hollow, echoing. Ben turns, Peter swallows a shriek. His uncle fares no better than May. His face is pale with dark eye bags, but it is otherwise unscathed. His chest has 3 bullet wounds in it. They're still bleeding, the deep red slowly taking over the light blue of his shirt. The smell of blood overrides whatever the fuck had been for breakfast. Peter stumbles in his maneuver backwards, and he collapses in a pile of trembling limbs on the floor. May slowly stands up, unhindered by the crookedness of her legs, and matches pace with Ben as they saunter towards him. They halt a few inches away, looming over him. Peter can see every detail of the massacre that is painted across their bodies. Ben's blood drips onto Peter's leg, and he yanks it away, whimpering. "We wouldn't be like this if it wasn't for you." They speak in unison, their voices amplify each other. "You could have saved Ben," May drones. "You could have saved May," Ben echoes. "I tried," Peter whispers. "I didn't mean to let you die." "You're a curse," they screech. "You kill everyone you know. It's all your fault, your fault, your fault." He sobs, drowning in monstrous waves of grief. "I know, I'm sorry." "Sorry doesn't cut it." Peter gasped, pulling himself out of his nightmare. His hands were outstretched defensively, and they stayed there as he tried to catch his breath. They weren't here, they weren't mad at him. It was fine, it was fine, it was fine. Tears slipped down his cheeks and pooled at his jawline. He reached his trembling hand up to swipe them away. His quick breaths were the only sound in his otherwise silent room. Wait, not his room. Where was he? It was so dark, why? Where was he? Where was he? Deep breaths. He was at the Avengers Tower in one of the guest rooms. Right, okay. Deep breaths, Peter. That wasn't the worst thing your mind has cooked up for you. He ran a hand through his hair, contributing to the existing oiliness of it. Maybe he could take a shower. It might help calm him down, and he could finally get clean with something other than a bowl of water and a towel. He didn't know what time it was, but it was probably in the wee hours of the morning, so he just hoped he wouldn't wake anyone up with the sound of running water. He ripped the blanket off of him, but then hesitated. How was he going to get to the shower? He didn't know if he could see yet, seeing as it was pitch black in his room, but he'd probably improved a bit with a few hours of sleep. He could definitely hear better because he was able to hear the shifting of his sheet loud and clear. Eardrums didn't take too long to heal by normal people's standards, he figured, so he was likely well on the way to full health. His ears would hardly aid him in getting to the bathroom, though. He wasn't Matt after all. Peter sighed and decided that the first step to taking a shower would be getting out of bed. He stood up and shuffled forward slightly. There was nothing blocking him, so he took another step hesitantly. He probably looked like a foal, flailing his arms around to make sure he didn't hit anything and taking small, cautious steps forward like he was fresh out the womb. "Good morning, Spider-Man." Despite the softness of the Irish woman's voice, Peter startled. "Who's there?" he quietly called out, making sure he wouldn't wake up any of his hallmates. "I am Friday, Tony Stark's AI." Oh, no reason for panic. His spidey sense hadn't alerted him to any danger, and the voice was friendly. He knew Friday. Well, he knew her system. It had been a difficult thing to hack, but one could do many new things when bored. "Oh right, sorry about that." "It's no problem, Spider-Man. I realize that my disembodied voice can be a difficult thing to get used to," she acknowledged. "Would you like for me to turn on the lights for you?" He looked up, despite not being able to see anything. "You can do that." "I control most things in the tower, yes." "Then that would be great, thanks." The lights flicked on, and oh, Peter could very much see. In fact, he saw a bit too much. For almost a day, his vision had been consistently dark and practically non-existent. The sudden onslaught of bright light hurt. He squeezed his eyes shut, not even looking around the room. "Would you like for me to dim the lights?" came the soothing voice of the AI. He nodded, not even thinking about how there was a chance that she couldn't see the movement. However, he apparently got lucky because the burning in his eyes lessened slightly as some of the light disappeared from his eyelids. He slowly opened them, squinting to see the warm glow that now lit up his room. The light didn't burn against his retinas, and Peter let out a sigh of relief. Now that he could actually see, he needed to test how well. He could make out all of the objects in the room. The bed next to him, the handle of the door to the bathroom, a lounge chair in the corner. The lines of everything were still a bit blurred, but he would be able to guide himself around the tower today. The thing was, the rest of the building wouldn't have dimmed lights. "Friday, could you please raise the lights by 10%? She did as he asked, and the change didn't hit Peter too hard. He sat down on the floor against his bed, seeing no use in standing if his legs were still shaking. They repeated this process together, allowing Peter to slowly get accustomed to the usual brightness of the tower. By the time the lights were at full power, about 15 minutes had passed, and Peter heaved himself up for another attempt at showering. He couldn't avoid the mirror in the bathroom no matter how hard he tried. The thing was huge, and once he caught sight of himself in it, he couldn't look away. Christ, he looked terrible. His face was pale, which made sense. He could feel the current lack of blood in his cheeks. His dark eye bags stuck out like sore thumbs, no matter how blurry his face was. The eye bags combined with the paleness and gauntness of his body made him look like a zombie. He probably wouldn't need much makeup if he was cast as an extra on The Walking Dead. Peter shuddered and ripped his eyes away from his reflection. To say he looked unhealthy would be an understatement. Horrific was more like it. Peter turned to face the shower. It shouldn't have felt as ominous as it did. He needed to get the clammy sweat off of his skin. He had never been able to do that when had his almost nightly nightmares on the streets. He had to conserve water. Because of that, his hair was a disgusting level of greasy, and the crevices of his skin were caked in dirt. Bruce had done a simple cleaning when he performed his examination, but obviously it was just a once-over with a washcloth, and Peter could still feel the grime clinging to his skin. Peter turned the shower knob and winced at the sudden sound. It was louder than he'd anticipated. He stuck his hand under the flow of water and was surprised to see it was already hot. He'd been used to poorly heated water his whole life, and he was about to take advantage of this seemingly unlimited hot water. Having already stripped, he stepped into the shower and immediately relished in the pressure of the water. The warm water pounding against his back almost felt like it could be a tight hug if he imagined it hard enough. He took his time lathering and rinsing his hair, attempting to get every bit of dirt out of it. When he was done, he let himself marvel at the softness of his hands. His calluses seemed to melt away beneath the hot stream, and he couldn't remember the last time his hands actually felt soft. From constantly using tools to frequently patrolling, his hands collected a wide array of calluses. Peter scrubbed away the clamminess of his skin with the loofah that was so kindly provided. It was rare that he felt fresh after a nightmare, so to seemingly wash away all of the thoughts that haunted him at night felt amazing. He rinsed his hair once more before deciding he should wrap it up. He'd probably been in there for 30 minutes. Besides, he was getting hungry. He stepped out and yanked one of the incredibly soft towels towards him. He quickly ran it over his body, ignoring the glimpses of bright red skin he caught, likely from the overheated water. He carefully crept out of the bathroom and collected clothes for the day. Long sleeves and sweatpants, both gray, except the shirt had a small A on the left breast, the Avengers logo. When he squinted, he could make out the blurred shape of Captain America's shield on the waistline of the pants. Cool marketing, guys. Despite the cool marketing, he'd much rather be putting on his suit before his clothes. He hardly ever went without his suit layered beneath his civilian clothes, always be ready, always be prepared, but it was still in the medbay. He didn't know when he'd be allowed to go down there to get it back, but he hoped it was soon. He was uneasy. He wasn't ready, nor was he prepared. Regardless, he pulled on the generic clothes and tried to ignore his missing suit. "Hey, Friday," he whispered. "What time is it?" "It is 3:41 in the morning," she answered, matching the volume of his voice. That wasn't too bad. What was it? Maybe 4 hours of sleep. Restless sleep, sure, but it was still sleep. Maybe he could sneak to the kitchen. Wanda said that they had one on this floor, right? A little early morning snack could be good. He didn't even need to turn on any lights. He could remember the path well enough. He padded over to the door and slowly opened it. He carefully stuck his head out the doorway, as though he were in a cartoon, looking left to right with raised eyebrows. Nothing. He sighed and crept out into the hallway, softly shutting the door behind him. He moved quickly and silently, mimicking the way he snuck around while on patrol, running his hands against the wall to help lead him through the dark hallway. Eventually, thanks to his trusty mental map, he spotted a faint glow from around the corner. When he turned said corner, he was faced with this floor's kitchen. Instead of being sleek and modern like he'd expected, the kitchen looked homey. Warm, he'd been imagining metal everywhere, spotless surfaces and boring colors like Wanda had described the common kitchen to be. Instead, everything looked a bit mismatched. The cupboards were wooden, as was the table in the middle of the room. The earthy green of the cabinets complemented the pale color of the unoccupied walls. The fridge was metal, but on it hung various papers. When he moved closer, he could make out some small drawings. The other papers had text on them, but all of the words blurred together. He could also make out a few stains on the countertops, resembling his poor old kitchen whenever May would get a hold of it. Peter didn't know what was where, so he moved towards one of the sets of cabinets. The first one he opened had a bunch of Tupperware in it. His eyes widened when he saw a sudden shift in the pile, and slammed the door shut just as he heard the mountain of containers collapse. That wasn't his fault. Tupperware stacks were always bound to tumble. He grinned when he opened the next cabinet. It contained an inhuman amount of bread products. Loaves of homemade bread, muffins, turnovers, bagels, everything. Wasn't all of this bound to expire soon? He reached for one of the boxes of muffins just as he heard the elevator ding paired with a spike from his spidey sense. He let go of the box, spinning around with his web shooters already activated, his body slightly lowered. Heels clicked out of the elevator. Someone's a bit on edge. Peter shook himself and straightened. Ms. Romanov, what are you doing here? I live here, she shrugged. Also, Friday told me you left your room. Snitch, he muttered. Am I being monitored or? Technically, it'd be responsible for us to do so. But no, I just asked Fry to alert me when you left so we might have a chance to chat, she explained. Peter just nodded. Speaking of which, what are you doing? Peter turned his head towards the cabinet. I woke up and felt hungry, so I figured I could scrounge in here. He felt a twinge of worry and moved to shut the cabinet door. Am I not allowed to? Now you're fine, it's kinda your kitchen now, too. She paused, presumably in thought. I gather you can hear a bit better. Yeah, and I'm able to see now. He looked around the dim kitchen and elaborated. Everything is pretty blurry and my hearing isn't at its best, but I can see and hear you all right. He could tell that she was wearing heels and a black outfit, hair up in a ponytail. That was all he could really make out from this far away. Have you eaten yet? He shook his head. Why don't you come with me? Bucky and I made a midnight snack, or a 4 a.m. breakfast, really. He didn't say anything, simply closing the cabinet door behind him and walking towards the woman, despite slightly preferring to eat by himself. She nodded, and they walked into the elevator. Only then did he ask what she and Barnes were doing awake. She kept her eyes facing the door. We couldn't sleep. Nightmares for him, insomnia for me. He nodded but didn't say anything in return. Peter had never heard anyone else talk about their nightly troubles as openly as Romanov just did. If asked why he looked so tired, he just responded with the basic excuse of homework. MJ, Ned, and Matt were the only ones who knew about his shit. Ned was the first he would go to when he had a nightmare, and MJ had dealt with a bit of insomnia of her own. Of course, Matt had just as many nightmares as Peter did, so Peter hadn't been able to keep them secret from the man for long. Nonetheless, Peter's first instinct was never to be outright truthful about the things he saw at night. Maybe that was just an Avengers thing, being able to talk openly about problems with each other. The elevator stopped and he followed Romanov out into the hall. They walked the path to the kitchen, except now Peter could see the area he'd walked through earlier. In the kitchen, which matched Wanda's description perfectly, Barnes was found leaning against the island, foregoing one of the several stools. He bit into a waffle and tilted his head slightly to face Peter. He set down the half-eaten waffle on a plate and brushed himself off. He was without his metal arm. Spider-Man, he greeted. I don't believe we've actually met. Nope, I don't recall fighting you. Peter slid his eyes over to Romanov, who looked away. I suppose I was a bit more focused on actual targets. As was I, Peter agreed. Ms. Romanov brought me down here to eat with you guys. Said woman stepped forward once more and pulled a plate of waffles out of the fridge, explaining, I can heat these up in the toaster for you. That sounds great, he started, but I could have done that on my own upstairs. I'm sensing there's another reason I'm here with you guys. Well, Romanov sighed, you probably have belongings that you need to bring back here. I was thinking that it'd be easier for us to take you out now so you have all your stuff sooner than later. She tried to hide the hesitancy in her voice, and for the most part she did, keyword being most. Peter thought it odd that the ex-assassin would feel hesitant to offer to Peter, but he was probably overthinking it. He looked towards Barnes and asked, Are you coming too? The man nodded. Preventative measures should he try to escape, he supposed. Peter could technically take them both on, but he didn't feel like being a pain this early in the morning. All right, when do we leave? The toaster beeped and Romanov pulled out his waffles. After you finish these, if you're okay with that. He took the plate and squinted his eyes at her. These aren't, like, poisoned, right? He didn't smell anything, but the Avengers probably had access to some undetectable toxins. She grimaced, shaking her head. He nodded and sunk his teeth into the hot waffle. Oh God, he had forgotten how good waffles were. He struggled to eat them at a normal pace rather than shoving the whole thing into his mouth. Barnes had gone back to eating his own waffles, eyes averted and making no moves to further the conversation. Once Peter had finished eating his waffles like a normal person, mind you, he carried his plate over to the sink. When he began to wash it, Romanov spoke up again. Why don't you use the dishwasher? He looked down at his hands and continued to scrub his plate. Habit, I guess. She didn't say anything in response. Peter searched for the kitchen towel and dried off his plate. He gave it to Romanov, who put it away, and Peter noted which cabinet she put it in for future reference. Barnes chose to place his plate in the dishwasher. We ready? The man asked, turning to face Peter and Romanov. Peter nodded. How are we getting there? Well, you're gonna need to lead us. I was thinking you could just swing and we'll follow you from the road, Romanov suggested. He raised an eyebrow. Aren't you worried I'll escape? She fixed him with a glare. Please don't. Chill, Peter chuckled. I'd be a little dumb to pass up this housing arrangement. I'll stay here, thank you very much. He started walking towards the elevator once more. I'll get my suit, it's still in the medbay. Barnes waved his hand in acknowledgement. Fried'll take you to the garage once you're suited up. Peter hummed as the doors shut. It was complete silence without anyone to keep him company. The elevator probably had some basic soundproofing. He didn't like it. He could hear the ringing in his ears more with the blaring silence. He sighed, hoping the ride down would be quick. It was. The doors opened and he rushed out into the medbay. He went into what he thought was his room, but it was empty. Furrowing his eyebrows, he went into the one across the hall. In it, there was an unmade bed, his suit still crumpled up on the ground. He picked up the suit, rushing to put it on. Once he had, he couldn't help his sigh of relief. As soon as he got the old thing on, he got into the elevator once more. He had probably used an elevator more times in the past 24 hours than he had in 2 years. He didn't push any buttons or ask Friday to take him anywhere. The elevator just immediately started moving downwards. When he got out, Barnes was in the passenger seat of a Ferrari, Romanov leaning on the hood. So I'll just head out and you guys will follow, he called out. Romanov nodded as she got in the car. The garage door quietly cranked open, and Peter walked out, clicking his wrists together to expand his web shooters before latching onto a close street light. He flung himself into the air, following his mental map to 16th Street to get his backpack. When he looked behind him mid-swing, he spotted the red of Romanov's car hot his trail. He turned back around, embracing the cold wind whipping past him. Then he remembered he should probably keep his eyes open so he wouldn't slam into a telephone pole. That shit hurt, he knew from experience. He couldn't make out the street sign for 16th Street, but he remembered that he put his backpack in the alley next to the small Mexican joint. When he saw the red banister, he swooped down. Checking behind once more, he saw the red car slow to a stop. He rushed into the alley and moved the dumpster forward a bit, revealing his web-covered backpack. He ripped the day-old webs from the bag and turned to the waiting car to hold the bag up victoriously. He walked over to them, and Romanov rolled the window down. Is that everything? She asked with trepidation. Peter snorted. Now we've got to make another stop, not much left though. He didn't stick around for her response, instead launching himself into the air once more. He made a quick turn, smirking as he heard Romanov's tires screech down below. When he reached his abandoned building, he dropped onto the roof on instinct. Romanov and Barnes both got out of the car, and he noticed their blurry selves waving at him from the ground, so he jumped down to join them. Rising from his squat, Peter walked over to them. Is this where you live? Romanov questioned, looking over his shoulder to check out the rundown building. Yeah man, you want a fucking tour or something? She looked over at Barnes, who shrugged with a quirk in his eyebrows. She nodded at Peter. Oh, you actually do. Okay, well I always come in through one of the windows, so. Romanov waved him off. I can probably climb up. There's enough openings between the bricks. Yeah, I can't. Barnes gestured to his missing arm. Peter stepped closer to the man. You okay if I carry you up there? Is that even safe? Sure, used to do it with my friends all the time. Well, he'd only scaled buildings with MJ a few times, but he'd swung with her a lot, so it would be fine. Ms. Romanov, it's the 4th window up. She nodded and walked over to the building, jumping up to the ledge of the 1st window. Peter looked towards Barnes again, who was observing the situation bemusedly. Mr. Barnes, if you don't want to, then you don't have to, Peter assured. No, it's fine. Just not what I thought I'd be doing at 5 a.m. on a Monday morning. If you're sure, Peter shrugged. All right, so just hop on my back, yep, like that, and now try to move away. He felt Barnes try to shift and failed to do so. Evidence that I won't drop you. I can stick to anything, including people, so you're all good. God, this is so fucking weird, Barnes muttered as Peter jumped onto the wall. Romanov was about halfway to the window, but Peter passed her quickly. Once he reached the familiar window, he dropped Barnes off and moved down to help the woman speed up a bit. She gave him a grateful look and took his hand. He shoved her through the window and jumped in afterwards. Barnes was standing awkwardly, staring at the commodities of the room. Peter brushed himself off and did a little bow. Welcome to my humble abode, we shall now begin the tour. He gestured to the space around them. This is the first room, or as I like to call it, the avoiding death room. Why would it be called that? Romanov quietly asked. I think it's pretty obvious, Peter snorted. But here is where I attempt to avoid death, hence the name. He bustled around, collecting his pile of food. First aid surgeries, passing out the works. That's my collection of knives over there in that corner, all of which have been forcefully given to me. Ms. Romanov, I think you might recognize a few. She moved closer, bending down to look at the pile of knives of all sizes. You've kept my knives. You betcha, I'm not giving them back either. If you wanted them that badly, you shouldn't have stabbed me. She snapped her head up, eyes wide and ponytail bouncing. Sorry. No harm done, he brushed her off. He walked past her, picking up the towel and using it as a bag for the knives. Kid, don't say no harm done if there was very obviously harm done, Barnes advised. Peter didn't look up. Mr. Barnes, I'd appreciate it if you didn't call me a kid. Super condescending, you know. I think I've moved past that title. Right, sorry, Barnes cleared his throat. Then I don't really think you need to call me Mr. Barnes. Yeah, Bucky's fine. Romanov stepped in. Same for me, you can call me Natasha. I see we've leveled up then, huh? Peter smiled, not unkindly. All right, Bucky, Natasha, there's another room. He led them into a room across the hall, directing them to step over a fallen beam. The door was hanging off its hinges, so he just scooted past it like usual. He walked straight to the small pile of clothes, allowing Natasha and Bucky to wander around. What is this stuff? Bucky asked. Mementos, you could say. Don't touch anything, let me handle it. He shoved the few clothes into a garbage bag that laid next to them and turned around to face the pair. Natasha was looking at the picture of him and his parents. Who are these people? Peter walked over, picking up the frame and placing it in his backpack. Baby is me, the man and woman are my parents. Natasha looked up at him, her eyebrows furrowed. Your parents, what happened to them? Dead. He moved to pick up his collection of notes from Matt. Ah, she murmured. He was allowed to finish collecting his things in peace. Whether the pair was being silent out of respect, pity, or pure awkwardness, he didn't know. Peter figured he would probably be back in the apartment at some point, seeing as he wouldn't stay at the tower forever. He just didn't want to leave his only reminders of his old life in an empty, dilapidated building. His backpack was now stuffed full, and he threw the bag of clothes over his shoulder. I'm done here, so I'll just hop down and drop these off on the ground. Bucky, should I carry you again? The man nodded, looking away slightly. Peter moved to the window and jumped out, landing in a squat. He set his stuff down before shooting a web at the window ledge. He allowed himself to be pulled up and dove through the window. Natasha, you want me to take you too? I'll be all right, she dismissed as she made her way to the window. She stepped out, and Peter watched as she climbed down with more familiarity than he thought was warranted. Peter walked over to Bucky, who assumed the position on his back. Peter went out of the window as well, once again quickly passing Natasha. He was almost to the ground when she flew past him, having jumped off at the halfway mark. He looked down as she landed in a roll. As much as I'd love to be on the ground again, Bucky quietly said, please don't jump off with me on your back. Oh no, I think it's a stellar idea. I'll do the roll too. Bucky snorted, test my durability, eh? Someone's got to. Peter reached the ground and allowed Bucky to unstick from his body. He grabbed his bags and followed the man to the parked car where Natasha was waiting. Shotgun, he called out. Running past Bucky, he dove into the open door of the passenger seat. Natasha grinned at him, having been the one to open it. All right, Spidey, it's been a lovely adventure, she told him, walking around to the driver's seat. Bucky grumbled as he got into the back seat. Call me Peter. His cult was growing. Chapter 9, The Orange is Not the Main Character. Foggy. What is it you require, darling? Fuck off, Matt grumbled as he strode towards Foggy's desk, not in the mood. Then maybe you should be more polite when yelling my name, yeah. Matt could sense the other man set his head in his hands mockingly. Pete didn't come by yesterday. Foggy straightened. He does that sometimes though, doesn't he? Rarely, Matt stressed. The teen tried his hardest to come on Sundays, and if he couldn't, he stuck a sticky note explanation on the coat hanger in the firm. Matt would run his fingertips across the ink, letting himself feel the words written in pen. There was no note this time, and Peter didn't have any event going on yesterday, to Matt's knowledge. I'm sure he'll barge in today, Foggy assured, trying to keep his voice light, but Matt was able to pick up on the undercurrent of worry. Good, Matt wasn't alone in this. Usually he didn't let himself be concerned with such small matters, but this was Peter they were talking about. Matt was fond of the kid, as were Foggy and Karen, and seeing him during his personal time was often the highlight of his week. I didn't see him on patrol last night, either. Technically, he didn't see Peter any night, but luckily Foggy didn't comment on his slip. Well, maybe he was just, taking a small break, Foggy stammered, even though they both knew the statement had little truth in it. Peter hardly ever took breaks, the little shit. If he wasn't constantly working to help everyone he could, guilt weighed down on him like he had to shoulder the weight of the world. Missing a patrol was a big deal when talking about Spider-Man. Something bad must have happened if he opted out on swinging through the air at night. Logically, Matt started as he paced around the room, waving his cane through the air. I know that we didn't schedule to meet or anything, but I couldn't hear his heartbeat. He snapped his head towards Foggy. Fogs, he wasn't out at all. Foggy inhaled sharply. It's fine, he frantically said, though it sounded like he was reassuring himself more that he was Matt. It's fine, he may have just been busy. Maybe, Matt sighed, knowing full well that he didn't agree with Foggy whatsoever. Matt knew Peter. He wasn't an idiot. He was well aware the boy had some shit going on. He almost regretted teaching Peter how to control his biological reactions to lying. It was now difficult to tell if Peter told the truth when he claimed he was fine. But Matt didn't need to analyze the teen's biological tells to know that something was up. Peter had been extremely underweight for ages, even though the boy swore up and down that he got enough to eat. His breathing picked up when someone offhandedly mentioned his home. His figure was constantly tense, whether it was during patrol or just hanging out in Matt's apartment. He often flinched if someone got too close. Peter was struggling, and Matt didn't know what to do. Matt gave a short wave to Foggy as he walked into his own office. He threw down his cane and landed heavily into his chair. Like a child, he thumped his head down into his crossed arms that rested on his desk. Pete had to come today, or Matt was going to lose it. Friday's voice filtered through the darkness of his room. The time is 6:15 a.m. It is Monday, November 27th. You need to wake up for school. Harley groaned, throwing an arm over his eyes. Nonetheless, he pulled himself up, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. He ripped the sheets off of him, the sudden chill causing him to shiver. Nothing like a good allspice to his system to wake him up. Speaking of which, Harley jerked up from his slouched position, suddenly remembering what all had happened yesterday. Spider-Man was here. Peter was in a room just one down from his. Holy fuck. He jumped out of bed, first thought being to check on Peter, but then he looked down at his ragged appearance and winced. Clothes lined with wrinkles, sleep lines on his bare arms, evidence of drool running down his chin, not the best look for trying to romance a superhero. He could at least brush his teeth and put on a pair of actual pants. When he looked in the mirror of his bathroom, he decided that his hair needed a once-over as well. It was getting too long, the edges curling up well past the tips of his ears. After rushing through his morning routine, which did not include a shower, he was a night shower kind of guy, he left his room to creep up to Peter's. He didn't know why he was sneaking, it was his own home. Plus, Peter would need to get up if he had to go to school, if he was even going to school, that is. Harley didn't know the extent of the other teen's freedom here. He knocked rhythmically on the door to Peter's room and was met with silence. He waited a few more seconds before calling out Peter's name. No response. Maybe his hearing was still too impaired to hear him. Harley shrugged, slightly put out, and shuffled down the hallway to reach the kitchen. He turned the corner and let out a small shriek, a manly one, of course. Peter, who had been previously sitting on the floor and staring up at the ceiling, whipped his head around towards Harley. Spidey clicked his wrists together, and Harley watched as the slim metal bands on his wrists unfolded to reveal familiar web shooters. Said web shooters were aimed at him before he could even blink. Harley stiffened and took a small step back. He slowly raised his arm and gave a small wave. "Mornin's." Peter blinked, face lighting up in recognition. The teen took a step back, hastily lowering his arms as he spewed apologies. "Harley," he squeaked somewhat adorably. Holy shit, I am so sorry. I really didn't mean to do that. I was just kinda distracted because it's still kinda early. And I didn't think you would be up, so when I heard you I just went on instinct, I guess. But then it was you, so that was a mistake, and God, I'm just so sorry. He took a sharp inhale and held it, panic written all over his features. Harley just blinked, processing what Peter just threw his way. Did he say all that in one breath? Peter's fine, Harley assured. Not what I expected upon whacking up, but hey, not the weirdest thing that's happened at 6 in the morning, round here. Harley felt his face heat up, suddenly all too aware that his good old-fashioned southern accent flared in the mornings. He cleared his throat. Was just looking for you anyway. Peter tilted his head to the side like a puppy. Hey, why were boys allowed to be this cute? How come? Just wanted to check in, he explained as he walked over to the fridge. See how your first night went here. Oh, it was fine. Peter looked like he was contemplating something, then shrugged. Got up a bit early, and Natasha and Bucky took me to get all my stuff to bring here. Harley bent down to search in the fridge. Yeah, what time did you get up? You have school or something? He grabbed one of the oranges from a lower compartment and stood to face Peter once more. Or something, Peter answered, running his fingers through his hair. The teen's hair was fluffier than yesterday, with soft curls crowning his head in an uneven cut. He must have showered. Got up round 3, I guess, and I graduated early a couple years back, so no school. Harley's eyes widened, fingers pausing in their quest to peel the orange. You've been up since 3, how are you okay? Peter chuckled dryly. Who said I was? Warning lights flashed in Harley's brain, letting him know that Peter was probably not okay, though he had been doing this superhero gig for a few years. And as Harley learned while the team was interrogating him, it didn't seem like Peter had much family left, if any. That thought left a sour taste in his mouth, but what did he expect from the teenage vigilante? For him to not have a tragic backstory? Unlikely. Peter was dealing with his own shit, and Harley wasn't about to dig. Fair, was what he ended up saying. You said you went to get your stuff, yeah? Peter nodded as he stepped backwards to lean on the counter. Yeah, swung by my lil apartment to gather all the moving boxes. Made Natasha and Bucky carry 'em for me. Really? Course not, Peter said, smiling. What I own probably wouldn't fill up a whole box anyway. Harley shoved an orange slice in his mouth to prevent his growing concern from spilling out. Peter was saying all of this stuff like it was normal. Harley knew his own upbringing hadn't been the best. His father left him, his mom, and his sister when he was 7. His father's dramatic departure left a lasting impact on him. Not only did he have to grow up without a dad, but their financial situation tightened more than a bit. Harley's family went paycheck to paycheck, and as soon as it was legal, Harley was working at Waffle House and repairing cars to ease the pressure on his mom. Between that and the rampant homophobia of Rose Hill, Tennessee, he could admit life was a little rough. The longer he spent with Peter, though, and the more he learned about this teen hero, he was growing more and more thankful for the many good aspects of his life. So, Peter went on, interrupting the lull in the conversation. You have school today, yeah? Yeah, Monday and all, Harley affirmed as he swallowed the orange slice. You said you graduated early. Yep, Peter said, popping the P. Went to Midtown, so I know a lot of people in your grade. Harley's eyebrows shot up. Dude, you graduated early from Midtown. How the fuck is that even possible? It was literally a STEM school for advanced teens. Harley kept up fairly easily, keeping a near-perfect grade, damn that art history requirement, among his classmates. But that was because he could also keep up with Tony Stark in the lab. Peter had to be on a completely different level. A light pink dusted Peter's cheeks, and if that wasn't the cutest shit Harley had ever seen. I worked pretty hard, I guess, he explained, running a hand through his hair once more. Nervous habit. Being on the academic decathlon helped speed things up a bit. You know, practice. Oh man, I love the Ricad deck team. Well, except for this one dude, Harley commented with a grimace. Flash Thompson, you heard of him. Peter let out a full-on laugh, which was the first of which Harley had heard. That idiot's still around. Harley raised an eyebrow, attempting to ignore the warm feeling Peter's laugh sent coursing through his body. I take it you know him. Unfortunately, the bastard bullied me for years. The corners of Harley's mouth tilted downwards. He's always been like that. Always, Peter nodded. We went to the same middle school too. Shoved me down the stairs in the first week. Harley's face twisted in disgust. God, he hated bullies. He had a few unsuccessful bullies back home. They soon learned that Harley wouldn't hesitate to beat them to the ground. Why didn't you fight back? You're clearly, capable. Peter shrugged. I can't hurt a civilian, especially if he's a kid. Peter's eyes unfocused slightly, any brightness in them dimming. What if I lost control? I could have killed him with a flick of the wrist. He shook himself. Wasn't worth it. If he focused on hurting me, then he wouldn't go for other people. According to you, he's still being a shithead, and I'm betting that's 'cause I'm not there to take the fall. Harley popped another slice into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. That was a really selfless thing to do, but Christ, pretty stupid too. Yeah, well, Peter smirked as he pulled himself up to sit on the counter. It's not like he could ever do much damage after, powers and all. Any physical evidence from our little altercations were gone by the end of the day. Shoo, no scars or nothin'. Harley winced as soon as the words left his mouth. Sorry, insensitive, you don't gotta answer. Peter waved him off, but he ran his fingers through his hair yet again. Nah, it's all right. Course I've got scars. I get scars from all of my injuries. He pointed out a long-since-healed notch on his forehead. Edge of a table sliced me on the way down. All your injuries, huh? Harley murmured. Everything from a small burn from a hot pan to stab wounds. That meant that the evidence of the repulsor blast injury from Harley was still there. It probably covered most of his shoulder, laid over many other scars. Peter's long sleeves and sweatpants covered the majority of his body, but even as Harley looked at his hands and feet, he noticed scars running across the surface of his skin. He lifted his eyes to the other teen's neck, noticing for the first time a long, thin white line running from one side of his neck to the other. Harley wondered what scars lined the rest of his body. Was there any bit of skin that wasn't marred with scarring? Peter had been doing this gig for at least a year. In fact, Harley could remember catching a glimpse of him on TV when he was still in Rose Hill maybe 2 years ago, so there were bound to be just so many goddamn scars. Harley belatedly realized that he was hardcore staring, while Peter was just staring at him with a slightly amused look. Heat rising to his face once more, he cleared his mind and scratched at the nape of his neck. Peter tilted his head at him. Don't you have to go to, like, school? Harley turned to look at the analog clock on the wall of their kitchen. Wanda had picked it out. The face of the clock held an artistic depiction of 2 little cartoon frogs dancing together on it. It was nearing 6:45. Shit. Harley quickly shoved the last 2 orange slices in his mouth and rushed over to the trash can to dump the orange peel in the trash. Peter watched him with a quirk in his eyebrows, the slightest hint of a smile showing on his face. What time do you usually leave? Peter asked as Harley dried his hands off. In about 8 minutes, Peter gave a light snort. May be specific, but it's consistent. Doesn't school start at like 7:40, or have they changed that since I've been there? Harley shook his head. It's still 7:40, but I like to be early. Me and a friend like to hang out on one of the benches. Plus, New York traffic is a bitch. Peter hummed low in his throat. Got me there. Harley stopped in his tracks, very suddenly remembering an important detail from the past day. How's your vision? Peter shook his head, laughing. Blurry. I can tell when you blush, though. That part's pretty clear. Harley didn't know what to say to that. The residual red in his cheeks felt to still be fading away. Yikes. All right, he turned, his voice crack causing him to exit the kitchen as fast as he could. Have a good day at school, Harles, came the light-hearted, mocking voice of Peter. That boy had no idea that Harley would be thinking about the nickname for the rest of the day. Hey everyone, Peter would just like to say that he was a complete idiot. Harles, what the fuck, Peter? You barely even know him. Peter didn't really mean to call him that, it just kind of slipped out. Teasing Harley felt a bit natural after their conversation. The other teen was awkward, but no worse than Peter himself. Like who hears someone coming and immediately aims a non-lethal weapon at them? Awkward vigilantes, that's who. To be fair, Harley had startled him. Peter was doing perfectly fine just staring into space on the kitchen floor. He must have been like that ever since he got back to the tower and put his stuff away. Not away, really. All of his clothes were still in his bag, and the only things he took out of his backpack were his knives and the picture of him and his parents. He didn't want to get too settled here. Who knew how long he'd actually stay? This wasn't his home. He hadn't had a home since May died. That small apartment in Queens was his home, and it felt like he was betraying May and Ben if he thought of anywhere else as home. Not like that mattered. What mattered more was that he probably overshared once again. Seriously, what had happened to his filter? Harley didn't need to hear about Peter's stupid scars. Peter jumped off of the counter, hesitating before he left the kitchen. Technically, he was a bit hungry, but the amount of food he was eating was starting to make him uncomfortable. The thought of eating another breakfast made him feel a bit selfish. He kind of had 2 dinners yesterday, too. Did he really deserve to eat again? He would sometimes go more than a full day without eating when he was on the streets. It wasn't like he'd die if he was a bit hungry. He could just wait until the team ate again. He didn't know what to do now. His normal daily routine just involved the average New York homeless stuff. He had a corner that he sat against hoping to gain some pity from some tourist. It was shameful, sure, but did he really have any dignity left? Probably not. Sometimes, if he was really lucky, some random small business gave him a small job to do. Take out their trash, run to the store for them. It wasn't common, but it happened. It gave him a few dollars to do so he would often get some clearance food, close to the expiration date but not harmful to consume. One time he saved up enough to get a blanket from a second-hand store. When he wasn't doing the classic homeless kid things, Peter patrolled. It was a simple life for a simple lad. But now, what was there to do? He probably couldn't go out unsupervised. Hanging out with the Avengers would be awkward. What did they even do during the day anyway? Work out. Scheme, discuss the day's plans of kidnapping random vigilantes. Peter might have to pass. He'd just go to his room for now. Maybe Wanda could visit him later, but staring into space was a nice pastime until then. It was almost 7, so it was a long day ahead of him. He started walking down the hall, but was interrupted by a familiar tingling on the back of his neck and a less familiar foot. Yeah, foot through the wall. There was a foot just moving through the wall. What the fuck? And now it was a leg. Peter started stepping away from the leg as it was too early in the day for this sort of shit. But he couldn't get away soon enough and a whole ass person came through the wall, except the person was red. Mr. Vision. The android turned his head towards Peter. Hello, Spider-Man. What's with the wall? Door too inconvenient for ya? Our apologies, a habit, I suppose. Vision's lips quirked up. Plus, it's fun to scare people sometimes. The Avengers are probably used to it, right? If this was a habit for Vision, Peter couldn't see how much satisfaction he got from scaring them. They should be, but occasionally, Tony will be too occupied to notice my presence until I'm right next to him. Steve and Clint still think it's weird. I don't blame them, Peter muttered. Where are you headed? Nowhere actually, Vision explained. I just heard you coming. I figured I would see if I could scare you. Nah, just weirded me out a bit. Already felt that something was going to happen. A precognition ability, the android asked, sounding almost curious. Were androids capable of being curious? Peter rubbed the back of his neck. Sort of, I can't really explain it. Vision nodded. That is fair. Well, Spider-Man, tell me if you need anything. He started to move back through the wall. Oh, Peter exclaimed, and Vision turned his head. Would you happen to know of anything I could do around here? Well, several of the Avengers are usually awake by now. You may go down to the common floor to see what they are up to. Peter held in a sigh at the news that bonding with the Avengers was his only option. All right, thanks, Vision. Of course, Spider-Man. Peter walked to the elevator, thinking about what it'd be like to hold a normal conversation with an Avenger. He was only on good terms with a few of them, Natasha and Bucky being the newest additions to his cult. He still didn't feel totally comfortable around Natasha, like his body just wouldn't accept that she wasn't about to hurt him. But she was working to show her regret, he could tell. Peter had faith in her. Friday, could you take me to the common floor, please? Of course, came the Irish-accented voice. And could you also tell me which of the Avengers are down there right now? It seems to only be Ms. Romanov, Mr. Barton, and Mr. Wilson. Captain Rogers, Sergeant Barnes, and Boss are also awake, but the former two are out on their morning run and Boss is in his lab. Peter nodded, preparing himself to face the small crowd. Thanks, Fry, he paused, thinking. Can I call you Fry? Sorry, it just seemed natural. Of course, Spider-Man, that is what the team calls me. Oh look, something he had in common with the Avengers, besides the saving the world gig and the trauma that came with it, and probably an enjoyment of waffles. The elevator doors slid open to reveal an empty hallway, but if Peter strained his still impaired ears, he could hear the sounds of laughter echoing throughout the floor. He stepped out of the elevator, walking past the empty kitchen. As he moved down the hall, the laughter only got louder, so he assumed he was heading in the right direction. The path felt vaguely familiar, and Peter soon realized this was the way Wanda took him to the living room. The door leading to it was wide open already, revealing a sickeningly domestic scene. Barton and Wilson were on the floor, propped up against the huge couch with gaming controllers in their grips. Natasha was actually on the couch, using Barton's shoulder as a footrest. She was staring directly at Peter, but her eyes held no accusation in them. Instead, there was a gentle smile on her face, her eyes glinting with mirth. Hey, Natasha, he announced his presence. As she gave a small wave, both Wilson and Barton startled, the latter accidentally dropping his remote. They turned to look at where he was leaning up against the door frame. Hey Paoka, she greeted, care to join us? Peter slid his eyes between the two men who were glancing up at Natasha. I don't see why not. Chapter 10, plotless chapters are valid. Peter didn't ask for a controller. Instead, he just walked over the couch, quietly sitting himself down next to Nat. He refused to meet the gazes of Clint and Sam. It wasn't like Natasha expected him to. In fact, she was slightly shocked that he took her up on her offer in the first place. She knew he must have been getting slightly overwhelmed with the constant introductions to new team members. Proper introductions, at least, better than just showing up to fight him on one of his patrols. Nat felt the tension radiating off of Peter. She felt it when they were collecting his minimal belongings, and she felt it in the car, regardless of the fact that he told them his name. It was like he was constantly anticipating something, never feeling completely safe. He tried to hide his fidgets, but Nat picked up on them. His bare toes wiggled slightly. He would scratch lightly at his inner arms occasionally, rubbing the fabric of his long sleeves against his skin. He blinked a lot, but Natasha felt that had more to do with his quality of vision rather than his apparent anxiety. Peter continued to stay silent even as Sam and Clint resumed their game of Mario Kart. They had never paused it, letting themselves fall behind as they ogled at Peter. Now, they were trying to catch back up from 11th and 12th place. The race ended with them in the top 5, and they had a silent agreement to set down their controllers. Sam cleared his throat. "So, what brings you here this early in the morning?" Peter turned his head slightly to look at Sam. She tracked his line of sight and noticed it didn't quite reach Sam's eyes, instead landing on one of the man's ears. Bad at eye contact. "Mr. Vision told me I could probably find something to do down here with you guys. I was bored." He gave the illusion of answering the question fully, but Nat caught on to the fact that he didn't say anything about the earliness of the day. Clint snorted. "Mr. Vision. Seems a bit too formal, yeah." "He was like that with Bucky and me too," she jumped in. "Called me Ms. Romanov and him Mr. Barnes." Peter glanced at her, his lips teasing a grin. "Would hate to be disrespectful." "Oh, does that make us Mr. Barton and Mr. Wilson then?" Clint asked, though not completely teasingly. It was Clint's way of trying to understand Peter a bit more. At the teen's nod, Sam's face twisted. "Oh God," he groaned. "That makes me feel so goddamn old." Peter raised a single eyebrow. "Dude, you are old." "This is slander. Call me Sam, I'm begging." "All you had to do was ask, man," Peter shrugged. "You guys make a big deal out of first names." "And you don't," Natasha immediately thought, before she realized that no, the situations weren't quite the same. Peter's name was the last semblance of his secret identity. It was perfectly expected that he wouldn't want to tell everyone immediately, and yet that had been the first question Nat asked him. Her brain was never going to let go of the memory of her threatening to torture a teenager, and it had all been because he wouldn't tell her his name. "Whatever," Clint said as he picked up his controller once more. "Drop the formality, yeah, I like Clint." "He likes bird brain too," Sam grinned, nudging the man beside him. Clint gasped. "Says the dude who calls himself the Falcon. You actually fly around, you nerd." "That just means I actually deserve a birdie title. You just shoot shit with arrows, Hawkeye." Clint's face morphed with feigned outrage. "It's because I have the eyes of a hawk." Nat swore these two dumbasses could argue about anything. She turned to say something about the idiocy of it all to Peter, but stopped short when she saw the fond look in his eyes and his small grin. His toes had stopped their movement. "Whatever," Sam scoffed. "Coconut Mall again." "Sure, just, one question." Clint twisted to look back at Nat and Peter. "When did Spidey here get on a first-name basis with you?" Nat glanced towards Peter, who shrugged. "Me and Bucky took him out this morning to get all his stuff," she answered. Clint furrowed his eyebrows. "But you were here when I woke up. That was around 6. Peter spoke this time. "We may have gone out around 4. Sam's eyes widened slightly. "Jesus, man, do spiders not need sleep or something?" "Yeah, well, why are you guys up so early?" "Habit," they answered in unison. "I would always have to get up early in the military. Couldn't break out of that routine when I got back," Sam explained. "I've gotta leave early for missions a lot," Clint told him. "Eventually, it just became the norm." "Well, let's just say doing shit at 4 is the norm for me, too," Peter shrugged. It all worked out, seeing as Natasha and Bucky were awake. Natasha narrowed her eyes. She and Bucky were up because of the shit cards that life had dealt them. She had a rather distinct feeling that Peter didn't just wake up like he had said. "Whatever you say, man," Clint said, finally turning back to the screen. He pressed the play button and it started to count down. Sam gave one last look at Peter before turning away as well. Nat knew that they were the best at the Coconut Mall course. They hardly had to try in order to place in first and second. Sam might not have been a spy, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to navigate certain situations. He could play this course in his sleep, which also meant that he was able to tactically ask Peter questions while still playing the game. "So how are you feeling, Spidey?" he asked, eyes still glued to the screen. Nat slid her eyes over to the boy once more and watched as he carded his fingers through his hair. "All right, I guess," the teen sighed. "I think the ringing in my ears will be completely gone by the end of the day. I have no idea about my vision, but it's getting better." Sam nodded. "And how's your stomach doing? Are you good with the amount of food you're eating?" At this, Peter inhaled sharply but quietly. Nat furrowed her eyebrows slightly. "Was it that bad?" "Good, good," Peter said casually, the complete opposite of his immediate reaction. "Still pretty small portions, but I can control myself enough." He wasn't lying, so what caused the slight gasp? Was Nat just reading too much into his reactions? Maybe, but she still wanted to make sure he was doing okay. "You last ate when you had waffles with Bucky, yeah?" she asked. "Sounds about right." His toes were wiggling once more. "Sam, wanna make breakfast for me and Spidey?" Nat proposed, ignoring the look Peter gave her as he opened his mouth to say something. "Sure, I've gotta eat too," he affirmed before Peter could get a word out. Nat wondered if the man was picking up on her strategy or if he was genuinely hungry. She was trying to make Peter more comfortable with eating by saying she was hungry as well. If her suspicions were correct, he was trying to restrain himself from eating his appropriate amount of food. That should make sense, seeing as he was trying to not get sick, but something about his reaction wasn't sitting well with her. It had been 3 hours since he last ate. For someone with an extremely enhanced metabolism, 3 hours was more than it sounded. Steve and Bucky had to eat that often, and Peter had been implying that his metabolism might be faster than theirs. Clint crossed the finish line first, letting out loud whoops. Sam finished almost a second later and shoved Clint over as some form of payback. Natasha's crossed legs fell off the man's shoulder as he went down. Sam sped out of the room seconds before Clint ran after him, yelling threats. Natasha yawned and stood up as well. She looked at Peter, who had yet to move. "Come on, let's eat, yeah." She held out her hand, hoping for some reason that he would take it. He did, and she felt a shiver run through his body. His eyes fluttered shut for the shortest millisecond before they flew open once more as he stood up, odd. She started walking, not dropping his hand. She wanted to test something. Peter didn't drop her hand either. He kept glancing at their linked hands as they walked, but never looking at her. Out of her peripheral vision, she saw that he was biting the inside of his cheek. He had the slightest smile, though, so she doubted the action was negative. Right before they entered the kitchen, she let go of his hand, a quick apology leaving her lips to act as though she hadn't meant to hold on. The teen yanked his hand away, shoving it in his pocket, but otherwise showed no outward emotion. Nat was thinking there might be something going on with Peter's frequency of physical contact, but she'd look into it more later. For now, she had to focus on getting some more food in the kid. "Are you sure I can eat with you guys?" Peter asked, showing a small amount of hesitancy for the first time since they've met. Other than when he asked if she was going to poison him, that is. But she had a feeling that line had been at least a little sarcastic. She raised an eyebrow. "Of course, why wouldn't you?" She nodded to Sam as she sat on one of the stools. The man was pulling out strips of bacon from their fridge. "I mean, it's not like I'm an honored guest here. I'm only living with you guys because you'll get in trouble with S.H.I.E.L.D. otherwise, right?" He took a seat down next to her, his leg beginning to bounce before it calmed almost immediately. "Well, yeah," she allowed, "but it's not like we were gonna throw you in a prison cell. We aren't enemies anymore." The teen shrugged. "That's kinda what I expected. It's what usually happens when someone gets kidnapped," he nonchalantly commented. Jesus, this guy was relentless in making them feel bad about that, which shouldn't have surprised her as much as he did. As much as she was glad that he wasn't letting them fraudulate their piece of shit actions, a part of her didn't know how to balance her guilt with trying to build a friendship with him. "Sorry," she offered, trying her hardest to express her genuinity. "We were doing what we thought was right, and that wasn't right." Peter waved her off. Yeah, I know, still sucks a bit, but I'll drop it." Clint suddenly dropped himself down on the other side of Peter, and the teen turned his legs away slightly. Clint drummed his fingers against the edge of the island to a tune only he heard. "So kid, what are the plans for today?" he asked, not interrupting the rhythm of his fingers. "Please don't call me kid," Peter sighed, as if he'd had to say it way too much. Seeing as he'd said it to Bucky just a few hours ago, she figured he probably did. "And I guess I don't really know. I figured I could just hang with Wanda if she isn't busy." Good plan," Clint allowed. "But Monday is one of our team training days. I think it'd be cool if you joined us." Peter knit his eyebrows. If it's a team training day, then why would I be invited? In case you couldn't tell, I'm not an Avenger. Sam jumped in from where he was cooking bacon on the stove. Maybe not, but you're a superhero. It makes sense for you to train with us. Moving up from real fighting to play fighting, I see, Peter muttered. Natasha's lips quirked up slightly. He wasn't wrong. Well, he said louder, I don't really see why not. I didn't have any big plans going on. Cool, Clint exclaimed, slapping his hands on the surface of the island. Peter's head ticked towards Nat slightly, avoiding the sound. We usually meet in the gym around 4 so we can shower and have dinner afterwards. See you then. Clint pulled himself up, walking towards the elevator. Don't you need to eat? Peter called after him, and Nat caught his fingers curling into fists in his lap. He released them as soon as the fists were formed. Nah, I already ate, Clint responded as the elevator started to close. At Peter's slight frown, she berated Clint in her head. That man had no tact sometimes. Well, I'm still hungry, she made sure to say, so Sam, better make enough for all 3 of us. That's what I was planning on, he called over his shoulder. There's gonna be a bit extra because Clint doesn't tell me anything, apparently. Fine with us, she nodded, nudging Peter slightly. Her eyebrows shot up when he flinched away. There were only 2 sides of this kid, apparently. He quickly corrected himself, not saying anything. She chose to not mention it, seeing as Peter obviously didn't want to talk about it. But in her head she was theorizing, as was her habit. Touch-starved yet touch-averse. No, touch aversion didn't seem quite right. Peter was perfectly willing to grab hold of her hand. But she'd never seen him initiate any contact. Did the contact have to be explicitly offered? Consent needed to be explicitly given. That was likely, especially if his past contained trauma, which it definitely did. Her mind echoed with the memory of him nonchalantly mentioning his experience with torture. The amount of family members he'd lost bounced around in her head, along with the reminder that he was only 17. There were bound to be lasting effects that came from those experiences, and it was likely that issues with touch would be one of them. Natasha would have to make sure to ask to touch him from now on. The Avengers were like a family, and with that, they all know that communication was key. Everyone knew everyone else's triggers, from simple phrases to where and how they got touched to hearing a certain song. She had gotten used to being familiar with the boundaries of her friends and forgot that she would need to learn Peter's. She blinked as a plate filled with bacon was set in between her and Peter, one loaded with scrambled eggs soon following it. Sam sat down across the island, setting the final plate down, this one having a stack of toast on it. I didn't even see you make this stuff, Peter commented. I am a man of many talents, Sam smirked with a slight hand flourish. Nat hopped out of her seat. You forgot to get extra plates, Birdman. She walked to one of the cabinets and pulled 3 large plates out. She slid open the drawer below it, gathering forks as well. Oh, so I have to do everything around here, the man called, mocking frustration. You know what they say, she said as she set the plates down. Men belong in the kitchen. Shouldn't I be cooking something then? Peter asked. If you really want to, she shrugged, but I wasn't going to say anything. Peter just shook his head, a light smile gracing his features, but he still hadn't reached for any food. Sam was loading his plate up, and Nat had already picked up a few pieces of bacon herself. Can you not reach the plates? She asked, looking pointedly at the last plate not even a foot away from him. Why was he waiting? Was he really not going to eat? Oh, sorry, was all he allowed as he reached for a plate. Nat nodded and checked the amount of food he was picking up. He had a little less than her, but it was an adequate breakfast for someone getting accustomed to eating again. Thanks, Sam. They chose to eat in silence, the quiet only being a little awkward. It was a little different from the chatterbox Spider-Man she had come to know, but she guessed it would be exhausting to be on all the time. She realized that having a secret identity must form a divide between the 2 identities. Spider-Man was the chatterbox, the slightly cocky one, the one to always have a quip on his lips. That left Peter to be the reserved one, or at least the one with multiple facets. His quietness, his anxiousness, his defensiveness, and even without the mask, his wittiness. The quietness allowed for the sound of the elevator arriving to cut through the air loudly. They all looked up from their plates to see who had just arrived. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Peter reach for one of his wrists where she knew his web shooters laid. His hand drifted away when the doors opened to release a frantic-looking Wanda. When her gaze landed on Peter, the tension drained out of her. OSLAVBAGU, she breathed out, slipping into Ukrainian for a brief moment. Spidey, I was just looking for you. The boy in question grinned. Seems like a common theme this morning. Wanda bustled forward, blurting, You weren't in your room like I thought you'd be, so I just got scared because I thought you had left or something because it's still pretty early, and I just expected you to still be sleeping, but you weren't, so I panicked." She quickly drew in a breath, looking like she was working to control her heart rate. "Sorry, Wanda," Peter sheepishly apologized, taking her word vomit in stride. "I just got up pretty early. I'll tell you about it later." She sighed. No, it's all right," just thinking irrationally. She stepped closer to him. "Could I have a hug?" Peter startled as Nat expected him to. Why? I mean, sure, yeah, but why?" Wanda wrapped his arms around Peter, and the teen immediately closed his eyes, burying his head in her shoulder. It looked like it wasn't a conscious act, but he was soaking in the contact like a sponge. Nat saw his hands tremble ever so slightly as they reached up to lay on Wanda's back. Nat glanced at Sam, who had begun to distractedly fiddle with his fork, and saw him looking on with his eyebrows furrowed. He turned to meet Nat's eyes, a question gleaming in his own, and she just shrugged. He nodded and looked down to eat once more. She could explain her theory to him later. Wanda released him after a second, and Peter untangled his arms from her. When Nat looked into his eyes, she noticed they shone slightly. Did the boy have tears in his eyes? Concern bubbled in her gut, along with a feeling she thought got locked away long ago. Nope, she wasn't feeling protective over this kid who probably hated her. That wasn't going to happen. "No reason really," Wanda finally answered, moving away from Peter. "I was just worried, and I'm glad you're still here." Peter breathed before he straightened himself, staring at his food. He shoved a forkful of eggs into his mouth. Wanda walked over to one of the cabinets to pull out her own plate. "Is it okay if I have some too?" she asked, gesturing to the food laid out. Sam nodded his head, quickly swallowing. Yeah, go ahead, made extra." She smiled at him and snatched a few spoonfuls of eggs and a piece of toast. She dropped down into the seat next to Peter and took a bite out of her toast. "So, Spidey," she started, before Peter interrupted her. Sorry, let me just make this easier," he apologized, before turning to Sam with a slight upturn of his lips. "Hey Sam, my name is Peter, so go nuts." Peter turned back to Wanda when Sam choked on his food. "You may go on." "Well, Peter," she began once more, glancing at the still recovering Sam with a grin, "I was just wondering if you wanted to do something with me in a little while." At Peter's small smile, Nat remembered how Peter had said he had wanted to hang out with the young woman later. It seemed that Wanda read his mind, figuratively. "What did you have in mind?" he asked, swallowing his last piece of toast. She shrugged. "Nothing special, you'll see." Peter shook his head, a slight smile teasing his lips. "Well damn, you mysterious bitch, I guess I will." Nat finished off her last piece of bacon as she observed the two. They seemed to be getting along nicely. She knew that Wanda had always felt a bit out of place here because of her age, seeing as she was the youngest of the team. It was why she quickly formed a bond with Harley when the teen moved here, and it was probably why she was doing the same with Peter. It was nice to see the young woman get along with someone so easily, besides Vision. Natasha allowed herself to block out their conversation as she struck one up with Sam. They chatted about their plans for the day. Sam wanted a chill day, so he planned on playing more games with Clint and to maybe work on a few poems. He always said it was one of his coping mechanisms, seeing as it allowed him to calm down and just write whatever he pleased. Nat could see the appeal. For her own day, she wanted to do a yoga routine after breakfast, and her weapons were probably due for a deep cleaning. Similar to Sam and his poems, she could easily say that cleaning her weapons was therapeutic. The methodical motions of cleaning the mechanisms brought her comfort, giving her something stable to lean on. Their conversation came to a halt when Peter reached between them for their empty plates. He stacked them onto what must have been his and Wanda's plates before grabbing the larger plates in the center. He balanced those on his forearms like a waiter. "We could have gotten those," Nat told him, moving to get up to help him. He shook his head. "Nah, Sam cooked and you got them out, so I'll clean them." She glanced at Wanda, who was out of her seat and leaning on the counter. The younger woman just shook her head, signaling that Natasha should just let Peter take care of it. Nat nodded at Peter as he turned to begin washing the dishes in the sink. Sam's eyebrows knit together, and he opened his mouth to presumably ask about Peter's insistence of washing them himself. "It's just what he likes, I guess," she explained before the man could ask. "I think it's calming," Peter called without looking at them. "Plus, I can't remember the last time I had a working dishwasher, so I'm just used to washing them. I don't see why you guys are so bothered by it." Sam looked at the boys turned back. "It's not that we're bothered by it, it just seems a bit odd seeing as there's a dishwasher right there." Peter sighed and latched onto the handle of the dishwasher. He quietly placed all of the plates on the racks and slotted the silverware into their places. "Your wish is my command," he said with a bow, and he closed the dishwasher. Natasha couldn't help but feel bad that they had disrupted his habit. "Thanks, Peter," she called to him as he started to walk with Wanda to the elevator. "Don't mention it." "So," Peter said as the elevator doors closed, "wanna tell me what we're gonna do?" "All right, geez, Mr. Impatient," Wanda mocked. "I was just wondering if you wanted to maybe let me teach you Ukrainian. I don't know, no one else here but Vision knows it, and if you were interested, you could learn so we could chat in it." Peter noticed that she had a habit of constantly explaining her reasoning for her actions, like she was afraid someone would call her out on her ideas or suggestions. He wanted to help her feel a bit more comfortable. "Oh boy, I feel like I should be honored you want to teach me," he grinned. "That would be fun. I like picking up new languages." Wanda's nervousness seemed to melt off her face as they exited the elevator on their floor. "Oh yeah, you know sign language too. Do you know anything else?" "Oh man," he held out his hand and began to count on his fingers. "So there's English and ASL. I learned ASL with MJ, you've seen her." A wince crossed Wanda's features, but Peter chose to ignore it. Then there's Italian 'cause my mom, my aunt, and my uncle all had Italian blood. I learned Spanish in school and Russian on my own 'cause I wanted a challenge. There's also German, and I learned that like back in January. And I know some Braille 'cause my blind friend is a conniving little bitch. "Holy fuck," Wanda muttered. "That's a lot, you're fluent in all of those." "All except for Braille, learning that one is a bit tough. But like, Italian rivals English as my mother tongue 'cause I was learning both of them at the same time." "Well then," Wanda said as she opened the door to her room, "this'll be easier than I thought. I was gonna teach Harley, but he has a hard time picking up languages, and I guess Ukrainian isn't an amazing one to start with. But that's all right, because now it'll just, Peter, don't you want to come in?" Peter's feet were planted at the entrance of her room, all of his instincts telling him he wasn't allowed to go in there. Another person's room was their own space, and that space was not to be breached without explicit permission. Richard had taught him that. Of course, Richard had been allowed to go in Peter's room whenever he liked, but there was no entering Richard's room. Peter didn't want Wanda to get mad at him for going into her room. It was her space. He didn't know if he was allowed in. "Peter." He kept his head down. "Can I please come in? Permission." He wouldn't get punished if he had permission. "Of course, I thought that was kinda implied." Peter let out the breath he was holding. "Right, sorry, just didn't want to invade." He looked up at her and noticed the concerned quirk in her eyebrows. "Sorry." She adjusted her expression, a soft smile taking over her features. "No need to apologize, you were just being polite. You can come in my room whenever, even if the door is closed, as long as you knock first." "Thanks," he said as he stepped into her room. He looked around, taking the space in. She had a bathroom off to the side like he did. Her bed had maroon-colored sheets on them, and it was neatly made with several embroidered pillows resting on it. There was a stack of magazines on the floor next to the bed. Her desk had stationery supplies and a pile of opened letters, the size of which paled in comparison to the stack of unopened letters. There were boxes on shelves in the corner of the room, but they were closed and unlabeled. There was a large bulletin board hanging above her desk, and Peter took in the items hung up on it. Pictures of her and the team, even more pictures of her and Vision, what looked like a meal receipt, movie tickets, and a piece of unrecognizable fabric. Nice room. "Glad you like it," she called from where she was pulling out a box from one of the shelves. She walked over to sit on the bed, then patted a spot in front of her. He climbed onto her bed as he opened the box. She pulled a small whiteboard out of the box, along with markers and 2 books. If one were to make a quick glance, the titles of the books would appear to be in Russian, but altered enough that it looked pretty jumbled. Ukrainian. That made sense, given the context of what he was about to do with Wanda. "This is what I used when I tried to teach Harley Ukrainian," she explained. "It's a process of being able to write, speak, read, and listen. I'll be your example for listening and speaking. The whiteboard is for writing, and the books provide some more advanced reading examples. But I can also just pull sentences from it and pick those apart with you. Sound good?" He nodded, eyes trained on the books. "Don't Russian and Ukrainian have, like, almost the same alphabets? I'm pretty sure there's only a few differences." "Yeah, they're both Slavic languages, so there's a lot of similarities. That'll make it easier for you to learn, since you apparently know Russian, you overachiever, but they're still different languages. Like, you know how English and German are both Germanic languages? Learning Ukrainian while knowing Russian will be a bit like learning German while knowing English." Peter neglected to mention that his German lessons took place during a 4-week stay at a Hydra facility, so his learning Ukrainian may go a bit smoother. They may have fucked him up a bit, but at least they allowed him to broaden knowledge of language. That was probably the only plus, though. He would rate his stay as 0.5/10 on TripAdvisor, wouldn't recommend. "Get fucked, Harley," he muttered, to which Wanda gave a snort. "Gonna learn a freaking language, stupid monolingual southerner." "You show him, Peter," she said with a grin as she picked up the board and marker. "Ready for your first lesson." "Oh goody, I'm back in school. Have at it, Professor Maximoff." Chapter 11, Haha Strong Peter Go BRRR. "No, but see, don't interrupt, Wanda, this is important. What I'm saying is that the International Astronomical Union is just a group of cowards." Wanda was full-on laughing at this point. "I just don't see why you care this much." "They just stripped away Pluto's planetary status for no reason," Peter exclaimed, gesturing wildly up at the ceiling. He was splayed out on Wanda's bed, with the young woman sitting next to his legs with her ankles crossed. She had her knee rested on his thigh. It felt nice. Their Ukrainian lesson materials laid discarded on the ground. The lesson had gone well, but at some point their conversation drifted away from the topic of language. Naturally, that was how they ended up here, with Peter ranting about the planetary status of Pluto to an extremely amused Wanda. "Well, they must have had a reason if they were able to do it," Wanda commented. "It's because their definition of a planet is bullshit. It's too fucking narrow, Wanda. They were like, blah blah, Pluto can't clear its zone, so it can't be a planet, blah blah blah. But guess what? It's impossible to clear a zone within a planet's orbit. No planet in our solar system can satisfy the zone-clearing regulation since new small bodies are constantly injected into planet-crossing orbits. It's not like everything that enters Earth's orbit is thrown out immediately. If the IIU definition of a planet is to be taken seriously, then technically, no planet in our solar system is actually a planet." "Peter, my friend, I really need you to understand that I can't comprehend a word you're saying," Wanda sighed, exasperation lacing her voice. Peter felt a twinge of worry at her words, but it dissipated when he lifted his head to see the grin on her face and the twinkle of mirth in her eyes. "Sucks to be you, I guess," he muttered, calming down from his rage rant. "What time is it?" Friday answered before Wanda. "It is 3:42. I would like to remind Ms. Maximoff that she has training in the main gym at 4:00. "Make that two of us," Peter grunted as he pulled himself up. "You're coming to training?" Wanda hopped off her bed and walked over to her closet. She pulled out a tank top and a pair of leggings. "Yeah, Clint wanted me to come. I'll just, wait in the hall, yeah. I'd invite you to stay, but Mama didn't raise no cheater." She tossed her hair over shoulder and winked. "Oh, darling, am I not worth it?" he asked, lifting his hand to rest over his heart. "Don't let Vision hear you say that, you skank," Wanda called out as he swung open the door and rushed out. He chuckled as he leaned against the wall just outside her door. Wanda was making such an effort to welcome him. With her wanting to teach him Ukrainian, he felt like he was being quietly let into her world, like she felt it was safe to open up to him. That's what friends were supposed to do, right? Open up to each other. Peter hoped he would be able to reciprocate eventually. Her door swung open once more and she stepped out. When she laid eyes on him, her eyebrows knit together. "You're not gonna change." Peter looked down at his long sleeves and sweatpants. "Nah, I get cold easily." He got warm easily too, but he was quite used to an excessive amount of layering. He wore his suit under his clothes every single day anyway. Avoiding putting his scars on display for the team was simply an added bonus to his long sleeves and suit. "Whatever you say," Wanda shrugged before starting down the hallway. Peter followed her as she made the turn into the kitchen. She grabbed a water bottle out of the fridge and tossed it at Peter, who caught it with ease. She took one for herself and shut the door with her foot. "We ready?" "Just waiting on you," he said, turning to walk to the elevator. "You shut your mouth," she mumbled, and Peter caught a glimpse of a red glow twirling in her hands. "What are you gonna do, F? Oh shit." Wanda launched herself into the air, flying past him quickly and landing in the waiting elevator. The moment she left the ground, Peter's ears picked up an oh-so-faint twinkle of wind chimes. He ignored the sound of Wanda's laughter and looked around for a source. No wind chimes in sight. "Peter," Wanda called. "Oh my God, did I scare you? I wasn't gonna hurt you, I thought you would know. I'm so sorry." No, don't worry about that," he dismissed. He turned towards her again and saw that she was walking his way. "Wanda, would you mind flying over here instead? I want to test something." She furrowed her eyebrows but shrugged anyway. Once again, a red glow bounced around her body and she hovered towards him. The wind chimes were back. She was about to land in front of him, but he motioned for her to stay where she was. He stepped closer and the chimes got louder. "Is something wrong?" No, but I think your magic has a sound. My magic has a sound, she asked, a bit bewildered. That's what I said, yeah, stop flying for a sec, she did. The chimes stopped. Yeah, it's you, it's like wind chimes clanking together, but like the small and dainty kind. Is it loud? She held up her hand, examining the ball of red it carried. No, it just surprised me. He closed his eyes, focusing more on the sound. It didn't grate against his ears, either. It was a pleasant sound, reminding him of spring and a gentle wind blowing past him on nice afternoons. I'm even more surprised that you can't hear it. Guess my hearing's back. When he opened his eyes once more, he was greeted with a soft smile from Wanda. Cool, she breathed. This time they walked to the elevator together, ignoring the fact that they were probably going to be slightly late to training. The doors shut, and Peter was met once more with the muted silence of the elevator. Except now he picked up on more sounds to keep him company. There were the soft whirs of the elevator's mechanics and the quiet static of what he assumed to be Friday's speakers. Then a more familiar sound, one he hadn't heard in a hot second, a heartbeat. A smile tugged at Peter's lips with the realization that he could now hear Wanda's heartbeat. The steady thump, thump, thump of a familiar person's heartbeat was always soothing to him. Sometimes he hated his enhanced senses. They often did him more harm than good. But after experiencing the loss of them, he was looking forward to being at full functionality once more. Heartbeats were a consistent comfort he had missed. The elevator dinged, and they stepped out directly into what Peter assumed to be the main gym. He looked around, noticing that the rest of the Avengers were already there. Peter was faced with the scene of the most powerful people in New York taking turns stretching each other. They all turned to face the new pair, and a smile lit up Clint's face from where he was helping Sam stretch his arm. Spidey, welcome to Avengers training, he yelled. What am I, chopped liver? Wanda scoffed as she made her way to Natasha, Peter trailing after her. As soon as they reached the spy, Natasha turned to him. When was the last time you ate? She said quietly, though it felt like a demand. Natasha kept bringing that up. She seemed slightly obsessed with what he was eating for breakfast, but maybe Peter was reading into their interactions too much. What was she concerned? He was perfectly fine, thank you very much. He was eating more than he ever did on the streets, yet the woman still wanted to make sure he got enough. Sure, his appetite was growing now that he was getting used to eating more, but he shouldn't be getting used to eating more. Eventually, he'd have to return to his routine of having no routine, so couldn't allow himself to get accustomed to feeling full. Nonetheless, there was no way he could turn down a meal when he didn't know when his next one would come. So when Wanda had suggested they take a lunch break, he had gone along with it. Probably around 12, right, Wanda? She nodded. Yeah, 12. Natasha pulled a package out of her legging pockets and tossed it at Peter. He reached up to catch it and saw that it was some type of protein bar. He raised an eyebrow at her, but opened it anyway. Bruce managed to manufacture a nutrition bar meant for Steve and Bucky's metabolisms, so that should at least supplement you, she explained. Thanks, he nodded, taking a bite out of the bar. Don't you need tennis shoes or something? Natasha asked, looking pointedly at his bare feet. Before Peter could respond, Wanda snorted. Did you walk all the way here without shoes on? He shrugged. What can I say? I'm not a sock kinda guy. Plus, it feels more natural without shoes on. I can somehow still stick to shit through layers, but I still think it works better if I'm barefoot. Occasionally, if he wore socks, the feeling of the fabric overwhelmed him. He didn't mention that. If you say so, Natasha said, giving her own shoe a tap against the floor. So do you guys have a routine or anything, or can I just do whatever? He was a bit unclear on what Avengers training entailed. Trust exercises. Rogers walked over to them, apparently sensing that he had an opportunity to take on a leadership role. We start out with stretching, then the team has the opportunity to split up and work on their individual goals. Like today, I'll be sparring with Buck. Clint and Sam will probably team up. Bruce will do yoga as usual, and I think Nat's going to work on cardio, right? At her affirmation, he went on. So really, you can do whatever. It's leg day for me, baby, Stark yelled from a squat position. You listening in on our conversation? Peter replied, not looking at the man. What can I say? Capsicle's a pretty loud dude. Alrighty then, Peter nodded, putting the bar wrapper in his pocket. So I guess I'll do a quick stretch. He took a few steps away and proceeded to begin with some basic stretches, touching his toes and stretching out his arms. As he went on, though, he felt a few more pairs of eyes on him. When he slowly bent backwards to wrap his arms around his calves from behind, one of them decided to speak up. Whoa, hey, you fucking contortionist, Wanda laughed, walking up to him. Can I see if you can go further? She asked, and she moved her hand down to his line of sight so he could see what she was suggesting. Go ahead, he allowed, and her hand moved to lay on his back. He resisted a shiver at the contact. He needed to get better at suppressing his reactions to people touching him, positive or not. "Are you sure that's a good idea? You could hurt yourself," Natasha pointed out. "It's fine, my bones are stretchy." Wanda applied pressure to his position, and Peter slowly began to thread his upper body through his opened legs. "And this is where I exit the conversation," Rogers muttered, and Peter heard the man make his way back to Bucky. "His bones are stretchy, what the hell?" Natasha walked to his other side and knelt down to meet his eyes. "Peter, I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that a bit." "So like you know the name Spider-Man, not for nothing." Wanda didn't ease up on her maneuvering of his position, and he was able to thread his arms through his legs to wrap around them from the front. "Spiders don't have bones, we know this. Well, since I'm not completely spider, I still have bones. My DNA is fucked up enough to increase the elasticity of my muscles, and my bones, they seem to move with my muscles. Like they're bendy. To compensate for the difference between a human skeletal system and a spider's." That's the way he thought about it, at least. Hydra never told him what they discovered as they picked apart his body. "Right," Natasha stood back up and returned to her stretching mat. "That's fucked." "Oh, trust me, I know." Wanda released her hold on him as he laughed. "That's what makes me a mutant." Peter unwound his body in one fluid motion, straightening with ease. His back had lost much of the tension he'd just been carrying. "For the moment," Wanda started as she took a step away, "I'll just focus on how cool that is rather than the creepy factor." "Good choice," he agrees, and he started to walk over to the racks of weights against the wall. "Hey, what's the heaviest weight you guys have?" Peter heard Stark's knees crack as the man jumped up to join Peter at the weight rack. As the man walked over, he swooped down to grab hold of a full water bottle resting near his mat. He came to a stop next to Peter and took a swig. "Traditional weights are heaviest allows for 1,500 pounds. That's just for the old men over there, though," Stark explained. He eyed Peter, then advised, "It'd probably be a good idea to start out lower than that." Peter had to physically restrain himself from dropping his jaw. This guy thought that 1,500 would be too much for him. The fuck? Peter raised an eyebrow and pointed to the large weight that read 0.75 tons. "That's the 1,500, yeah." Stark's eyebrow quirked, but he nodded. Peter reached for it and the man took a step back. "Kid, I don't think you should do that without a spotter, it might." Peter lifted up the weight with ease. It felt like a bottle of water. Stark looked on as Peter took a small step away and tossed the weight from his right hand to his left. The weight was minimal to Peter. He already knew he could lift near 20 tons without overexerting himself. Armored cars were heavier than they looked. Buildings were about as heavy as they looked, but he'd grown a lot stronger since that first warehouse a couple years ago. Peter had a love-hate relationship with people underestimating him. On one hand, they were underestimating him. It was annoying. On the other hand, Peter loved to see their faces when he proved them wrong. Peter allowed a sly grin to cross his face as he lightly set the weight down. "Don't call me kid." Stark cleared his throat. "Right, yeah, okay, Fry, could you get Macho up from the lab?" "I'm guessing that Macho stands for something," Peter bemusedly commented. The man loved his acronyms. The giddy smile on Stark's face told Peter all he needed to know, but Stark still explained, "Machinery aptly constructed to help overachievers." "Right," Peter sighed. The man loved his acronyms. The elevator door dinged and a boxy machine rolled out, pretty unassuming. There was a control panel on it, but it was otherwise plain. Behind the robot trailed a confused-looking Harley, and oh, school must have ended a while ago. "Why'd Macho join me in the elevator?" Harley asked, looking up at his teammates who had paused their exercises. "Did Thor stop by today?" "Shoo, not even a greeting," Stark whistled. Harley's eyes drifted over to the man and they widened slightly when he noticed Peter. "Nah, apparently Bugman is an overachiever." Rogers walked over to them with Bucky trailing him, wiping sweat from his brow. "Really, how much more does he need?" "Well, he decided to give me a heart attack by tossing the 1,500-pound weight around, so I guess we'll see," Stark said as he approached the now resting machine. Whistles chorused through the gym as the others made their approach to surround Peter and the robot. Peter ticked his head towards Harley and asked, "Why'd you ask if Thor was here?" "The dude can lift at least 100 tons, seein' as he's the Asgardian god of strength and all, so Tony made this bot for him to mess around with on trainin' days," Harley explained. "He's usually the only one to use it, but sometimes Steve and Bucky use it for the lower settings." "I couldn't quite get it to 100 tons, but I'm working on it," Stark told them. 100 tons is like anyone know a good reference for how much 100 tons is? Cloud Gate, Natasha suggested. The fuck is that? Sam muttered, and everyone ignored Rogers's comment on his language. Chicago bean, Peter said. Now I've just got the mental image of Thor picking up the bean and just launching it at a baddie. While the team assumedly pondered the situation, Stark jumped in once more. Anyway, it's up to 75 tons right now. You can control the weight using the control pad on the front, and the weight of the robot will adjust. Peter crouched down to punch in his starting weight. He could hear mechanisms shifting within the robot, and Peter watched as the shape of the robot shifted to form a rod of about 3 feet in length. Clint leaned over his shoulder to see what weight he set it to and inhaled sharply. Dude, 10,000 pounds. There are lower levels, you know. Peter tilted his head up at him so the man could clearly see his eye roll. That's how much an average ambulance weighs, idiot, it's not that much. He demonstrated this fact when he bent down to lift up the robot. It was noticeably heavier than the 1,500-pound weight, but still very manageable. Sam turned away from the group, walking back to his sparring mat. It's too early for this shit. It's 4:30, dumbass, Bucky mocked, but he left as well once Peter gently put the weight back down. He switched to walking backwards as he told Peter, "Tell me what number you end up at." From there, each member of the team returned back to their original spots. Rogers went to join Bucky after commenting on Peter's impressive strength. Natasha held out her hand towards Peter with a question in her eyes, and with some hesitation he nodded. She simply placed her hand on his shoulder and gave him a pat before walking away. Clint groaned as Peter upped the weight to 10 tons and left to rejoin Sam. Don't hurt yourself, Wanda advised as she and Bruce left to resume their yoga routine. What she said, Stark said, waving in Wanda's direction. Then it was just him and Harley, who watched as Peter did a few reps with the increased weight. It put strain on his muscles, but not nearly enough to prevent Peter from moving up. As he adjusted the weight once more, Harley stepped away. I'm gonna require a set of those normal people weights, alright if I join you, he asked. Course, don't hurt yourself, Peter said with a wink. Harley rolled his eyes, but Peter took note of the slight red tinting his cheeks as he walked to the rack. The other teen hadn't even begun exercising yet. Why did he blush so much? Maybe Harley just had rosacea and Peter didn't know. Peter switched the weight to 20 tons as Harley came back with a set of 60-pound dumbbells. The other teen had also removed his flannel to reveal a short-sleeved shirt, which meant his arms were on display. At that moment, Peter realized he hadn't seen Harley without some form of long sleeves or armor. Peter didn't know if 60 pounds was a lot for the average athletic teen, but it was enough to give Harley some, impressive muscles. Harley began his reps and Peter averted his eyes down to his own weight because Harley did not need to see the blush Peter felt rise to his cheeks. It shouldn't even be there. What the fuck? All right, Harley just had some muscles. He lived with the Avengers, of course he had muscles. No need to freak out about it. Jesus, all right. Ignored. At 20 tons, Peter was definitely feeling it. No, it didn't hurt, but in a casual setting like this, it was probably near the upper range of his strength. In an actual dangerous scenario, where adrenaline was the only thing pumping through his veins, he could definitely go higher. For now though, since he was training and not catching glances of Harley's arms, mind you, he decided to continue his reps in 1-ton increments. Sweat formed on his back at the 22-ton mark, and once he reached 30, he figured he could call it a day. Maybe after his health was fully restored, he could really test himself. He set down the weight and reset the robot to its original form. Harley was just about finishing his reps as well, and as Peter looked around the gym, he could see that some of the team was starting to tire out. Harley joined him as he picked up his water bottle and walked over to the sparring mat Rogers and Bucky were occupying. They had concluded their fight, dripping sweat as they hydrated themselves. Bucky caught sight of them and tipped his head at Peter. How much did he lift? Stopped at 30, he shrugged, lifting his bottle to take a swig. He heard Harley's breath catch in his throat at the same time the two men's eyebrows shot up. 30,000, Rogers asked. Peter struggled to keep his face neutral as he shook his head. 30 tons. Suddenly Wanda popped up next to him with a gasp. Did I hear you say 30 tons? Bruce followed her, his eyebrows raised. Is that your max? Nah, Peter shook his head, but I can test my max some other time. If they allowed him to stay at the tower for that long. Rogers tilted his head at Peter, seemingly working something out in his head. So you have massive amounts of strength and you can fight. Look at that, he connected the dots, Peter joked. What, you thought it was luck every time I kicked your ass? A look crossed Rogers's face that let Peter know that the man definitely thought it was just luck. "Well, no," he sheepishly replied, "but I just have a quick question. The worst I've gotten from you was a few bruises, maybe a cracked rib. Why?" "Gotta stay true to my beliefs, Cap'n. Can't hurt the good guys even when they're hurting me. Really don't rough up the baddies much, either." His only exception was a rapist. He accidentally punched them harder than usual. Oops. "Oh man, we're idiotic," Rogers groaned, rubbing a hand down his face. "This past year, gods, I apologize." Peter nudged Wanda with a smile. "Got an apology out of Mr. America, would you look at that?" Nonetheless, he smiled at the man. "It's okay, I mean, it's not okay, you fuckers, but I digress. I appreciate your realization and the apology." Wanda nodded, inching towards some character development, "I see." Peter stepped closer to the captain, smiling as he said, "Call me Peter." Then he turned to Wanda and whispered, "We gotta fucking zoom, come on," as Rogers's eyes widened and he tried to stammer out a response. Wanda giggled as they walked briskly to the elevator. "Are you doing that with everyone?" Wanda asked. "Anyone I deem to be not an asshole," Peter said. "It's fun, it's like I've got a little cult." "Are we the only ones in it?" "Just in the Avengers chapter, 4 other people know." She tilted her head. "Who, if you don't mind my asking?" He began to count on his fingers. "A friend of mine that moved away, MJ, and these 2 random guys I hang out with sometimes." He was slammed with the reminder that he hadn't talked to Matt in days. Fuck. "What?" she asked, her heart rate spiking slightly. "Those random guys, I was supposed to meet with one of them yesterday, but I got kidnapped before I could." He inhaled sharply. "Oh my God, what if he's mad, or worse, worried?" "You could call them." He shoved his fingers through his hair as the elevator doors opened on their floor. "No, can't. Ditched my phone a while ago." "Gods, you can be an idiot sometimes," she sighed. "Stark makes phones." "I can't just ask for a phone. You don't deserve it. It's a luxury you can't have. Someone can track you. You can't have a phone. You can't ask for that. You can't ask for anything." Peter, he literally wouldn't care. He's a billionaire. Peter shook out his hands, trying to get himself to listen to her reasoning. It didn't work. "Wanda, I just can't. Mr. Stark wouldn't want to anyway." "Then just use mine," she shrugged. "That's your phone. What if I, accidentally fuck it up?" "I'm offering. I think you're making this harder than it has to be." He sighed, feeling slightly bad for dragging this out. "A phone is a big thing to me. It's expensive and overall just." They both turned as the elevator sounded its arrival. Harley walked out and caught up with them on their walk down the hall. He held out a box to Peter. "Tony wanted to give this to you, but you left right before he was gonna talk to you," he explained. "Oh my God, is that a phone?" Wanda excitedly asked. "Please tell me that's a phone so I can beat Peter's ass." Peter took the box and opened it. It was indeed a phone. "The timing is immaculate," Wanda grinned as she sidestepped Peter to stand in front of him. "Are you sure?" he asked Harley. "Why would Stark give him a phone?" Harley raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, he said that he figured you didn't have a Stark phone and that anyone who doesn't have one is a complete loser." Wanda cackled in response. "Shut up," Peter muttered, waving a dismissive hand at his friend. "Well, guess this means I'm making a call." Chapter 12, Meeting the Family. It was 6 o'clock. The kid didn't stop by. Matt wasn't panicking because it'd be dumb to panic when you haven't heard from someone in almost 2 days. 41 hours, 22 minutes, 41 hours, 22 minutes, 41 hours, 23 minutes. Matt didn't do as much work as he should have. He was too busy anticipating Peter's arrival, one that never came. He lamented the fact that he was so worried about such a seemingly small thing, but to his credit, Peter had only disappeared a few times before. Each time, something devastating had happened. Peter was such a constant in Matt's life at this point that the second something deviated from the norm, Matt was on edge. That wasn't to say he was panicking, though. Matt wasn't panicking. He sighed as he pulled himself out of his desk chair and cracked his neck. He snatched a few papers that he could busy himself with at home until it was time to suit up. He would search for the kid more tonight. If he couldn't find Peter, then all rationale would be tossed out the window, as well as what remained of Matt's sanity. As Matt walked out of his office, he could hear Foggy beginning to pack his things up as well. Karen had probably already left. Matt reached the coat hanger near the entrance and once more searched for the non-existent note on it. When his hand landed on his coat, one of the office's phones began to ring. Ignoring it, Matt put on his coat and made his way to the door. His workday was over, thank you very much. Foggy sighed as he picked up the phone. Nelson and Murdock, how can we help you? Matt heard the familiar sigh of, "Hey, Foggy," through the crackle of the phone receiver. His hand froze in its place on the door handle, and he whipped his head towards Foggy. "Peter?" Foggy questioned, his voice timid. What's up?" Matt barely registered the sound of his briefcase thumping onto the floor when his hand lost its grip. In an instant, he was at Foggy's side, ripping the phone out of the other man's hand, pulling its cord taut. "Peter," Matt breathed out. "Hey, Matt," he could hear the smile in the boy's voice. "Did you just say what's up?" After going radio silent for 2 days, maybe not the best first thing to say to someone you thought might have been dead, but cut Matt some slack. The kid was kind of an idiot. Peter laughed, and Matt felt some of the tension he'd been carrying roll off his back. "Maybe. What, did you want a long and gushy greeting? I actually have a backup speech written out, so if you wanted." No, Matt interrupted. "I think we're good, but you've got to answer a few questions, Parker." "I figured," Peter replied, resigned. "Hit me." "Are you okay? Where have you been? Where are you now? How are you even calling me right now? I thought you didn't have a phone." "Right, you want me to answer them in that order, or?" Matt cleared his throat, not having meant to spill all of his questions out at once. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Peter assured, and before Matt could call bullshit, he went on, "Like actually fine, not hurt." Matt heard a woman whispering in the background, though he didn't feel like focusing on her voice. Peter hissed, "Wanda, you're insufferable." "Yes, okay, I'll tell him, shut up. So like I'm fine, right, but I may have been deaf and blind for a little while." Matt flinched back at the admission. "Peter, you better elaborate on that immediately." "Guess that brings me to questions 2 and 3. So yesterday I was walking to your apartment like I do." Though he was completely aware Peter couldn't see him, Matt nodded. "I heard this woman screaming, right, so I suited up and went to go find her. 'Twas a trap, and the woman screaming turned out to be Romanov. She and a few of her teammates fucked with my senses until I passed out and they took me." "So, just to make sure I'm hearing this correctly," Matt ground out, "you were minding your business before the Avengers tricked you into walking into an elaborate trap that ended up making you deaf and blind so they could kidnap you." "That about sums it up, yes." Of course, Matt was fully aware that the Avengers had been aiming to take Spider-Man into custody for a while. He'd always been surprised that the entirety of New York didn't realize this, but sometimes civilians couldn't put 2 and 2 together in the midst of all their hero worship. The team's efforts were a common topic of discussion between Matt and Peter, but Peter had always told Matt not to get involved. Now, he was wishing he hadn't listened to the kid. The bastards had finally caught up to him. "I'm going to kill them," Matt decided. "Matt, you don't kill," Peter reminded him. "I'm going to maim them very intensely," he corrected. "In the middle of my story? Rude," Matt grunted, signaling for Peter to go on. "Anyway, I woke up at the Avengers Tower. They interrogated me, then they—" "Hold on, how did they interrogate you if you couldn't see or hear them?" "A sign language technique. I could just sign to them, and one of them would let me feel what they were signing," Peter explained. "Then they decided they were gonna try to ignore S.H.I.E.L.D. for once, but to do so, they needed to prove that I'm not a threat." "I really feel like that should be clear enough," Matt interjected. It's you." "Thanks, I think, but there needed to be substantial proof, so Wanda Maximoff popped in my brain for a sec to scope things out. Wanda, I said it was fine, and she decided that I could be trusted." "So she's the one with you?" he asked. It seemed like the two were friends, and Matt couldn't recall ever hearing about the two fighting each other. Sure, hearing that she went inside the kid's mind put him off a bit, but he guessed he couldn't really judge her when Peter obviously felt safe enough to have this phone call with her around. "Yeah, and can I tell him? This kid named Harley. He lives at the tower, he's cool. Don't be mad at him, Matt. You can't maim a teen." Matt had never heard of the kid, but he didn't think it was too important, as long as Peter trusted him. "Anyone else you wanna protect?" Bucky and Vision are cool. They never tried to kill me." "If you're sure," he muttered, checking his mental list of Avengers to hate. "So why are you still there?" Well, it's so the Avengers don't get into trouble with S.H.I.E.L.D. Apparently they'd get a stern talking to if S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered that they had me, then let me go." "So what, you're their prisoner now?" Matt might be willing to bend his no-killing policy. I guess, but they're pretty nice captors as far as I've seen. I'm getting fed and everything." "Not helping your case, kid," Matt warned. Matt felt the urge to ask about what Peter told his foster father if he had even explained anything about his absence, but he had a suspicion that Peter wasn't that close with Richard. In fact, he wouldn't even be surprised to learn that Peter hadn't had contact with Richard in a while. Peter's newly flexible schedule, his weight loss, never heading home in the same direction. Richard's absence would explain a lot. But Matt would rather not think about that possibility because the conclusion could only be that Peter was on his own. The mere idea stung Matt. Of course he knew that the kid could handle himself, that wasn't even a question. The thing was that he didn't have to. In order to avoid thinking about that mess, though, Matt was still holding out hope that Peter had a home. In the meantime, however, I'm coming over there. Fucking pardon, why? I've gotta put one of your knives to use. Matt hung up the phone and started towards the door once more. Are you gonna explain what's happening, or, Foggy called. Matt picked up his briefcase from the floor as he replied, the Avengers kidnapped Peter, so now they've gotta deal with me. Peter pulled the phone away from his ear, a slightly blank look on his face. That look changed to one of urgency as he quickly set the phone on the floor and jumped up. As he rushed over to his desk, Harley asked, "What's going on?" He had only heard Peter's side of the phone call, and though he got the general gist of the conversation, he apparently missed out on some new development. Peter didn't turn to him as he started messing with something on his desk. "I've gotta hide my knives." "I'm sorry, your knives." Harley turned to Wanda for an explanation, but all she allowed him was a shrug. Peter pulled a knife from what Harley now realized was just a towel acting as a carrier for at least a dozen knives, varying in size. Still refusing to look away from the towel, Peter spun the rather lengthy blade to point at Harley behind his back. "My knives," he casually restated. "Right," Harley sighed, though still fairly intrigued. Peter laid the blade to rest once more and wrapped the towel to secure the pile. "Why do you need to hide your knives?" Peter picked up the package and quickly searched for a hiding place in his room. "'Cause Matt just threatened to use them against the team, and I don't take his threats lightly." "Oh, I know," Peter exclaimed before he quickly activated his web shooters. He tossed the collection of knives into the air and shot a web at them to secure them onto the opened closet door. He shut the door with a sigh, successfully removing the weapons from sight. "Quick question," Wanda interjected. "Why is your friend coming to attack us?" "'Cause he's a protective little bitch who doesn't like the Avengers, and they just gave him a reason to be violent." Harley shrugged. "I guess that's valid, seeing as we did fuck up your entire life for a while." Peter turned to him, a slight furrow in his brows. "Don't say we, Harley. You and I only fought once, and I told Matt that the both of you were cool." Harley wanted to fight back more, but Wanda jumped in. "You told Matt that we were good, but what about the rest of the team?" "They can handle whatever's coming to them," Peter dismissed. "Honestly, it's more like they deserve it." He frowned at that. "What, are you gonna try to stop Matt? I wouldn't recommend it." "God, no," Harley shuddered. His family had made severe mistakes. Mistakes had consequences, and sometimes those consequences came in the form of a raging friend of the teenager they kidnapped. "He's common now, I assume." "Oh yeah, definitely on his way," Peter nodded, not looking the least bit regretful. "Should we warn the team?" Wanda asked. "They could go all out on your friend if they think he's an intruder." Peter shrugged. "I guess." He got up and Harley and Wanda followed him out of his room. "What do you figure they're up to?" "Usually we use this time for showers, post-gym and all," Harley explained, "but we called your friend instead. At this point, Sam's probably mackin' dinner." Peter froze, which Harley had come to recognize as a sign he said something to upset Peter. "Shit," the other teen hissed. "I didn't mean to make you guys miss your showers. You didn't have to sit in with me. I'm sorry." "Idiot, I'm the one who suggested you call him," Wanda playfully rebuked him. "Plus, like you said, we didn't have to be with you." "It was our choice to join you and miss our showers," Harley continued, pressing the button on the elevator, "and we can just take them after dinner. All's well that ends well." Peter sighed, deflating. "Whatever you say." The trio entered the elevator and Peter immediately slumped against the wall. Exhaustion radiated from his form. Harley remembered this morning when Peter mentioned he had awoken close to 3:00. Peter had said it so unconcernedly, so nonchalantly. Harley, on the other hand, had many issues with his statement. Fuck, why was Harley so worried about him? He met the hero just a few days ago, and he'd only been interacting with him for 2 days. He needed to leave Peter alone sounded easy enough. Harley glanced at Peter once more, whose closed eyes cracked open once the elevator stopped. He caught Harley's eyes on him and grinned, the bastard. Harley cleared his throat and looked away, ensuring that he was able to put one foot in front of the other. "Leave Peter alone," his brain mocked him. "Bullshit." Like hell he could do that. They turned into the kitchen, where they found Sam chatting with Clint and Nat while he cooked. Steve and Bucky were having their own conversation in the next room over, their soft voices making for a calm background noise. Wanda sat down at the island first, Peter sitting next to her, and Harley sandwiching the teen between Wanda and himself. The three older heroes paused their conversation, and Nat turned to face them. "What's up?" she asked, an eyebrow raised. From that, Harley could tell that she immediately noticed that something was off, how she always knew he could never figure out. "We're gonna be getting a visitor soon, hope you don't mind," Peter casually told her. "Who?" she questioned. Wanda took over, saying, "His friend Matt." Clint looked over, confusion written across his face. "Whose friend?" "Spidey's." "Yeah, mine," Peter answered, "and just call me Peter." Wanda gave a chuckle when Clint's eyebrows shot up, and he slowly raised his finger to point at Peter. Harley was noticing a pattern. "Why is he coming?" Natasha continued, ignoring Clint. "I called to check in with him," Peter explained, "and told him where I was and how I got here. He's, kinda upset with you guys." Harley, having seen the seriousness Peter held while hiding his weapons, snorted. "Kinda" was an understatement. "Hold up," Clint interrupted, this time pointing his finger at everyone other than Peter. "How are you guys so chill about this?" "Which this?" Natasha wondered. "Peter, he just said it so casually. We've been calling him Spider-Man for a year." Harley shrugged. "I knew already." Wanda, Nat, and Sam gave similar sentiments. "We know too," Bucky told Clint as the super soldier pair walked into the kitchen. "Tony's the only one who doesn't write." Peter nodded, "Him and Vision, but I'll just tell them tonight. I doubt Vision would even care." Wanda's eyes crinkled up as she smiled and ignored Clint's grumbling. "You've talked to Vis." The two had been together since the Civil War, maybe even a bit more before then. Harley knew that they were close and extremely well-matched, but they tended to keep their relationship a bit private. That wasn't to say that they weren't comfortable with the team, of course. That was just the way they were, he supposed. "Yeah, dude decided to scare me this morning. I liked his attitude." Wanda gave a single nod in approval. "I'm glad." "Can we get back to the person who's barging in?" Steve redirected the conversation. "Should we be worried?" Peter shrugged, and Harley noted the slight smirk on his face. "Nah, I'm pretty sure it'll just be an aggressive lecture." "You know, we could just not let him come up." Steve was trying to assert his dominance. Harley wasn't having any of that, thanks. "Oh, what, you guys can't handle a little rebuke?" He tilted his head at the man, eyebrows raised challengingly. "I kinda feel like you can handle Peter's friend if Peter can handle being kidnapped by y'all." While Harley relished in watching Steve's face pale, he caught Peter's small nod of approval. "I say we just go with it," Nat suggested. "Harley's right, and we should have seen this coming." "I doubt he's even gonna do much," Peter reminded. "He did threaten to maim you guys, but he does the same to me all the time. Bucky was getting out the plates and silverware when he called. We've had worse." "If you guys are done deciding whether or not we're getting maimed," Sam chimed in, "you could get Tony and Bruce for dinner. It's almost ready." Sam, for his part, did not seem too concerned. Maybe he just recognized the inevitable. Harley pushed back his chair and hummed, "I'll get him," as was the routine. He had taken up the mantle of being the one to coax Tony from his lab, especially when Pepper and Rhodey weren't there to help. Pepper was at the Stark Industries location in California and wouldn't be back for several more days. Harley had no idea when Rhodey would be back from DC, but he was usually around for holidays. As Harley got into the elevator, he heard Wanda excuse herself to go collect Vision, who, even though he never ate, still liked to be a part of family dinners. He got a final look at Peter before the doors closed. Peter didn't look completely uncomfortable, but he wasn't talking either. He sighed when his view was blocked by the closed doors. "Take me to Tony, please, Fry," he requested, and the elevator started moving to Tony's lab. Harley figured he was probably working on those upgrades for Cap's shield he had been meaning to do. When he came to the doors of the lab, however, there was no shield in sight. He laid his hand on the scanner and was let in immediately. He raised his watch and tapped in a few commands to Friday to shut off the blaring AC/DC. Tony's head whipped up, but before he could get a word out, Harley said, "Time to eat, old man." Tony scowled but got up anyway. "If you call me old man, I have the right to call you young child." "Keep telling yourself that, old man," Harley hummed. "I'm gonna be an adult pretty darn soon." Sheesh, if that doesn't make me feel old, I don't know what will. Tony joined him on the walk back to the elevator. Probably the condition of your back, he laughed as Tony shoved him into the elevator. What are you working on? Hearing aids for Spidey. Harley furrowed his eyebrows and looked at the man. I think his hearing is pretty much back. A smirk rose on Tony's face. They don't have to improve his hearing to aid him. What does that even mean? Harley muttered, squinting his eyes. Tony just waved him off. I guess you'll just have to wait till I explain it to Spidey. Harley rolled his eyes as the doors opened on Bruce's floor. He spotted Bruce reading one of his books on his couch. Bruce, he called, and the doctor looked up. Time for dinner. Bruce nodded and set down his book. Tony started rapidly pressing the button to close the doors, which Bruce caught sight of. He scoffed and upped his pace to a brisk walk to slide into the elevator. You know, the man raised his brow at Tony. It seemed like you were trying to keep me out of here. Tony grinned. Aw, Brucey, you know I would never do that to you. They bickered with each other while Harley quietly observed until the elevator returned to the main floor. The doors opened to reveal the almost full dining table, laden with Sam's meal of the night. Harley spotted the bowl of macaroni and caught Sam's eye to smile his thanks. He fucking loved macaroni. Several people were dishing up as Harley took his seat next to Peter. Those people did not include Peter, who was just sitting and listening to whatever Nat and Clint were talking about. Harley grabbed his plate from the pile and took one for Peter as well. The other teen's eyes snapped towards Harley when the plate landed in front of him. Harley nodded at the plate and gave Peter a look that said, "Eat, you stupid enhanced teen." Peter replied with a small smile and began taking a little bit of everything on the table. That fool needed to eat more, and Harley would certainly make sure that he did. He wished that urge came a little less naturally. Idle conversations began, and for once Harley wasn't talking with Peter. He caught glances of the other teen, and he was talking with Bucky and Nat something about a car. Every time Harley looked at Peter, Peter tilted his head in Harley's direction slightly. He stopped looking at a point because Peter's action probably indicated that he noticed Harley's glances. That dude noticed everything, a mini Nat if you would. Conversations came to a halt when Friday alerted, there is a man in the lobby claiming to have a meeting with the Avengers. His name is Matthew Michael Murdock. Would you like more identification factors? Tony looked confused, and Harley remembered that he wasn't here for the warning of the visitation. Friend of mine, Peter told the man, looking between Tony and Bruce. Natasha twisted slightly to meet eyes with Tony. He's okay to come up, she explained, and Tony nodded. Harley knew that Nat's approval influenced many decisions in the tower, so Tony readily gave the go-ahead for Matt to come up. Peter stood up, having finished his meal, and collected Wanda's plate as well. As he did so, he explained, "You'll hear me call him Matt, but you guys are gonna have to call him Mr. Murdock. He kinda hates your guts." Should Harley leave for this? Tony asked, and Harley recognized the familiar look of concern in his eyes. He's fine, Peter assured, glancing at Harley. I told Matt that he shouldn't be mad at Wanda or Harley, or Bucky or Vision. I feel special, Bucky murmured, nudging Nat. She just rolled her eyes. Throwing us under the bus then, Sam accused. Peter threw a glare at the man. Dudes, you literally kidnapped me. Sam grimaced and Nat muttered, you had it coming. Suddenly, Peter jumped up with a grin on his face. He's close. As if on cue, the elevator door opened to reveal a brown-haired man, whose eyes were covered with a pair of dark red sunglasses. He tapped a walking cane in front of him, the edge rarely ever touching the ground as he moved. He was wearing a suit to fit his lanky body, but Harley could recognize the muscles hiding underneath the jacket. A grin lit up Mr. Murdock's face when his cane made contact with Peter's leg. Kid, he sighed, relief coating his voice, and Harley tensed, waiting for Peter to rebuke Mr. Murdock. Instead, Peter beamed. Look at you, Matt, made it here all by yourself, he teased. Mr. Murdock attempted to whack Peter with his cane, but Peter jumped over it, as if anticipating the attack. Mr. Murdock, apparently also anticipating Peter's move, whipped his cane around to hit the teen's other side. This time, he made contact and flipped Peter off. Steve cleared his throat, and Matt tilted his head at the man, Mr. Murdock. Mr. Murdock snorted. Oh look, he's polite, I'm assuming you briefed him, kid. Peter nodded, and Mr. Murdock copied the gesture. That threw Harley off a bit. Was Mr. Murdock not blind? And who are you? He continued, waving his cane in Steve's direction. Yep, visually impaired. How did he know? Peter nodded. Steve Rogers, Steve answered. When the only reaction he got out of Mr. Murdock was a raise of his brow, Steve went on, Captain America. I know who Steve Rogers is. Mr. Murdock stepped closer and shoved his cane in Steve's chest. Steve frowned and took a small step back. You broke 3 of Spidey's ribs a couple weeks ago. Matt, Peter groaned, don't bring that up. Shush, you, Mr. Murdock dismissed. This fucker broke a teenager's ribs, a teenager who didn't come to me to patch him up, by the way. You were busy, Peter said under his breath, in an attempt to justify himself. Whatever, you lot have injured this kid more times than I can count, and trust me, I've tried to keep count. But there's one little glaring injury that needs a little chat. Would anyone care to share on how you bastards lacked so much self-awareness that you fucked with his senses so thoroughly that he lost his sight and hearing? To be fair, Tony called, and Harley watched as Mr. Murdock's grip on his cane tightened. We didn't know that would happen. What the fuck did you idiots think would happen? Mr. Murdock hissed. He would just be a little distracted. You could catch him off balance. I mean, yes. Idiots, he seethed before turning to Peter and asking, you seeing this shit? Yeah, but you're not seeing anything, Peter quipped. Mr. Murdock groaned. I will disown you, and that is not a threat. I'd like to see you try. Peter stuck out his tongue in an incredibly childlike manner that just made Harley even more attracted to him. And now you have him imprisoned here, the man continued, ignoring Peter. Is he even allowed to leave? Of course, Nat assured. Bucky and I took him to get his stuff this morning. At this, Mr. Murdock paused like he was thinking about something before shaking his head as if to clear his thoughts. So he needs a supervisor, right? Like that's not invasive. And what about patrol? You know, his nightly life-saving activities. Are you just going to stop him from helping people? Peter jumped in, saying, yeah, already getting antsy about that one, folks. Nat winced. We don't know yet. How could you not know yet? Mr. Murdock asked incredulously. This is his life you're fucking with. We understand that, but Steve tried, but Mr. Murdock cut him off with a sharp bark of a laugh. No, you don't understand. You didn't have to witness the effects of your actions on the kid's daily life. You never saw his tiredness or the limp that one of you bastards gave him that lasted far longer than it should have. And now he's supposed to just act like it's fine, all while he's not able to go out there and do his fucking job. Harley looked to Peter. He was looking a little bit smaller now, but made no move to step in. This was a retribution that was a long time coming. Sam swallowed. His usually small wrinkles seemed to have deepened by 10 years' time. I'm really sorry, Spider-Man. Mr. Murdock's jaw noticeably clenched, but Peter offered Sam a small nod. As long as this shit's worked out with S.H.I.E.L.D. sometime soon, I think we'll be good. Peter tapped Mr. Murdock's hand that was gripping his cane, and the tight grasp loosened slightly. Besides, it's pretty nice here. I just want to get out as Spider-Man again. Of course, man. Clint hopped out of his seat and walked over to Peter. But see, Spidey loves it here. He's not in prison. Clint ruffled the teen's hair. Peter froze, and Harley knew what was coming. An excessive amount of apologies, justifications for everything he had ever done, a small rant dripping with unfounded guilt. But none of that happened. When Clint noticed Peter hadn't reacted, he stepped away with a confusion blaring across his face. Shit, Mr. Murdock swore, and he whipped around to face Peter. Peter, whose eyes had glossed over, and was visibly shaking. Mr. Murdock took a step forward, and Peter's feet remained planted on the floor. Harley could see the rise and fall of his chest quickening. He looked across the table at Tony, who sensed Harley's eyes on him and turned away from Peter. They made eye contact, and Harley affirmed his suspicion. Peter was, for some reason, having a panic attack. Harley watched as Mr. Murdock took another step towards Peter, his hands held out in front of him. The man had ditched the cane. Peter, Mr. Murdock quietly called, and Harley heard Tony suck in a sharp breath at the name. Can you hear me? Peter remained still, so Mr. Murdock tried again, this time slightly louder, but still with a calm voice. A few seconds passed, and Mr. Murdock called his name once more. This time, Peter gave a slight jerk of his head. Mr. Murdock sighed in relief, somehow being able to sense Peter's recognition. Peter, whatever you're seeing is not real. Peter shook his head minutely. His chest movement was still rapid and irregular. It's not real. You're at the Avengers Tower. My name is Matt. I'm here with you. A single tear rolled down Peter's cheek, his expression unmoving. You're in the kitchen. Someone just ruffled your hair. Mr. Murdock turned from Peter slightly and whispered, who touched his hair? I did, Clint quietly said, ashamed. Clint Barton. Clint Barton just ruffled your hair. Mr. Murdock was facing Peter again. You know him, he's Hawkeye. Peter, come on, you've gotta breathe for me. You know my heartbeat, Peter, listen for my heartbeat. Peter's eyebrows twitched, pushing together, and Harley caught sight of Peter's first movement from the neck down. His left pointer finger tapped against his left thigh. It was in a steady rhythm, and Harley put two and two together to realize that Peter was moving his finger to the beat of Mr. Murdock's heartbeat. Good, good, Mr. Murdock praised, and Harley once again was stumped on how the man knew what Peter was doing. Focus on my heartbeat, good. Peter, can I touch you? Peter blinked hard and hoarsely whispered, yeah. He spoke, that was good, good. Harley felt like no one should have been watching this. At the same time, he couldn't tear his eyes away. I'm going to take your right hand, Mr. Murdock narrated as he did exactly that. Peter gave a full-body shiver at the contact. Mr. Murdock pulled Peter's hand to lay on his chest. Do you feel my breaths? He asked, to which Peter nodded, blinking once more. Good, breathe with me, okay? Peter took a sharp breath in and proceeded to choke on the exhale. He convulsed slightly as he coughed, though his hand remained on Mr. Murdock's chest. The man coached Peter through his breaths, and whenever the teen stuttered in his breathing, Mr. Murdock would refocus him. It was a bit different from the attacks Harley usually saw around the tower, but everyone was different, he supposed. The method seemed to be working for Peter, because his eyes had lost their faraway look, and he could breathe consistently with Mr. Murdock. More tears started to drip down Peter's face as he quietly said, Matt. Harley saw Mr. Murdock squeeze Peter's hand that still resided on his chest. I'm here, you're all right. I'm sorry, Peter tried to say, but Matt quietly shushed him and continued to reassure him, too softly for Harley to hear. Peter's body started to fold, leading him to crouch on the floor. Eventually, Peter's eyes slipped shut and his hand loosened its grip on Mr. Murdock's, instead coming to rest on his own chest. Harley would bet money that the boy had fallen asleep, yet somehow his face was still ridden with stress. Mr. Murdock sighed, giving Peter's slumped form a gentle pat, and he got up from his crouched position to turn to the silent team once more. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Clint stammered, but he didn't finish his sentence. You didn't know? I learned that you can't touch Peter's hair the hard way, too. Mr. Murdock bent down to pick up his cane, and it physically pained Harley to see how the man seemed so accustomed to the situation. We don't treat him like a prisoner, you know, Tony told him, in an awkward attempt to set the conversation back on course. He trained with us today, didn't know he was that strong. Yeah, he's strong. Harley got the sense that Mr. Murdock didn't just mean physically. Look, I realize that you guys are a group of heroes and that you can take care of a fellow hero. Just don't make the same mistake twice. Peter is a gift. Work to redeem yourselves. He nodded his head to conclude his speech and started walking to the elevator. Someone get him in a bed, and I better see him on patrol soon. Yes, sir, Sam mumbled as the elevator doors closed on the enigma that was Mr. Matthew Murdock. I can handle that, Wanda softly offered. Nat nodded, and Wanda coaxed her magic to envelop Peter and lift him into the air. Vision solemnly joined her in the elevator up to their floor. Harley turned to Nat, who was still seated with a look of slight concern on her face. He blurted, was that guy blind or not? Nat shrugged, saying, I have a feeling he's actually blind. He did some pretty weird stuff, though. See him on patrol soon, he said. What does that even mean? I have no idea, Harley murmured, though to be fair, he was more focused on Peter's state. He would check on him in the morning, and until then, he'd have quite a few things to mull over. Chapter 13, Mulan is an excellent comfort movie. Peter was drowning. He just woke up, and already he was drowning. He was drowning in some familiar body of water, unable to get air, unable to swim because he was bound tightly by his parachute. His arms flailed, but he couldn't get anywhere. His legs kicked, but his body remained where it was. Not again, not again, not again, not again, not again. Peter was no longer drowning. He knew he wasn't drowning because he had landed on the startlingly hard bedroom floor. The bottom of a river was often sandy, not bruisingly hard. He looked down to see that what he had assumed was his parachute was actually the sheets from his bed wrapped around his body. He rushed to untangle himself from the mess, launching the offending fabric away from him. Peter wasn't drowning. This was a well-established fact, a fact that should have calmed him. But the remnants of his nightmare still haunted him, and the only thing, or person rather, blaring in his mind was one Adrian Toombs. Adrian Toombs, who dropped him into the freezing cold of the Hudson. Adrian Toombs, who dropped a warehouse on him, letting Peter's pleas for help land on deaf ears. Adrian Toombs, who apparently had a habit of dropping things. Peter wasn't drowning, but the walls looked suspiciously closer together, and closer together, and closer. Tojeth, wait, were the walls closing in? No, that wasn't a thing that could physically happen. Walls couldn't move closer together, except for that one scene in A New Hope when the gang got trapped in a garbage compactor, and the walls were literally closing in on them. But in reality, walls couldn't close in on someone. Unless an arms dealer with a shitty set of wings knocked out rows of supports, and the walls and ceiling of a random warehouse in New York came crashing down. And he had just seen that, felt like he had lived through it once more in his sleep. And boy, oh boy, the bedroom was looking a bit tiny. But it was a bedroom, not an empty warehouse that contained only a small workbench and a lamp. It was fine. Peter startled when his back landed against the door. He was actually beside the bed, not the door, last time he checked. The bed, the fucking bed, not a gargantuan support beam. Either he had been moving subconsciously or the walls were closing in. And fuck, he didn't want to take the chance that the latter theory proved to be correct. Peter wasn't drowning, and he was highly grateful for this fact when it meant that he was free to quickly escape his shrinking bedroom. And then he was in the hall, but the hall was just as dark as the bedroom, and there were no fucking windows, and the tall walls towered over him, and it felt like they were tilting like an unstable card tower until he caught a glimpse of light coming from the kitchen, and there wasn't any light in the remains of that fucking warehouse, so light was safe. So he slid into the safety of the kitchen's warm glow, sighing as he finally caught a breath. Peter wasn't drowning, and he wasn't about to be crushed by tons and tons of hard stone slabs. He then heard soft breaths, and he realized he wasn't alone either. "Peter," came Harley's voice, slightly hushed. "You all right?" "Course," he answered automatically, slightly surprised at the hoarseness of his voice, and shoved his shaking hands into the pockets of his sweatpants. He looked up to see Harley sitting at the table, his bright phone screen lying face up on the tabletop, a bag of Twizzlers ripped open next to him. "You." Harley shut his phone off as he dismissed, "Fine, but you sure you're good?" Peter stepped further into the kitchen to grab a glass and fill it with water. "Why wouldn't I be?" "Well, for one, you're sweatin'. Two, what's the last thing you remember before fallin' asleep?" Peter hadn't realized that he was sweating, but wiping it away at this point seemed pointless. What did he last remember? He forced himself to think past his nightly horror show. Dinner. He had dinner with the team, then Matt had come to chew them out. Then he felt his eyes widen, and he carefully set down his glass with trembling hands. Oh. He lifted his eyes to look at Harley, who was now out of his seat, and was horrified to see the concern written all over his face. "Shit, Harley, I'm so sorry you had to see that." Now it was time for Harley's eyes to widen, and his entire body jolted towards Peter in an aborted attempt to step closer. No, that's no," the other teen shook his head. "Don't apologize, it was a panic attack. I see 'em all the time, which is why I was just a bit worried 'bout you." Peter sighed. Panic attacks weren't embarrassing, really. People who had panic attacks were valid. Peter knew this. But, God, Harley, it was just such a stupid thing to lose my shit about. Didn't need to happen, especially in front of everyone. "Sometimes triggers are stupid," Harley shrugged, air-quoting Peter. "Sometimes Clint gets freaked out by blue light. Wanda panics whenever she sees those plain wooden blocks that kids can play with. Personally, I don't think it's too odd to be triggered over someone touching your hair." He tilted his head. "That's what it was, right? Just want to make sure I don't do that." Peter cleared his throat in an attempt to choke down the bile that had just made its appearance. "Hands in his hair." "Yeah, it was mostly that." He ran his own fingers through his hair in an attempt to reset his perception. I also don't really like it when people touch me when I can't see them, and it's better when they ask first." Harley just nodded, and the judgment Peter had expected simply wasn't there. "Alrighty, thanks for telling me." Peter let out a harsh exhale, a small smile crossing his features. Harley didn't judge. Harley was used to seeing panic attacks. Harley didn't think he was stupid or weak or cowardly or childish or faking it. Harley was awake at 1 in the morning on a school night. The other teen had sat back down, his leg bouncing. He hummed a tune that Peter didn't recognize. There was no coffee in sight to keep him awake. Well, Peter had never been one for getting much sleep, not since his parents died. As a newly traumatized child, his nightly thoughts were filled with the worries that the loss of his parents brought him, and he was haunted by the idea of losing Ben or May. But at some point, those fears faded with the safety and security that his aunt and uncle offered him. Even then, his mind frequently kept him awake at night with a flurry of theories and random topics he had fixated on. It was incessant, yet Peter didn't often tire of entertaining himself with a seemingly never-ending stream of knowledge. Soon enough, though, he met Skip, and the reasons for his lack of sleep were no longer focused on STEM subjects. It then became increasingly evident that Parker luck was a truly damning thing, because Ben died in Peter's arms before Peter had even gotten time to move past the monstrosity known as Skip. Ben haunted both his and May's dreams, and Peter's memories of his parents' deaths came back full force. After that, it was just a flurry of events that did jack shit for his sleep schedule. Homecoming, MJ, May, Richard, pick your poison. So it was completely safe to say that Peter had pulled all-nighters on school nights. That didn't matter, he was used to it. With his own hypocrisy in mind, he couldn't help the creeping concern that came with seeing Harley bent over a bag of Twizzlers like it was a bottle of alcohol in the wee hours of the morning. Peter took a gulp of his water and sat down next to Harley at the table. So now that we've gotten through my shit, Peter started, and Harley raised an eyebrow. Wanna explain what you're doing up so late? Harley sighed, and Peter had the visceral fear that he had overstepped. Instead, the other teen's mouth twisted into a smile as he suggested, "Wanna watch a movie?" Sure, Peter agreed. Of course he recognized that Harley was deflecting. That was all right, though. If he didn't want to talk about it, it wasn't like Peter was going to force him to. You better be all right with watching a Disney movie. Harley grinned and stood up, bag of Twizzlers in hand. Which do you have in mind? Peter followed him into the common room, the lights automatically turning on to a dimmed setting. It was cozy, 2 couches, one larger than the other, and a comfy-looking armchair. Fluffy blankets were strewn across the couches, along with a couple throw pillows. There were 2 bean bags stacked in the corner, ready to be used. There were a few gaming systems, and the giant flat-screen TV topped it all off. Didn't this floor only belong to 3 people? I was thinking Mulan, God-tier cinema right there, he suggested, taking a seat in the corner of one of the couches. Harley plopped down next to him and nodded. You're not wrong, Fry. At Harley's call, the TV turned on, immediately displaying Mulan. When he gave a nod, the movie started playing. Harley pulled a blanket from beside him to cover himself, then tossed one to Peter. Peter's blanket was a cream color with green dots speckling it. Once they were situated, Harley held out the Twizzlers bag and offered, "Want some?" Peter wanted to say no, thank you. I haven't had a treat like that in years, and I think my stomach forgot how to process a snack, but Harley's expression had something a little more serious than a mere offer to share in it. God, Peter was hungry. He nodded and pulled 2 from the bag. He noticed that his hands weren't shaking anymore. Peter was watching an animated Disney movie at close to 2 in the morning with a guy he met 2 days ago while they shared a bag of Twizzlers. That was, odd right, not your usual rate of friendship. Then again, the first stage of a friendship didn't usually involve a blast wound from a high-tech weapon, an impromptu nursing session, becoming temporarily deaf and blind, a panic attack, and discussing each other's trauma. Maybe they were moving at a fast pace, and maybe that scared him a little. But maybe, possibly, Peter appreciated the fast pace. Harley was nice and supportive and smart and could put up with him. Who wouldn't want to get in on some of that? Peter wasn't going to pass up an opportunity to make friends when the only friends he'd had for a while were twice his age. "I'll make a man out of you" was playing when Harley finally broke the comfortable silence. "I had a nightmare," he said, and Peter didn't dare interrupt him. "Tonight, I mean. Why I was in the kitchen so late, I actually went to bed pretty early, believe it or not. Around 10:30, I think. Woke up near 12, sweating bullets. I've had 'em before, of course, what with me being surrounded by people that constantly get hurt. I don't get 'em that often, though, so it rattled me a bit." He blinked, tears forming in his eyes. Tony died. Peter knew all about those kinds of dreams. He had never comforted anyone after a nightmare, though, except for May. But he had certainly been comforted, so he'd pull from those strategies. "Can I touch you?" he softly asked, and Harley gave a nod. Peter laid his hand on the other's shoulder, putting weight behind the touch. Warmth radiated from Harley's body. "It's over, Harles. I know it seemed like it really happened, that you were really there and everything moved in slow motion, but it didn't. It was just some bullshit scenario that your mind cooked up for you." "I know, it's just," he groaned and bent over to lay his head in his hands. Peter moved closer, laying his arm further on Harley's back. "It's just that it might happen. Anyone I love could die at any moment. There's always a chance that they won't come back from a fight, and that scares me, Pete." "Pete. That's the thing, you don't know what'll happen. Take comfort in the chance they will come home. You've gotta have hope, don't listen to your nightmares." Was he quoting MJ at this point? Maybe. "I've gotta have hope," Harley mumbled, and raised his head from his hands to give Peter a watery smile. Who knew young Peter could be so wise? Peter snorted. "Yeah, well, I've had a bit of experience." He began to remove his arm from Harley, no matter how much he relished in the contact, but stopped when Harley's hand jolted towards Peter's. He didn't make contact. The hand is fine. Grounding," Harley stammered. Peter's lips quirked up and settled his arm back on Harley. "Cute." "You know," Harley began after another 10 minutes of Mulan, "we never touched on why you're up to." "I'm not the one with school tomorrow," he shrugged. Spider dudes still need their sleep, right? Peter pulled a face and chuckled. I wouldn't know. At Harley's unimpressed expression, he sighed. I feel like I've gotten enough sleep already. I slept since dinner, didn't I? Long time. And you needed that sleep, Pete, Harley emphasized, back at it with that damn nickname that made Peter feel warm inside. You're just so tired all the time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry you, he offered. Exhaustion was all Peter knew. He was fine. Harley's eyes lost their fire at his response. Nothing to be sorry for, he assured. I just feel like you should be getting more of that beauty sleep right now instead of watching a movie down here with me. I think this is a very valid use of my time, he said indignantly, gesturing towards the TV, but Harley really seemed to care about this. Plus, Peter kind of felt like he should continue Harley's efforts to make conversation. He talked about his nightmare, so maybe Peter could reciprocate. Thing is, I'm not too pumped for going back to sleep. I had a nightmare, too. Shock colored Harley's expression, as if he hadn't expected to actually get an answer out of Peter. That was fair. Even Peter didn't expect opening up about this. Harley's eyes just made it so difficult to refuse. I get them all the time, so don't worry about that, Peter assured, before he realized that his statement was very not assuring. What I mean is, I know how to handle them. I just don't really like to go to bed again afterwards, 'cause I might have another one before I get up. Is that why you were up at 3 this morning? Harley hesitantly asked, and Peter was left to marvel at how and why Harley remembered such a small detail from their earlier conversation. Yup, they're no joke. Harley cleared his throat and asked, You wanna talk about them? Peter snorted, which he did not mean to do. Why would anyone want to hear about what haunted him at night? But Harley didn't relent, the concern in his eyes palpable, so Peter gave in. The menu for tonight was a delectable replaying of the time this guy tried to drown me, then dropped a warehouse on me. They weren't in that order in my dream, I don't think, 'cause it was all pretty jumbled. Peter felt Harley tense underneath his arm. Holy fuck. That's certainly a way to describe it, Peter laughed, shoving down his uneasiness at sharing his past. Pete, how are you just so fine with this? Oh man, he was fine, but not fine with that fact that it happened. Yeah, it was pretty shitty, but Peter himself was fine. It happened years ago. He'd gotten over it, he just couldn't handle tight spaces or cold water, and sometimes he got freaked out by parking garages and warehouses and leaky faucets. Reminded him of the water drips he heard when he was underneath the rubble, and he couldn't go to the beach without seeing it on fire, and he'd had plenty of nightmares and attacks because of that goddamn man, but he was fine. Peter was fine. It was a while ago, was what he ended up saying. I've gotten over it. Now it was Harley's time to snort, and before Peter could be affronted, he said, Right, over it. Not to be insensitive or anything, but that's bullshit, Pete. Peter went to interrupt him, but Harley turned to face him and held up his hand. That's the kind of traumatic event that someone doesn't just move past. You're allowed to feel shitty about that happening. In fact, I'd be pretty concerned if you didn't. Don't just dismiss it or wave it off or anything. He sighed before continuing, Look, I know that we're not super close yet, but for Pete's sake, he smirked, letting Peter know the pun was fully intended. Come to me if you ever want to talk. I can't just have you dealing with this shit on your own. Peter let out a long exhale and refrained from mentioning that he had been dealing with this shit on his own for quite some time. Instead, he just gave a small smile. You got it. Harley smiled too. Great, sucks that we both had a rough night, but how about we finish this movie? I mean, Peter said as he reached for a pillow, it's been playing this entire time, so might as well. Peter let his tension fall away as they watched the rest of the movie, this time the silence only being broken by small quips. They were still digging through the seemingly endless bag of Twizzlers, and the strawberry scent was almost overbearing for Peter. Better than cherry, he supposed. His arm was still resting on Harley, and it would remain that way until Harley indicated that he wanted it to be removed. Peter was soaking up the affectionate contact, letting the firmness of Harley's back ground him. Harley being physically affectionate with Peter, it was like an intense itch was finally being scratched. And dull fingernails weren't doing the scratching, no. It was like those godlike extendable back scratchers that were able to reach the toughest places. Peter should start a blog about the most effective scratching methods. Harley fell asleep halfway through Mullen II. The absolute bastard had the audacity to let his head fall on Peter's shoulder. What the fuck? Didn't he realize that would completely shut down Peter's brain? How could Peter focus on the movie when he was hyper-aware of this pretty goddamn intimate position? What the fuck? This was the kind of thing that you see in movies when two corny-ass protagonists are pining after each other. What the fuck? Right. Okay, Peter needed to get out of there. He didn't need to be in the same position when Harley woke up and then need an excuse as to why he was fully comfortable with the situation. Extraction time. Peter began the tedious maneuver of inching his way out from under Harley, carefully removing his arm. His arm was there for like an hour, Jesus Christ, and gently setting Harley's head onto the pillow Peter was clutching. He stepped backwards to admire his work but frowned at the mess that was Harley's blanket. He grabbed the edges and positioned it carefully to spread out across Harley's long body. The boy was about the same height as Peter, he noticed, if not 1 inch or so taller. Interesting. Satisfied with his efforts, he turned to look around for the TV remote so he didn't have to deal with General Shang's bitch-ass behavior anymore. 'Twas a foolish effort, as he soon remembered that Friday controlled everything in this tower, and Harley had used her to turn on the movie. "Fry," he whispered, carefully watching and listening to ensure Harley wouldn't wake up. "Yes, Spider-Man," came her soothing voice, which was also considerably softened. "Could you please turn off the TV?" In lieu of a response, the TV shut off with a soft click, one which Peter was pretty sure was meant to be completely silent, but Stark didn't design the tower with Peter's hearing in mind, of course. Peter snatched the Twizzlers bag off of the ground, sealing it as he went into the kitchen. He set it on the table, before grabbing his forgotten glass of water and heading towards the bedroom he occupied. He slipped in, his eyes adjusting to the darkness of the room immediately. He picked up his phone, which he forgot he had, to see that it was 3:57 a.m. He sighed. Long fucking night to go. He was considering attempting to sleep once more when his breath caught in his throat at the realization of something he should have realized far sooner. MJ called him Pete. Chapter 14, Protective Natasha Mode activated. Peter was knitting with Wanda. One of the most powerful people on the planet was resting her feet on his lap while he was fiddling with a mess of yarn. Kind of surreal when he thought about it. See, Wanda could knit, crochet, embroider, everything. She explained it as having a near-natural knack for the art. She had shown him her many pairs of jeans, all of which had quaint little designs embroidered onto the pockets or just running down the side. She had crocheted several stuffed animals for herself and explained that she had a habit of gifting them to members of the team. As for knitting, she had a collection of beanies that she had made for herself, and presently she was making a shirt. It was red and white, red being the main color, white providing for accents along the edges. If Peter had to guess, it wasn't her first time knitting a shirt. If Wanda was good with needles, Peter was good with his hands. Braiding, for example. He took up braiding when May always made a mess of her hair while attempting to style it. Ben was never of any use, but not for lack of trying. No, he certainly tried, but it was more of an A for effort type of thing, rather than an A for being good at the thing type of thing. And so 7-year-old Peter went to the library, because he hadn't gotten around to entirely fixing up that old computer he had found to collect books on hairstyling. His young, lithe fingers were perfect for the task, and his ability to work with hair improved even further after the spider bite. Something about spiders having amazing dexterity for working with their webs or whatever. When he had gotten close to MJ, she had let him practice braiding her hair. It was an honor, to be sure, to be allowed to touch her curls. As far as he knew, he was the only one outside her family to be permitted to touch them. She could manage braiding her own hair, of course. She had been doing it for years. But she figured that Peter could use some experience with a more textured substance than May's long and straight hair. Braiding wasn't all, though. He typed like a god, thank you very much. That talent was one he could attribute to Ned, who was a fierce competitor in their speed typing competitions. And sure, maybe that didn't sound all too exciting, but they were dorks and they knew it. Plus, for 2 young boys who were very much into coding, the ability to type quickly came in handy. He could also tie and untie knots like the most well-trained Boy Scout to ever exist, because fuck you, that's why. So let it be known that Peter was good with his hands. This, unfortunately, did not translate into his knitting abilities. "I swear to God, Wanda," he groaned, releasing his hold on the needles Wanda let him borrow. "This is cruel and unusual punishment." "You're too dramatic for your own good," she commented, not looking up from her work. "It's only your first day, you'll get better." He supposed she was right. He shouldn't expect to be amazing at something on his first try. Hell, he had loads of experiences to assure him of that. Plus, it wasn't like he was going to reject an offer from Wanda to spend more time together. She had come knocking on his door soon after she woke up, offering to teach him how to knit. Harley had already left for school, gracing Peter with a quick goodbye, so it wasn't like he had anything better to do. Harley didn't bring up anything that had happened last night. Peter wasn't going to either. Peter just hummed noncommittally as he flopped backwards, letting his head fall over the side of the bed slightly. He closed his eyes and almost wished he could feel the rush that came with blood flowing to his upside-down head. The spider bite changed how his blood circulated, of course, because why the fuck would anything about Peter stay the same? It allowed for him to casually sit on the ceiling without having to worry about poor blood circulation. But maybe feeling his face get red and hearing the blood rush past his ears would make him feel more grounded. Whatever, Peter was only poetic when he was repeating MJ. "You tired?" Wanda's voice floated towards him, accompanied by the clacking of her needles. He cracked his eyes open and responded, "When am I not?" She gave a light chuckle and reached down to pat his leg. He let her do so, having given her blanket consent for touching him at the beginning of their knitting session. It was a thing he had only done with a few people, all of whom he was extremely close with. He basically allowed them to touch him without having to incessantly ask, unless he suddenly changed moods and decided that he would very much like to not be touched. For some reason, though, he felt comfortable enough with Wanda that he allowed her the same type of consent he offered May. And even though Harley hadn't got to know him by seeing his darkest memories right off the bat, Peter had the growing sense that he could grant him the same treatment. Of course, it could be taken away at his will, and he made that very clear to Wanda. She was understanding and was still very mild in her touches. She even needlessly asked if she was allowed to lay her legs across his lap, which he affirmed with a warm feeling in his chest. "Well, you could just take a break while I work on this shirt a bit more," she suggested. "Once I make more progress, we can get back to learning Ukrainian if you want. But you could also just relax. I'm not saying that you should be spending all your time with me." Her voice had taken on an undercurrent of panic as she began to rush her words. "I've just been trying to think of things that'll be fun and will make you feel more comfortable here, you know." "Gah, I'm sorry, you can do whatever you want with your time. No one even said you wanted to learn to knit or something in the first place." Once she had concluded her rant, Peter pulled himself up a little bit and reached for her hand. "Don't worry, Wanda, I enjoy spending my time with you." He gave her hand a squeeze and allowed himself to fall back once more. "You really are helping, you know, not to be a sappy piece of shit, but hanging out with you is really fun." Heat rose to his cheeks at the sheer vulnerability he was showing, but he didn't give a shit about that. Peter needed her to understand what she was doing for him. She shot Peter a bright smile as she resumed her knitting. "Well, make that 2 sappy pieces of shit, 'cause I like hanging out with you too." "He's waiting," Natasha reminded them, standing in the open elevator. "Well, if he's already waiting, then he can handle a few more minutes," Tony scoffed. "Tuesday meetings are stupid." He started walking towards the elevator anyway, trailing behind Steve and Bucky. The elevator doors closed and Nat continued, "We'll pick up the birds on our way down. Bruce'll meet us in the conference room." It was quiet until the elevator reached the floor that Clint and Sam were on. They must have heard the approaching elevator because they were already walking over to it when the doors slid open. "Everyone always talks about how they hate Mondays," Clint huffed, leaning his back on the wall of the elevator. "It is in my very professional opinion that Tuesdays are the literal worst." "We know, Barton," Nat sighed. "You remind us every week." "No one will ever dare dispute me, though, so why not keep mentioning it?" "I think your logic is flawed," she commented, rolling her eyes as the elevator started moving down a couple floors. "I personally like to be reminded that I am not alone in my beliefs," Tony stated. "So keep up those reminders, Robin Hood." Clint's face grew smug, and he gave a 2-finger salute at Tony, only for Nat to immediately kick him in the shin. She was surrounded by idiots. The elevator dinged, and the group filed out to see Bruce wringing his hands by the door of the conference room. Nat walked up to him to give him a light pat on the shoulder. "You don't have to talk to him, Bruce," she soothed. "Tony, Steve, and I will do most of the explaining." He gave her a slight smile. I know, I just really don't like being with him." Nat heard Tony mutter, "You're not the only one, Brucey," but she ignored him in favor of entering the passcode on the keypad mounted to the wall. At the confirmation that they were, in fact, the Avengers, the door slid open, and she strode in. The chair at the head of the table was turned away from them, but as she pulled out a seat for herself, it spun around so the man could greet the team. "You're late," Fury noted, infuriatingly monotone. "You know, just one of these days you could have a little fun with that and say, 'I've been expecting you,' as you turn around," Tony quipped, seating himself next to Nat. Bruce sat next to him, followed by Steve and Bucky. Sam took his spot across the table from Bucky, and Clint settled in next to Sam. It was their usual position for these meetings. Every Tuesday, the team, bar Wanda, Vision, and Harley, had to sit through a meeting with Fury to give him updates. The meetings were usually centered around their attempts to catch Spider-Man, which was why the aforementioned trio often sat out. They had other more sporadic meetings that focused on their actual missions, which Wanda and Vision joined them for. Occasionally, Harley was invited to those briefings, as well if the mission was deemed mild enough for him to join. There had been a recent uptick in the amount of times Harley sat in with them. Of course, they were all concerned for his safety, but that boy was relentless, and well, he had been getting better at the whole Iron Lad thing. Fury didn't dignify him with a response, just a roll of his eyes. Well, let's get started. The others seemed hesitant to start, even Steve, who usually led these meetings. To put them out of their misery, Nat directed Fury's attention to her by needlessly clearing her throat. We have Spider-Man. In an unusual display of emotion, Fury's eyebrows shot up. Nat caught some members of the team wincing, obviously having hoped to ease into the topic more gently. Natasha didn't really see the point, seeing as they were going to have to talk about it anyway. At least this way, they could immediately start presenting their argument against detaining Peter. Well, I must say, Fury started, getting over his apparent shock quickly. This is a development I wasn't really expecting. More than a year's worth of efforts, I believe. When did you catch him? Sunday. Steve came up with a plan to overload his senses in order to subdue him, and it worked. A little too well, she wanted to add. She could still see the hero's cowering form in that warehouse, but now she had a person to match the image with. A kind, clever, and somewhat traumatized 17-year-old boy. Sunday, Fury's tone was utterly unimpressed. It's currently Tuesday. I believe an explanation needs to be given on exactly why the enhanced person is not in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody. You see, Tony began, we thought about it, and then made the executive decision to not give him to you. Fury narrowed his eye. Why? It was supposed to be a question, but his tone indicated that it was more of a command. Because Spider-Kid would be a whole lot more accurate than Spider-Man, Clint blurted. He's 17 years old. Fury's mouth set into a firm line, the crease between his eyebrows deepening. He didn't say anything. We thought it'd be better if we kept a hold of Spider-Man instead of letting S.H.I.E.L.D. detain him, Steve explained, and Natasha felt herself relax slightly. Steve was fully on their side, and he was willing to defend their position to Fry's face. A united team was a team that could get shit done. Before Fury could release his fury on them, Nat continued. He's a teenager, Fury. He's not some madman who's going to use his enhancements to destroy society. We got Wanda to look into his mind to determine his intentions, and she said, and I quote, he's good. This wasn't some random act of insubordination. We met the kid, questioned him a bit, actually looked in his mind, and determined that we could just keep track of him for a little while. It was quiet for a few seconds, and then, where is he now? Most likely with Wanda, she told him. They must have bonded or something over what she saw in his head, and they've gotten close. We gave him one of the guest rooms on Wanda's floor. Fury considered this, then said, I want to see him. A fair request, and yet, we'll be sitting in. She felt several of her teammates' eyes on her at the demand, and Fury raised an eyebrow. I'm not sure if you're in a place to make demands. And I'm not sure if I trust you to not shoot him with a tranq dart, she countered. Nat caught his lips quirking up slightly, and she knew that he would give in. A valid concern, he allowed. Bring him in here then, and you guys can ensure no child abuse occurs. Fry, Tony called. Ask Spidey to come down here, will ya? She didn't respond until a few seconds later, saying, Spider-Man will be down momentarily. Fury started humming, cutting through the quietness of the room. Nat recognized it to be some song from the 90s. The tune stopped when they all heard a knock at the door, and Nat remembered that Peter didn't know the passcode to get in. Sam rose from his seat to let Peter in. His eyes immediately landed on Fury, and he laid a hand over his face with a sigh. See, if I had known that Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D. director over there was going to be here, I would have worn my mask. Too late for that, Fury shrugged. So, you're the kid who's been giving the team hell, eh? Peter took a seat next to Clint as he hummed. I would say it was the other way around personally, but to each their own. Natasha would have to agree with him. Probably would have been easier to just let them bring you in, the director commented. But see, I don't much enjoy people knowing who I am. Plus, who knew what you assholes were going to do with me? Fury scoffed. It's not like we were going to torture you. That's what they all say, Peter hummed, and Nat was left to wonder who they was. I have a feeling this is getting us nowhere, she intervened. So, Fury, could you get to the part where the conversation has substance? What did Maximoff see that had her so sure that you're good? He asked, straight to the point. Peter's eyes hardened, but he answered casually. An interaction between me and my girlfriend. Super wholesome, you should have seen it. Natasha had been pretty curious about what Wanda had seen as well. The team had just been quietly standing there while Wanda dug around in the teen's mind, and by the time she was out, they were both crying. That led Nat to believe that Wanda saw a bit more than Peter's girlfriend. Which, hang on, Peter had a girlfriend. He lived in a condemned apartment. Concerning, he didn't have a cell phone until yesterday. Odd, and he had never mentioned her before. Understandable. She just couldn't see how he would be able to maintain a relationship like that. But really, there was just so much about the kid that she didn't know. And that led her to determine that you're trustworthy? Fury asked, his monotonous tone amplifying his incredulity. Peter shrugged. Hey man, I don't know what her thought process was. You can ask her if you want. Fury nodded to Tony, who requested Wanda, and they awaited the arrival of the witch. When she arrived, there was no knock, seeing as she knew the passcode already. She hesitantly sat down next to Peter, eyeing Fury. Her hair was laid in a braided bun, a look that Nat had not seen her wear before. I need you to tell me what convinced you that Spider-Man is to be trusted, Fury ordered her. Wanda stole a glance at Peter, who sighed. Tell him whatever you want. Natasha wasn't sure that his statement bode well for the upcoming conversation. Wanda's eyes focused on her hands as she began her explanation. The first thing I saw was Spidey fighting against this man who was apparently trying to steal from Stark's plane. It was the time it went down on Coney Island a couple years ago, remember? Anyway, this guy had some high-tech weaponry and he was fighting to kill. I didn't see all of the fight, but I saw the guy trying to leave with a few crates of what was on Stark's plane. There was an explosion and Spidey saved the criminal from the wreckage. He pinned the man down with his webs, left a note, and left the scene. The woman sighed, slightly weary, but her eyes were soft. He saved the man that was trying to kill him, and to me, that was a pretty big indicator of his moral values. Natasha remembered when Tony's plane went down. She just didn't know that it was Spider-Man who handled the situation. Contrary to popular belief, she didn't know everything. Tony didn't talk much about the incident, just mentioned how the guy who was trying to steal from him was detained and his stuff was safe. Maybe he knew that it was because of Peter, maybe he didn't. While that may be true, Fury said, Spidey here told us that you saw an interaction between him and his girlfriend. He leaned forward, propping his elbows up on the table. Did he lie to us? Wanda narrowed her eyes. No, he didn't. I mentioned that the fight was the first thing I saw. It was brutal seeing a kid get beat up by a full-grown man, so I went in search of a happier memory. The one I found was just a nice conversation between Spidey and his girlfriend. And how did that aid in your conclusion? Well, it didn't really. It was just a cute thing, but it led me to another memory that solidified my beliefs of Spidey. She looked at Peter, who Nat noticed was slightly more tense than when she had last seen him. The teen just nodded at Wanda and she gave his hand a squeeze. I watched as he found out that his girlfriend had died. Oh. That answered a few of Natasha's questions. My condolences, Spider-Man, Fury offered, and Peter gave a nod. And where did this discovery lead you, Maximoff? Wanda looked up at him, tears welling up in her eyes. I was in his mind. I felt the emotion that coursed through him at the memory. It was pure guilt, yet he had nothing to do with it. At this, Peter shook his head slightly, but Wanda went on. There was guilt, and there was a sense of familiarity. This sort of loss had happened to Spider-Man before, yet he keeps fighting to keep everyone safe. He's just that good. Nat knew Fury well enough to be able to notice that he was still trying to check off all of his mental boxes. As I understand it, strong emotions caused by a loss can lead an enhanced person down the wrong path. Peter looked up at that, his eyes sharp, and Natasha was reminded that this was the kid who took down the Avengers on every occasion. I'm an orphan, Fury, he started, his voice eerily even. Parents dead at the age of 5, so I already had enough strong emotions. My uncle was killed in front of me when I was 14, but instead of going down the wrong path, I became Spider-Man. I continued to be Spider-Man when my girlfriend and my last living relative died within 4 months of each other. My losses have fueled me, but not in the way you think. I go out every night to make sure no one ends up in the same situation as me, and every time I fail to do that, it wrecks me. I'm not one of the statistics you read that convinced you that everyone dealt with their emotions in the same way. Just fucking take Wanda's explanation and leave it at that. He turned away from Fury to flash the silent team with a too cheery smile. Sorry for unloading that shit in front of you guys, but it seemed that the pirate needed a deeper explanation. Peter was shaking minutely, Nat noted with mounting horror. Every hero has a tragic backstory these days, Fury muttered, cutting through the silence Peter's spiel had induced. All right, kid, Peter narrowed his eyes. I won't detain you. You're a good kid with an obnoxious attitude. However, you'll have to start pulling your weight more as a hero. Live here and go out on missions with the team. You can patrol without S.H.I.E.L.D. or this bunch of jokers breathing down your neck. Dismissed. With that, Fury pulled himself up and swiftly left the room. Peter rolled his eyes. There wasn't even a Q&A session. The team, sensing that Peter didn't want to talk about what he had spilled, let Peter change the topic. What question did you want answered? Clint asked. Does this mean I'm an Avenger now? You are in my books, Tony affirmed with a grin. Is that what you want? Peter's lips began to quirk up. I mean, you guys have been my heroes for a while, not including the way you fucked my shit up recently. I'd be cool with fighting with you guys rather than against. Steve stood up and held his hand out for Peter to shake. Well then, Spider-Man, welcome to the Avengers. Peter shook his hand with what Natasha believed to be a genuine smile. Peter had commitment issues. It was just a fact about him, and who could blame him? But maybe, just maybe, he could take this step towards stability. It was too early to tell, of course, but maybe, just maybe, he could fit in here. The idea scared him, but what was life without a little fear? Chapter 15, Excessive Amounts of Jumping. By the time Harley got to the tower, Wanda and Vision were making dinner for the team in the common kitchen. It was mainly Wanda, who peppered in little comments directed at Vision to explain what she was doing. Peter was sitting at the island, happy to just watch them do their thing. Harley walked into the kitchen, setting down his backpack and taking a seat next to Peter. He smelled of graphite, and Peter looked over to notice the remnants of pencil shavings scattered across Harley's shirt. Where have you been? He asked, not that it was any of his business. The other teen was just back later than the day before, so sue Peter for being a little curious. A cadet practice, Harley explained, smiling to Wanda and Vision in greeting. Peter's head tilted slightly. Isn't the season already over? Peter thought it ended in September, usually because that was when the Nationals took place. He knew that their team had a few practices in the summer as well in order to kickstart their lead at the very beginning of the school year. Competitions started the first week of August, whether or not school was in session. Yeah, but Betty was onto us for not doing so hot at Nationals. She was on the team back when they won in DC. Betty's our captain, by the way. Oh, good for her, Peter chuckled. She deserved the spot. Peter didn't think she ever missed a practice, very much unlike Peter himself. Hey, he was there okay. It was just that sometimes there was a random bad guy disrupting the peace while the team had practice. It was almost like they didn't care about the hobbies of the poor teen trying to defeat them. Yeah, the old captain was the same way. Except even when we won Nationals, she would still get us to come to postseason practices. Oh, Michelle Wright? Harley asked, and Peter realized he hadn't heard someone talk about her since a bit after her death while he was still in school. Mr. Harrington talks about her sometimes, and I hear a few of the kids mention her. The ones that were on the team back then, that is. They talk about you too, but till recently I never knew who they were talking about. Peter decided then that he didn't really want to delve into an MJ-related conversation, so he focused more on the second part of Harley's response. Oh yeah, I'm sure they're always talking about the kid who dropped off the grid as soon as the school year ended. Harley shrugged. Sometimes they wonder where you went, but most of the time it's just a thing like, I don't know. That was more Peter's specialty when they miss a question. Harley eyed him meaningfully. I'm pretty sure they miss you. Probably because Flash gets to actually be on the team now, Peter dismissed, rolling his eyes. He didn't want to think about what his teammates thought about him or his disappearance. He didn't want people to be concerned about him, and it wasn't like they should be concerned anyway. He was a quiet kid when he wasn't with Ned or MJ, and he didn't feel like he had left too big of a mark on his teammates. Harley hummed skeptically but let it drop. Whatever you say. He then turned to Wanda and asked, were you at the meeting? She nodded, then tilted her head towards Peter. He was there, too. Fury told him that if he stayed here and went on missions with us, he wouldn't throw Peter into a SHIELD facility. Harley turned to Peter, his face morphing into a shocked yet happy expression, and Peter gave him jazz hands. Surprise, Spidey's an Avenger now. I believe it was a fair compromise to come to, even if it took too long to reach this point, Vision commented. This way, Peter can continue his work and then some. He paused, then added, may I call you Peter? Oh, Peter jolted, having not realized that he forgot to tell Vision his name. Yeah, of course. Harley was still looking at him. Dude, I cannot believe that you're already an Avenger. He chuckled slightly, shaking his head. I went on my first mission after like 5 months of living here. Peter raised an eyebrow. I've been doing this since I was 14. Did you have any experience before you got here? You've been Spider-Man since you were 14, Harley stressed, his face blanching. No man, I'm 17. Course I don't have any prior experience to put on my resume. Sounds like a you problem. Peter shrugged, forcing the grin off his face, and continued, all I'm saying is we're not really in the same situation. I was in their little airport argument when I was 14, and I've been in worse situations since then. Wanda's head whipped up at his words. I didn't think about that. Shit, Peter, you fought against us when you were just starting out. Kinda my fault, I think, Peter sighed. When he was 14, he was still over the moon about the fact that he had powers. He took any chance he could get to be able to gain experience with fighting, so when Iron Man confronted him on patrol asking for help in Germany, Peter's only hesitation was his school workload. He had only heard about the Accords in the news, but at the time, he didn't realize that they had anything to do with him. Now, Peter knew that he should have looked into the situation more, or just let the Avengers talk out their feelings by themselves. But he used to be naive, and he'd thought it'd be an amazing idea to fly to Berlin to deal with what would almost certainly become an all-out battle. At least he gained the experience he so desperately desired. That sure gives me a bit to think about, Wanda muttered. Then louder she said, you shouldn't have been involved. Trust me, I know, can't change it now, I guess. When I was 14, I was still bragging to people that Tony Stark broke into my garage a few years earlier. It seemed that Harley may have been having an existential crisis over Peter's age. Meanwhile, you were up here throwing yourself around in the air, punching baddies. Harley, shut up, Wanda scolded. You still brag about that. Harley squawked indignantly. I don't talk about it anymore. You brought it up to Stark last week, liar. Harley groaned, thumping his head down to lay in his arms. I cannot believe you're exposing me like this. At that point, Vision left the kitchen to collect the rest of the team while Harley and Wanda continued to bicker. Wanda seemed to be finishing the dish, allowing it to rest in several covered pots while they waited for everyone to show up. Peter took that opportunity to collect plates and silverware, working out how many people would be eating. 10 people, including him and not including Vision. The android wouldn't need a plate. Then there was also Colonel Rhodes and surely Miss Potts, though he didn't really know where those two were. A large crowd, one he was certainly not used to. As the team filed into the room, Peter helped Wanda set the table with the dishes laden with food. Chicken paprikash was the main dish, she had told him. She and Vision had been practicing making it for quite a while, and it was routine for them at this point. There were other things, of course, including freshly baked bread that he had no idea she had been making. He took a seat at the table, with Harley sitting on his left side and Natasha on his right. Knowing that he might receive comments from both of them if he did otherwise, he filled up his plate almost immediately. The fact that there was still enough food for leftovers after everyone had dished up soothed his guilt. He still probably took more than he needed, but he was patrolling that night, so he tried to justify his action with that. He apparently pleased Harley and Natasha by eating without them asking, because neither of them swooped in with their usual comment and or look indicating for him to get food. So, Natasha began, turning to face him slightly. Am I correct to assume that you'll be patrolling tonight? Pierre felt a few pairs of eyes on him while he answered, Duh, I've been gone a bit too long for my taste. People could be dead simply because he had been on house arrest for 2 nights. He had to get back out as soon as he could. Would you mind if I joined? She asked innocently. Huh? What's the catch? She was probably trying to find out more about him. It came naturally to her. Maybe she got a secret order from Fury to supervise Peter while he was out working. No catch, she assured, taking another bite of her meal. I just wanted to get a more personal look at what you do every night. I can help if you want. Matt had given Peter a rundown on how to tell if someone was lying based purely on hearing while he was teaching Peter to lie. Admittedly, Peter's hearing wasn't as good as Matt's, but he could still hear heartbeats loud and clear. The whole human lie detector thing revolved around someone's heart rate, and Matt was a pro at it. Peter himself was getting better at both ends of the spectrum, the detecting of lies and the telling of lies. A heart rate was certainly a difficult thing to control, and he had to focus if he ever wanted to lie to Matt, but being able to tell if someone was lying, quite a bit easier. And Peter thought Natasha was telling the truth. Of course, she was a spy, a damn good one at that, notoriously so. If Peter didn't know better, he'd be terrified of her, but lucky for him, he had the privilege of escaping her a multitude of times. There was a chance that she was able to control her heart rate enough to be able to lie to an enhanced person, but why would she put that much effort into lying about something as simple as patrol? All right, he decided, and her lips folded into a smile. You can come, but fair warning, probably no aliens for tonight, and I'll be working with Daredevil 'cause it's been a while since he's seen me. Sounds good to me, she agreed. Can I come with? Rogers asked from where he was sitting across the table. Peter sighed, running his hand through his hair. What's with it with you guys? Why so hot and bothered to go fight some unfriendlies with me? Rogers grimaced at Peter's words. No, Peter wasn't smug about that, but soldiered on. No malicious intent, I swear, Rogers told him, but Peter just raised a skeptical eyebrow. Look, I just want to learn more about how you fight in your natural element. If you're going to be on the team, we'll have to learn to work together. I'm just offering my assistance, just like Nat. You make a fair point, Peter allowed. The man was right. Peter generally fought differently while on patrol. He was more comfortable, that was for sure, and when he teamed up with Matt, they were like a well-oiled machine. Fine, but I'm gonna lay some ground rules. At that point, the rest of the table had quieted their own conversations and were listening more intently to Peter. He resisted the urge to shift underneath their watchful gazes. Shoot, Roger said. Like I told Natasha, I'm working with Daredevil tonight. We know each other and we work well together. Respect him, don't anger him. He can and will hit you. We don't use comms, seeing as we can hear each other from blocks away, so you two will need your own set of comms. Yes, Captain, I'm aware that you have good hearing as well, but it's not nearly as good as mine or Daredevil's, so suck on that. You guys will not be in control here. This is not your usual wheelhouse. If either me or Daredevil tell you to do something, do it. If we tell you not to do something, don't do it. I get that you guys are used to being in control, but when was the last time you've roamed the streets of New York basically looking for danger? We know what goes on around here. Peter paused, eyeing them both to make sure they were paying attention, which they were. Moving on, let's talk about transportation. Sometimes the key is to be silent, so no motorcycles or anything. I usually swing, but sometimes I'll take Daredevil's approach, which is jumping across rooftops. I'm assuming you guys can handle that. Oh, another thing is that we don't kill. Maiming is permitted by Daredevil's rules and occasionally encouraged, depending on how shitty the baddie is. I guess you guys can bring guns or knives, but for the love of God, don't do any fatal damage. It's not what we do. Natasha nodded warily, and Peter took that to mean that she was definitely bringing weapons, but she'd abide by his the aim to injure, not kill, rule. One more thing, you might get hurt if tonight isn't too mild. That's not meant to be an offense against either of you. Me and Daredevil get hurt all the time. I have a very small med kit that I store within my suit, but it doesn't have too much. No painkillers. If you get shot or something, it's not too likely that you'll want me to swing you to safety. If we're near a safe location, you can be carried. But you should have your phones on you or something in case it's not possible to get you aid soon enough and you need to call the tower. Remember kids, safety third. No one responded immediately, but then Stark asked, what comes before safety? Petting dogs and churros. Makes sense, quite a hefty list of regulations, Natasha commented, though not in a critiquing manner. I'm just surprised no one interrupted, Peter responded, before shoving a forkful of chicken into his mouth. Patrol. It wasn't exactly an Avengers-level ordeal. Though he didn't know what it truly entailed for Spider-Man, he figured that New York crime rates were low enough that the vigilante seemed to have a good handle on it. Sometimes they'd gone out to try to capture Spider-Man while he was patrolling, but to be completely honest, they'd never really focused on what all he was doing. Well, Steve hadn't, at least. He'd been focused on his orders, and hadn't really considered that Spider-Man didn't need to be brought in. So no, Steve didn't really know what he signed up for when he requested to join Spider-Man, Peter, a teen with a smart mouth who just wanted to do good on his patrol. Natasha and Steve had talked about it before dinner. She mentioned that she was just curious as to what Peter really did every night, and Steve had to agree. He wondered how much it was like when Peter fought the team. He noticed that every time he and Spidey had gone one-on-one, the vigilante's style of fighting changed slightly. Peter was completely unpredictable, and the only thing Steve could rely on was coming home empty-handed, his pride being the only casualty of the fight. Seeing how Peter functioned in his element would definitely aid Steve in figuring out where the teen would fit in on future missions. The conversation went better than Steve had expected. He didn't know how likely it was that Peter would let either of them come along, but he agreed after a few seconds to think. Steve was left to question what he would really be doing tonight when Peter made sure to explain what to do if they were injured. No matter, he'd had worse, definitely. Soon after dinner, Peter announced that he would suit up and be waiting for them in the common room. Steve and Nat hurried to their separate floors, and it was by sheer routine and habit that they ended up returning to the elevator at the same time. Nat tossed him a comm as she put her own in, though they didn't even know if they would need it, and they stepped out to face the waiting vigilante. He already had the familiar mask on. All right, noobs, he announced, and Steve resolved to not question what that word meant. We'll meet up with Daredevil once we're already out there. He sighed, then went on, I'll swing with one of you if that's all right. Probably you, Natasha, 'cause the captain's the one with the enhanced speed. We'll get there faster if he's the one running around on rooftops. Natasha winced but nodded. You do something new every day, I guess. I believe the phrase is learn something new every day, but I suppose you'll be learning what it's like to catapult through the air at 30 some miles per hour. Steve didn't envy Natasha. Some of these windows open if that works, Steve offered, gesturing to the large windows on one side of the room. We can just leave through one of them. That works for me, Peter agreed, but how will you get down? Steve walked over to the window, looking out. It's not too high up from that building right there. I'll just jump onto the roof. While Peter snorted, Natasha requested Friday to open the window closest to them. It receded into its slot in the ceiling, allowing for the freeze of November air to rush into the room. He glanced at Peter's suit, which was an odd combination between a type of cloth and what looked to be spandex. Steve didn't know anything about Spidey's suit, but he hoped it was a bit more insulating than it looked. Peter turned to him, ticking his head towards the open window. Go ahead and get a head start while I get Natasha situated. Look out for the bright red and blue blob and follow it. Steve nodded, glancing at Nat as Peter directed her to wrap around his torso and rest on his hip. She cast him a withering glare, but it was one he was used to, so Steve simply resisted a chuckle at her strife. This floor wasn't too high up, considering. There was a rather tall building nearby, and if Steve aimed it right, he could launch himself out and safely land on the roof. Not giving it any more thought, he threw himself out of the window, pushing off the ledge of the tower with his toes to give himself a more horizontal fall. The air rushing past him was exhilarating, and an experience he would never grow tired of. Though he would admit to getting tired of slamming into concrete roofs. No, he didn't slam, he landed elegantly in a roll, protected by the thick Kevlar of his suit. That wasn't to say that hurtling down onto a building didn't rough him up a bit, though. Like Peter had warned, a bright red and blue blob passed him, illuminated by the constant onslaught of light provided by New York City. Steve ran and catapulted himself across the alleyway below him, continuing to run as soon as he landed on the next building. It might have been an odd sight, seeing Captain America jump from building to building when there was no danger in sight, but Steve was only concerned with tracking Peter. He followed Spidey until the boy finally landed on a nondescript building, possibly having been closed down. They had been heading west, and currently they remained just outside of Hell's Kitchen. Steve leapt across the final break-in buildings to reach Peter just as the teen was removing Nat from his hold. That was the worst roller coaster I've ever been on, she muttered, trying to brush through her tangled hair. You're the one who wanted to patrol with me, Peter reminded her. You probably won't have to swing with me again cause we'll be working mainly in this area, so you can just run and jump like a loser. I'm sorry, a deep voice said, startling Steve. Did I just hear you call me a loser? Steve whipped around, mimicking Nat. He was faced with a well-built man in a deep red costume, with some sort of billy club resting on his hip. A horned helmet covered the top half of his face. We can't all be winners, Peter teased the newcomer, walking forward to greet him. Steve stepped to the side to allow Peter to pass through and hold up his hand, fingers in the shape of an L. Why are they here? The man demanded, gesturing vaguely at Steve and Nat. Steve tried not to feel offended. Cause they live to torment me, I don't know, Peter casually replied, before turning to Steve and Nat like an afterthought. Kidding, they wanted to help out, I guess. If Steve could see Daredevil's face, he was certain he'd see an eye roll. Sure. It's true, Nat confirmed as she stepped closer to the duo. We just wanted to see what he does out here, maybe help out if you guys need it. The older vigilante was quiet for a moment before letting out a groan. Damn it, fine, he pointed sharply at Steve. One thing first. DD no, Peter tried, but before Steve could wonder what the boy meant, a rock-solid leg knocked into his side. Caught by surprise, Steve yelped, stumbling back a step or two. The shock of the attack was just as evident as the pain it had caused. It was an impressively well-executed kick, and Daredevil had a lot of power in behind it. If Steve wasn't built like a brick, the kick would be enough to knock him down, maybe break a rib. Before he could react, Nat had whipped out a taser, aiming it at the vigilante, who was back in his original position, calm and collected as ever. Spidey's head was in his palm, exasperation radiating from his form. If I had done any more than that, Spidey would have been mad, Daredevil explained. That was for what you idiots did to my partner. Hopefully I can get you alone some other time. Aw devil, I'm your partner, Peter fawned, seemingly recovered from the situation. Shut the fuck up, Natasha, taser down, Steve ordered, even as she was putting it back into the holster. I deserved that, he said, this time towards Daredevil. From what Steve had heard about the man, he was kind of glad that Peter was there. Damn right, the man huffed. You guys are lucky that there's a planned deal going on tonight. Might not have been able to handle it on my own. Here Peter jumped in, his tone slightly more serious. Brief me. That gang we've been knocking out has a drug and weapons deal planned for tonight. Apparently, this deal is one that fuels at least 3 other branches of the group. I've got intel that says that there are crates of opioids ready to be distributed. It's set to happen about a mile west from here in an old machinery factory. What weapons are we talking here? Nat asked. Daredevil's lips pulled into a tight line. Not entirely sure. Most likely not your average Joe machine guns. God, I hate creative weapon dealers, Peter grumbled, kicking dirt around on the roof. What's wrong with a good old-fashioned Glock? You can trace the bullets, Nat answered monotone. Then just don't shoot people, not that hard. Why don't you tell them that when we get there, Daredevil suggested, and started to walk to the edge of the roof. You know they never listen to me, Peter complained, but followed the other man anyway. Steve glanced at Natasha, who shrugged, and they began walking towards the duo as well. Without warning, Daredevil ran the rest of the distance to the edge and jumped off. Doing what Steve had done not 10 minutes ago, the vigilante latched onto the ledge of a window on the next building over and quickly pulled himself up. Peter shot one of his webs onto the corner of that same building and swiftly followed the other man. Guess we're patrolling, Nat concluded and pulled the same move as Daredevil. Steve sighed and followed suit. Though Steve was the enhanced one, Daredevil kept a quick pace, his obvious familiarity with the setting showing in his every move. He jumped and climbed with expertise, nimbly landing onto lower buildings and speeding up the taller ones. Spidey didn't act as if he was following the other vigilante anymore, clearly having an idea where the location was. They didn't banter with each other, not while they were on the move. Or maybe they usually did, and Steve and Nat were just putting them off from their usual routine. Peter arrived at the building first, proving that he did, in fact, know exactly where Daredevil was talking about. The latter pulled himself up a few seconds later, Steve and Nat close behind him. Peter was crouched down, quiet, before he abruptly stood up to face the group. Well, mainly face the Avenger half of the group, seeing as the other vigilante was next to Peter. 24 people, Peter told them, and Steve wondered how he knew that from just standing on the roof. 20 on the main floor, 4 on the second, Devil. The 4 on the second floor are snipers, Daredevil continued immediately, and how did they know this? 1 in each corner. There are 8 people near the center of the place, unarmed, surrounding the crates of weapons. The drugs are off to the side. 12 people are scattered around the warehouse, all armed. How do you guys know? Natasha questioned, reading Steve's mind. Daredevil's mouth opened to respond, but Peter cut him off with, a magician never reveals their secrets. You fucking nerd, the older vigilante sighed. Okay then, right, Natasha and I can go in through the windows and take out the snipers. Steve was cut off by a short noise of disagreement from Peter. Nuh-uh, Peter denied as he wagged a finger. Remember the ground rules, Captain, we're the ones in charge. Oh, I like that rule, Daredevil hummed. You tell him about the no-killing policy. Course, who do you think I am? Peter shook his head. All right, Devil, I'm gonna go seal the exits. I'm leaving the window right below us open so you guys can get in and I'll enter on the other side. I'll be listening, so go ahead and explain the plan. With that, Peter hopped off the side of the roof and Steve heard the unmistakable sound of Spidey's webs firing. So, Captain, the remaining vigilante began pointedly, if we had gone with whatever you were about to say, the doors and windows would be wide open, and the shitheads in there would be able to get out once the attack began. Excellent strategy. Other than that, we'll start like you said. Spidey can handle the snipers on his side, and I'll get the ones on this side. Then we'll jump down from the second floor, and you and I will take out the armed men over here. You, Natasha, can get over to the other side of the factory and help Spidey with his men. We'll probably be noticed by that point, so we'll have to take out the men in the center quickly. Any questions? Both he and Nat shook their heads mutely. It was a good plan for on-the-spot thinking, and as long as they did everything silently, it'll work fine. Rogers, don't bring your shield, Daredevil ordered, and before Steve could object, he explained, stealth. If you fling that thing and it comes in contact with the loads of metal in there, it'll be so loud that Spidey might become deaf again. Leave it here. Steve conceded and pulled his shield off his back to gently rest it in one of the roof's corners. Daredevil gave him a curt nod. All right, Spidey, we're heading in, Daredevil quietly said. Peter must have responded just as quietly because soon the man nodded at them and slipped over the edge of the roof and through the window. It wasn't exactly well lit in the old factory, but so far everything that Peter and Daredevil had picked up seemed to be correct. It was dark enough that the snipers, both aimed at the small group in the center of the warehouse, didn't notice them come in. Steve assumed they were there in case someone tried to pull one over on another group. He could hear the members of whatever gangs were present negotiating their deal, but decided not to focus on them. Across the building, he caught sight of Peter making quick work of the two snipers. He had opted to cover their mouths with webs right off the bat, and one of them was already down for the count, propped up against the wall. Steve, on the other hand, was strangling his current victim, his hand pressed tightly to their mouth. He had to remember that he was aiming for unconsciousness rather than death, and was suddenly very guilty for the way he didn't usually think about that. Of course, it wasn't really his goal to kill the guys he fought, but he didn't really mind if he did. That sounded awful. He let go of the person the second their eyes shut, and snuck up on the closest person to hit them with one swift knock across the head. It wouldn't kill them, just cause them to wake up with a nasty concussion. He looked up to see that Daredevil had silently taken out 3 of the men. Steve looked around for the final person on their side, and his mind blanked when he heard shuffling behind him. He quickly turned and watched as the man raised his gun to point at Steve and cocked it. The factory fell dead silent at the unmistakable sound, and from across the floor, he heard Peter let out a curse. And suddenly, everyone was scrambling. Daredevil ran past Steve and threw himself at the baddie before he had the chance to shoot. Steve started running towards the center of the building the same time Peter and Nat did, trying to take down the men in the middle. They were too fast, immediately cracking open the crates between them, whipping out weapons at random. Steve paused when he saw the guns they pulled out, the glowing guns. "Got him it," Peter hissed, narrowly missing a beam of energy shot at him. "I take it back, these fuckers aren't creative at all." Steve watched as the boy expertly dodged another blast before quickly yanking the gun out of the man's hands with a web. "Where do you guys keep getting Chitauri guns? Chitauri are us, and why am I the one who always has to deal with it?" Before the man pulled another gun from the crate, Spidey ran forward and kicked the backs of the guy's knees to force him to the ground, where he was soon covered by webs. "Save all the questions until after we have them all beat," Daredevil called, fighting off one of the guns as well. And then Steve joined the motley crew, as he now was faced with a revamped version of what he had fought all those years ago. "You see in this, Nat," he yelled over to her, where she had knocked out a guy and was fighting a second. "Of course I am, Cap," she huffed as she danced around the man trying to shoot her down. "I'm more curious about what Spidey said." "Which part?" the teen called, quickly making his way to the opened crates of guns. After Steve knocked his own attacker out, he watched as Peter latched onto the lid of a crate with a web and pulled it just right so that it landed back on the crate. It was immediately webbed shut, leaving 2 more open crates. "The part where you said you had to deal with these before," Steve grunted, crouching down low in order to kick a new guy's legs out from under him. He walked forward and gave a harsh punch to the nameless man's face, knocking him out cold. He looked up and noticed that the only men left were those in fights with the rest of the team. "Oh yeah, sophomore year was rough, man." As Daredevil was handling his situation, Peter moved over to help Nat knock out her third guy. They finished him off quickly, which caused Steve to notice how well their styles of fighting blended together. They were both graceful, acting as though sparring was some form of dance. Nat had kicked the baddie's chin up, causing him to start to fall backwards, which Peter had countered with the same sweep-the-leg move Steve had pulled earlier. The man slammed onto the ground with a hard thud, and Nat stepped back to allow Peter to coat him with webs. It was an impressive team-up, and Steve made sure to remember that those two would match well on missions. Steve checked on Daredevil. The man had just delivered his final KO before making his way over to the crates. He looked in one of the open ones to see stacks of modified Chitauri weapons. Nat made her way over to him, Peter by her side. "What happened sophomore year?" she questioned, looking into the crates as well. "That guy Wanda told you about, the one who took down Mr. Stark's plane, name's Adrian Toombs, and he made a hobby of dealing Chitauri weapons. A real pain in my ass, really. I wanted to go to homecoming." He heaved a deep sigh as he looked into the boxes before turning to help Daredevil pick up the rest of the guns. "Why didn't we know this happened?" Steve asked. The Chitauri were what brought the team together in the first place, their first battle. He thought that if something about them resurfaced, they would know about it. "The only things wrecked were a ferry, an empty school bus, and Mr. Stark's plane. Other than that, I kept it pretty under control." Steve imagined that Peter was eyeing the knocked-out gang members underneath his mask. "Or so I thought." "You did good, Spidey," Daredevil told him, his low-pitched voice taking on an undercurrent of fondness. "I thought so too," Peter exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. "Spent weeks going around New York and cleaning up all leads to the weapon distributors I could find. Looks like I missed a spot." Steve gently set a lid back on its crate before he made his way over to Peter. "Well, that spot's been cleaned up. We'll let S.H.I.E.L.D. know about this stuff and they can take care of it. What do you say we head back to the tower? It's been quite a night." Peter and Daredevil glanced at each other before they both let out an incredulous laugh. Confused, Steve looked at Nat for what seemed like the 80th time in search for an explanation. She just shook her head, a small smile forming on her face. "Cap, come on now," Peter said once he had recovered. "It's been like, what, an hour, 2 hours? You think we just head home after one fight?" At Steve's silence, Peter let out a snort. "It's not even 10 o'clock yet, man. I've stayed out all night before. You guys can head back if you want, but I'll check some more stuff out, thank you very much." With that, Peter turned away and made to shoot a web at the second floor's ledge. Spider-Man, Daredevil sighed, and Peter stopped short. "We've got to tip off the police." With a groan, Peter turned back around. "On it." "Hold up," Nat intercepted. "Shield's gotta handle this alien shit. I'll call my contact." She pulled out her phone from a side pocket on her pants and quickly dialed a number before turning away to talk to an agent. "Shield," Steve heard Daredevil grumble. "They're always involved, aren't they?" "Too true, my man," Peter nodded. He then turned to Steve, asking, "Are you staying with us or not?" Steve looked around the room, taking in the amount of men Peter had taken out all on his own. Peter definitely didn't need to prove himself to the team, but if he had to, he just did. They didn't really have a need to stay out with Peter and his aggressive devil friend. But at this point, Steve wanted to know more and more and more about what it was like for Peter out here. This was already a huge step from what Steve had imagined vigilantes dealt with, and he wanted to see the extent of it. Nat turned back to Steve slightly to catch his eye and nodded. In turn, Steve nodded at Peter. Daredevil heaved a sigh. They stayed out until 3 a.m. Chapter 16, Tony is a character in this. "Natasha, come on, just drop me off on my floor," Peter begged. "It's fine." "Do you even have a med kit up there?" "I have some stuff." "Humor me then," she said, rolling her eyes. "We need to check on Steve's poor shoulder, and if it makes you feel better, I'll bandage my hands. You'll just be down there with us, and you're welcome to the supplies we use." Peter sighed, looking first at Natasha's raw knuckles, then at Steve's obviously dislocated shoulder, then at his own hole in his suit. The hole extended to his undershirt as well, which revealed a slowly healing burn. He didn't know what the wound should be referred to as. He had gotten nicked by one of the alien guns earlier, and the feeling could be best compared to a severe burn. Healing was slow going because the alien injury almost seemed to want to encompass his body, and his healing was trying to counteract it. The fight was at a standstill, and Peter knew that if he just gave himself some medical attention, it would be enough to give his healing that extra kick. His only hesitation for accepting the aid was simply that he knew that the materials in the medbay were approximately 20 times the quality of his own. He didn't want to get used to the exceptional treatment, seeing as he would soon be back out on the streets and would have to. Wait. No, he was an Avenger now, wasn't he? His stay at the tower was a little less temporary now. That meant he could let himself get used to the supplies, right? Fine, he agreed, pretending to be a bit more begrudging than he was. He did need more tools than he possessed, after all, but only because I am truly concerned for the captain's shoulder, he teased. "You said you would call me Steve," the man complained. "And stop bringing up my shoulder, guys. I said I was sorry." It's more fun to call you Captain when I'm making fun of you." Peter grinned as they began to move out of the elevator into the sterile white of the medbay. 2. Just because you apologized to DD doesn't mean I will ever stop bringing that up. Steve had made the mistake of mentioning that he was impressed with Matt's skills, and he suffered the consequences. Peter thought Steve would have to write the phrase, "Daredevil does not exist to impress Captain America," on a chalkboard 50 times. "Fair's fair," Steve sighed and pushed open the door to one of the exam rooms, immediately moving towards a cabinet next to the sink. Peter held back a snicker as the man attempted to open it with his bad arm, but quickly halted with a hiss of pain. Natasha huffed out a breath of laughter, but nonetheless moved forward to help Steve gather whatever materials he was aiming for. She pulled out a box filled with thick rolls of medical wrap tape. She calmly pushed him down on the small bed in the room, giving him a small warning before she gently rolled his shoulder back into place. Steve grimaced, but otherwise kept his expression of pain to a minimum as Natasha quickly and expertly wrapped the widest tape around the affected area, temporarily securing the shoulder in place. Peter assumed that Steve didn't need a splint because whatever enhanced healing the man had would take care of the injury soon enough. As Natasha began to pull some tape for her knuckles, Peter started bustling around the room for the needed medical supplies. He could smell the antiseptic somewhere, so he found that first. He gathered several cotton pads and figured he could start there. Leaning against the counter, he stripped down the top half of his suit, his mask already pulled off and set to the side. He carefully peeled his shirt up, biting his cheek as the action pulled at some of the dried blood. At closer inspection, he knew he would need to debride the wound, seeing as it was sort of resembling a degree burn. The charred skin probably should receive a skin graft in order to heal a bit better, but Peter usually got by with sewing what little remained of his skin shut and letting his healing do most of the work. Both Natasha and Steve were watching him closely as he began to douse the burn with the antiseptic he had found. When he could feel the tears rising in his eyes at the sensation, Natasha spoke up. "You want any pain meds?" He clenched his teeth in pain rather than frustration. "Nah," he grunted, "probably wouldn't work on me." "We could get some of Steve and Bucky's," she suggested, slowly inching towards Peter as he picked up a cotton pad and cleaned the blood off from around the area. "I'm fine for now," he dismissed, ignoring the conflicting voices in his head that either begged him to try the meds or avoid them at all cost for fear of malicious intent. "Just about done anyway. Could you find me a surgical knife, or hell even a normal knife so long's it's clean?" They both paused long enough for Peter to look up at them, blinking away the blurriness in his vision. Natasha's eyebrows were furrowed, and Steve looked like he wanted to object, and knowing the captain, he would certainly object. "You're going to debride the wound by yourself," he objected. "Called it. We can get a doctor down here, or Nat or I could do it." Peter rolled his eyes and moved away from the counter. "I'm good," he hummed. "Just kinda wish I wasn't on a search for knives at the moment." He winced as he pulled on his wound while reaching for a random cabinet door. Natasha sped in front of him to open a drawer containing a neat row of surgical knives. He smiled and plucked one of the smaller ones out. "Anesthesia," she offered, apparently still trying to make this easier for him. Too bad Peter was already used to this dance. "Won't work on me," he repeated, moving back to his spot by the counter. "I've had to do this before, and sometimes it was because of you. You're the one who wanted me down here, so let me do my thing." He emphasized his point by beginning the delicate process of removing some of the damaged skin mucking up his wound. Natasha finally conceded to his plan by pulling over a trash can so he could get rid of the tissue he removed. Steve got up to pull a needle, thread, and a pair of scissors from yet another drawer. He set them down next to Peter with a grim look on his face. Peter jerkily nodded his thanks. No matter how many times he had to do this, no matter how much his pain tolerance had improved over the course of his vigilante career, it still hurt like hell. But even then he decided that having two Avengers silently and awkwardly standing over him was worse. This would probably the needle pushed through the charred skin, probably be a bit better if I were a masochist. Peter thought he saw concern flit across Natasha's face before it was replaced with a small smirk. "I don't think it'd be any better for us," she commented, gesturing between her and Steve. "You're not the one sewing themselves together," Peter pointed out. "Let me have this." "I don't want to talk about masochism with a 17-year-old, Steve said, only slightly visibly uncomfortable. "Sounds like you're a coward," Peter countered deadpan. A full-out grin twisted itself onto Natasha's face. "Hearing someone call Captain America a coward has improved my entire standard of life. I can die in peace." Friday's voice cut through the captain's indignant sputtering. "Boss is requesting Spider-Man's presence in his lab." "Ooh, someone's in trouble," he mumbled, still focused on his task. Then, "Wait, shit, that's me." "Sure is," Natasha noted, her careful gaze dead set on Peter as he rushed through his last stitch. "Doubt you're in trouble, though." "Bullshit," he snipped off the excess thread after tying it all together. "Getting called down to someone's office always means you're in trouble." Peter had learned to associate Richard's home office as a place dedicated to dishing out punishments. Of course, that wasn't to say that he didn't receive any spur-of-the-moment lectures or quick slaps across the face anywhere else in the house, but Richard saved his more intense beatings for the office. He wondered what awaited him in Stark's lab. "Tony's lab isn't an office, it's like a cave," Steve told him. "Try to avoid stepping on random parts, those'll getcha." Noted. Having done what little he could with needle and thread, he reached for the gauze and wrappings that Natasha had also gotten for him. The rest of the healing would have to be left to his crazy biology, since the burn was still mainly an open wound. After wrapping himself up, Peter stripped down the rest of his suit, only pulling at his injury slightly. That left him with a long-sleeved shirt that had a hole in it and a pair of shorts. The outfit he wore underneath his suit was not always well-suited for the cold, but his suit was insulating. He was in the process of adding heaters to it, but finding parts was slow going. Peter bunched his suit up in his arms as he kicked the trash can back into its original corner, then asked, "Do you guys want me to clean the supplies I used?" Natasha eyed the bloody surgical knife and needle that laid on the countertop. "We'll get them, head down to the lab." He nodded at them both and swiftly left the room. He had almost reached the elevator when he heard Steve's soft voice come from behind the closed door. "That was probably one of the worst things I've ever had to watch," he muttered, presumably to Natasha. "He said he's done it before. I don't want to think about how often," she replied, slightly more hushed than Steve was. People always forgot about his hearing. Even MJ and Ned talked about him when he left the pair, thinking that he wouldn't be listening. It was never anything bad, of course, usually just concerned comments. He supposed that it was better that he could hear what others said behind his back, but when the elevator door shut, the soundproofing muffled his surroundings, and he could only hear the mechanics around him. He made no effort to get past the soundproofing, since it wasn't like the pair of Avengers hadn't started to cuss him out as soon as he left the room. The elevator started moving down without his command, and Peter was once again reminded of how much of a constant presence Friday was in the tower. And that was when Peter finally realized that her constant presence meant that she knew his name. There was no doubt that she had cataloged it the second he introduced himself to Bruce. But every time she had talked to him, either directly or in passing mention, she had referred to him as Spider-Man. It felt like the AI acknowledged that his name was important to him, and mimicked what the Avengers did when they knew his name but were talking to him in front of people who didn't. Peter's respect for Friday grew. Though if Stark had asked the AI for his name, she would have given it to him right, and the man had definitely asked. The elevator doors opened to reveal a short corridor. The entrance to what Peter deduced was Stark's lab. It had large windows, and the entrance door was transparent, so Peter could see the amount of tech that filled the room. Stark was in the center of it all, a few holograms pulled up around him, fiddling with something on his workbench. Peter heard the sounds of some kind of rock music through the somewhat soundproofed glass. AC/DC, he belatedly realized. He walked up to the door and with some hesitation knocked on the glass. The music's volume quieted, and Stark looked up from his work to glance at the ceiling. Then the man's eyes fell on Peter's form in the doorway, and with a quick smile he turned to tap a control on one of the holograms. The entrance flew open, and Peter was met with an intense amount of sensory input even before Peter entered the room. Into the giant space, Peter called, "Can I please come in?" "Yeah, Spidey, that's why I wanted you down here." Stark stated it as if it were obvious, and maybe it was, but Peter couldn't let go of the itch to ask. But now equipped with permission, Peter stepped into the lab. Music wasn't all the way off, just softened. Somewhere in the lab, he could hear some sort of robot bustling about. Peter could hear Stark's heartbeat underneath the more obvious sounds, the pace slightly faster than average, and a tinny echo followed the usual beat. There was the intense smell of metal, and the stench of oil directed Peter's attention to an older car that Stark must have been working on. Mixing in with that was the smell of expensive coffee floating towards his nose. At least the lights in the lab were dimmed, a warm glow mixing with the blue of scattered holograms. "Come hither, Spidey," Stark beckoned, waving Peter over to his workbench. "You know my name," Peter said flatly as he walked over, heeding Cap's warning about the random parts. To his credit, Stark only stilled for a fraction of a second. "I do. Did you ask Friday?" "What do you expect of me? Of course I did," Stark affirmed. "But that was a few days ago, and she didn't tell me the traitor. Something about not wanting to disclose information about a guest in the tower that was meant to be kept private, blah blah. Course, I threatened to override her, but then realized that I am not a complete jackass and opted not to. Proud." "Certainly am," Peter muttered, mentally adding Friday to his list of the best things to ever exist. He set down his suit on the workbench in front of him, utilizing the small amount of clear space. "So, if you didn't learn from Friday, how'd you get my name?" "Heard your lawyer buddy say it," Stark explained. "Seems like a good man, by the way." Peter internally cringed at the reference to the whole debacle, realizing that Matt must have said his name during his panic attack. "Then I guess you can call me Peter, if you want." Stark's lips pulled at a smile. "I'm honored." He stood up to offer his hand to Peter. "Tony Stark, call me Tony. Nice to meet you, Peter." Peter took the man's hand and gave it a firm shake, his own lips quirking up. "I thought you were honored." Tony looked like he went through the 5 stages of grief in the second after Peter's response. "I used to like dad jokes, then I met Clint and for some inexplicable reason I switched to hating them," Tony huffed, crossing his arms. "I changed my mind. I'm not giving you your gift." Peter's eyebrows rose. "Gift?" A smirk slipped its way onto Tony's face. "Wouldn't you like to know?" I asked a one-word question, Peter shrugged. You decide. Fine, you've got me, I'm beat, good game, Tony rambled, already reaching for something set aside on his workbench. He straightened with a small boxy thing. Yes, Peter was indeed a genius in hand. Tony tossed it to Peter, who caught it with ease. Peter looked at the man for permission to open it, and Tony waved him on with a crinkle in his eyes. Peter lifted the top of the case and gently pulled out a pair of hearing aids. Yet Peter had seen hearing aids before, and these were definitely them, if not about 50 times more subtle than what he had seen before. The wires were clear, and the earpiece was just a small piece of metal with an even smaller cushion on the inside. I don't really think I need a pair of hearing aids, he hesitantly told the genius across from him. He didn't want to reject a gift of any kind, of course, but it didn't really make sense for him to own a pair. Tony threw his arms up in the air in a dramatic display of exasperation. That's what Harley said too, and I can't believe I have to say this again. Hearing aids don't have to improve your hearing to be able to help you. Peter squinted. What does that even mean? God, you and Harley are so alike, it's scary. Can't wait to see that shit unfold. Here, let me explain what my genius little mind was thinking. You have enhanced hearing, we all know this, that was a redundant statement. But it's so much stronger than what I had originally imagined, no offense. So that got me thinking, it's got to be painful for you sometimes, doesn't it? Well, obviously it can be, we know what went down in the warehouse. Sorry about that. But besides that, I know what sensory overloads are. You've surely had those, right? With hearing as strong as yours, there's no way you haven't. Now, I don't know exactly how strong your hearing is, but I figured that I could still help, maybe as a way of saying sorry, who knows. So, these hearing aids don't improve your hearing, they dampen it. Not by a ton, of course, we wouldn't want your powers to be shut down too much. But you can adjust how much sound your neat little ears pick up, and when things get to be a bit too overwhelming, these can help reverse that. What do you think? No one had ever told Peter how much Tony Stark rambled. His brain was still processing the rant, if he was honest. Tony, a man who he had yet to have a full one-on-one conversation with, had clocked the severity of Peter's enhancements and came up with a way to help him like it was the simplest thing in the world. It was slightly unsettling to Peter, really, just how thoughtful the gift was. The man was right. Peter had plenty of sensory overloads before. They were like torture every time. And those still happened even after Peter had learned how to block out the smaller things that his hearing had no reason to pick up. On a day-to-day basis, the amount of effort Peter put into preventing himself from getting overwhelmed was monstrous. And here Tony was, offering him something that could make his life a hell of a lot easier. In lieu of a response, Peter set down the case and lifted one of the aids to his ear. It slipped in like it was made for him, and Peter was almost knocked back by the whiplash he felt. He took it right back out. Because, holy fuck. Peter could have blacked out from the relief he felt with even just one aid in his ear. The sensation of his unbalanced hearing put him off slightly, just because damn, what a difference. His hands were shaking as he lifted both aids to his ears this time, the other slipping in with as much ease as the first one had. And suddenly, he couldn't hear the footsteps coming from 3 floors above him, where someone else was milling about the tower at 4 in the morning. He couldn't hear the sounds of clacking keyboards from the Stark Industries employees that really just needed to go home and get some sleep. He couldn't hear the couple who had been having a shouting match in an apartment that was half a block away. Even Tony's heartbeat was softened, and Peter had to focus in order to hear the metallic echo of the man's arc reactor that had been oh so clear just moments before. He took a deep breath and ripped the aids back out once more. He set them down on the workbench, planting his hands down beside them, and allowed the familiar onslaught of noise to wash over him again. He took another deep breath. Is something wrong? Peter lifted his head to glance at Tony, who had an odd look of concern on his face. Everyone was concerned for Peter nowadays. It was weird. No, well, kinda, but also God no. Peter let his head fall back down after stammering out a response. Thank you for the clear answer, I appreciate it, Tony sarcastically returned. Peter took another deep breath. It's just, he cut himself off as he gently picked up the aids once more, examining them with a completely unnecessary scrutiny. It's so much different, I wasn't expecting it. Is it bad? Peter slipped the bastards in once more, this time anticipating the feeling of getting thrown out of his body. No, he decided, not bad, just different. Hell, I would even dare to call it good. Thank fuck, Tony muttered. How much do they chain? Peter couldn't give an exact response to that. Enough was all he allowed. Too much, too little. I'm not sure yet, Peter replied, gnawing on his lips slightly. Well, if you ever want to adjust the level of 'em, a tap to the left earpiece lets in more sound. A tap to the right one blocks more sound. Test it out. Peter tapped the left one and the couple's argument made itself known once more. He set his finger on the right one and they were gone. Wild, he breathed. He had never really thought of making hearing aids for himself because even if he was technically classified as a genius, he wouldn't argue if someone called him an idiot. Hearing aids, man, don't knock 'em till you try 'em. Not that Peter had ever looked down on the use of hearing aids. The fuck, who would do that? Oh no, wait, Flash did. Pepper says I'm shit at gift giving, Tony said, a slight smugness coloring his voice. Boom, epic gift. You know I won't disagree with you. Peter tapped his right earpiece once more and the static of Friday's speakers vanished. But when he realized that Tony's heartbeat diminished too much for his liking, he quickly reversed his action. Peter didn't think he could go back to a world in which he couldn't draw comfort from the steadiness of a heartbeat. Thank you, you didn't have to do this. I would argue that I did, Tony sighed. Maybe make up for the past year a bit, Plus, it wasn't like it was hard. Think of it as a housewarming gift, a welcome to the team. Did everyone get a set of these? It was a joke, but Tony gave him a serious answer. Clint got a pair, but they're the typical kind that improves your hearing. Everyone got weapons designed for them and a place to live. Besides that, they get a few personal things every once in a while, 'cause I'm sweet like that. Don't tell anyone that, though. The big and bad Tony Stark doesn't give his family gifts. You don't seem too big and bad to me, man, Peter snorted, resting his fingers on the case for his aids. Good luck keeping up your public image. Fine then, no more gifts for you, Tony huffed, but Peter caught sight of something behind the man. Sure, what's that? He asked as he pointed at a hologram that displayed the blueprints for a special-looking pair of glasses. There was a small image of a spider in the corner of the plans, the same spider that was branded onto his hearing aids case. Tony reached out behind him and pushed away the hologram. Nothing. Peter nodded, smirking slightly. Keep your secrets then. I'm gonna head out then if that's chill. Go ahead. Right, Peter picked up the case in his suit and started walking in the direction of the lab's door. Thanks, Tony. Anytime, Spidey, the man acknowledged, once again taking his seat at his workbench. Peter smiled to himself as he exited the lab and entered the elevator. He requested to be taken up to his shared floor, and he started moving up. The tension dripped from his body. Tony's lab was indeed much different than Richard's office. Chapter 17, Basically Queer Eye. Harley got a call from Midtown just a few minutes before he was meaning to leave. No, the number wasn't saved in his phone. He just recognized it from receiving so many calls from them. Harley wasn't a troublemaker, so the calls were not meant to inform his guardians about fights and shit. They were meant to inform the household about anything from a generic and ignorable notice about parent-teacher conferences to a closure as a result of an alien invasion. This time, it was somewhere in between those two on yikes scale. Termite infestation? Seriously? Peter asked incredulously after Harley hung up the phone. Eavesdropper, Harley accused, no heat behind his tone. He thumped his backpack back onto the ground and slipped out of his shoes, immediately taking advantage of the fact that the school was closed for the day while the exterminators came. I am dropping 0 eaves. Even with my fancy little aids, that automated voice on the other line was the loudest thing I have ever heard. Not my fault I overheard a little bit of that. Said fancy little aids were brought to Harley's attention immediately after he had said good morning to Peter that morning. He had found the other in the kitchen, which seemed to be Peter's go-to spot for mornings, though he hadn't been eating anything. As soon as Harley made his presence known, Peter dove into an excited explanation of what Tony had given him and why. It was the most Harley had ever heard Peter talk at once, minus his monologue about the rules of his patrols. Harley had listened with rapt attention, and no one needed to know that he was cataloging what Peter's face looked like when he was in Fandoms. I believe that the good all-U.S. Constitution gave me a right to privacy, Harley snarked. Oh, Peter smiled, his voice easily taking on the same teasing tone that Harley's had. The U.S. Constitution is my favorite conspiracy theory. Did you know some people actually believe that it was written with the intent to give equal rights to all? Darlin', I'm from Tennessee. Everyone down there thinks that's true. Peter's expression froze, and Harley watched with mounting horror as a slight blush painted Peter's cheeks. It was nowhere near the amount of red that had to be in Harley's own. Oh, of course, Harley. Go right ahead and call the superhero that you find incredibly attractive darlin'. God, it was too early in the morning for Harley to have a sane conversation with Peter, though maybe he couldn't really blame it on the time of day. At 2 in the morning, he's stammering out that he would very much like for Peter to keep his arm laid over Harley's back, and at 5 in the afternoon, he's busy eyeing Peter moving through his workout regimen. Why would the story be any different now? Thankfully, Peter seemed to recover faster than Harley did, and I thought New York was filled with nutjobs, he chuckled, the red in his features becoming less and less prominent. Remind me to never visit Tennessee, no offense. Harley cleared his throat and willed himself to calm the fuck down and have a normal conversation. None taken, I didn't like it too much there myself. From what I hear, I should hope not. Peter tilted his head. New York is quite a bit different than small town Tennessee, yeah, you like it here? For sure, Harley said without hesitation. Don't get me wrong, I didn't hate the quietness down there, but city life is fun. Plus, I didn't really want to make a life out of Bane, a car mechanic. I've got more opportunities here, and I can finish off my high school education with something a bit more advanced, you know. I get that, Peter hummed, smiling softly. When it felt like Peter wasn't going to go on, Harley allowed himself to continue. My mom and my sister are still in Rose Hill. I call 'em both every day, but I still miss 'em. They understood that it'd be good for me to get out of there, but I can't help but feel like, I don't know, like I left 'em in the dust. Peter's eyes softened. Do you ever visit? I've gone back down a few times. I see 'em about once every other month. You want to know what I think? Peter gently asked, seeming like he was genuinely asking for permission to share his thoughts. Harley nodded. I think that you don't have to worry about leaving them in the dust. You're almost 18 anyway, right? Kids go to college at 17 or 18 if they choose to, and that's just the way things are. I don't think that it's too much different if you end up choosing to live in New York. Some kids don't keep too much contact with their families if they leave, which is their choice, no judgment here. So the fact that you call them every day is doing more than you think for your relationship with them. They're happy for you, right? Harley nodded again. Good, that's how it should be with family. You're doing what's good for you, they're supporting you, and neither one of you are casting the other into the depths of hell. Harley snorted, grateful for the light-hearted quip Peter added. Did you come up with all that on the spot? Yep, Peter popped, grinning. Did it help? Sure did. You're pretty good at the whole impromptu therapy thing. Scarily good. Seriously, Peter just pulled that out of his ass. Harley guessed that some people were just naturally good at dishing out comfort. Thank you, I'll be here all week. Harley lightly applauded as Peter swooped down in a dramatic bow. All right, moving past our daily deep conversation. What are the plans for your day off? Harley shrugged and ticked his head towards the common room. Mario Kart. I'm game, Peter agreed and walked out of the kitchen. He must have realized that Harley didn't follow him because he called for him from the next room over. Just a sec, he responded, quickly snatching a muffin from a cabinet. He lightly jogged into the common room and tossed it at Peter, who reached up to catch it without looking. When Peter caught sight of what was in his hand, he furrowed his eyebrows at Harley. Eat it, dumbass. Don't you want me to eat it in the kitchen? Peter wondered, already moving again to the other room. What? Nah, you're fine, Harley assured, and felt his own confusion wash over him as Peter froze in his steps. We eat in here all the time, so go nuts. Peter gave a quick glance towards the kitchen before retracing his steps. Right, sorry. Don't apologize, Harley gently reminded, the phrase quickly becoming a commonplace in his conversations with Peter. Just get your ass over here so I can destroy you at Mario Kart. As it turned out, even though Peter tried to convince Harley that he hadn't played Mario Kart in nearly 2 years, the other teen was still very capable of embarrassing Harley at literally everything. You're cheating, Harley exclaimed, the only evidence behind his claim being that Peter just got first place on the Rainbow Road course while Harley wound up in 6th. Yes, I'm cheating, Peter said with a grin and a roll of his eyes, because I spend all my free time looking up Mario Kart hacks with the phone I just got 2 days ago. A criminal offense, Harley muttered, before returning to the course select screen, choosing Moo Moo Meadows. Peter had beat him on that one too, but seeing as Harley had been just one spot behind him, he wanted to try again. Peter's face soon took on his now recognizable smug, I'm beating you at your favorite course smirk when something in his expression shifted. Maybe Harley could blame his numerous defeats on the fact that he was paying more attention to Peter than he was the game. Who could blame Harley if Peter's smirk was as cute as it was infuriating? Wanda's up, Peter vaguely told him, talking to Vision. Jesus, that boy could hear everything. What are they saying? Peter shot Harley a quick look and snorted. I'm not gonna listen in on my friend and her boyfriend having a conversation. I only deem school closure calls important enough to pay attention to. Harley blinked, not believing how easily the thought of betraying Wanda's privacy came to him. It wasn't like that was what Harley had in mind, but he didn't consider the rudeness of the idea until Peter rejected it. Self-awareness was always like a slap to the face, he supposed. Sorry, he sheepishly replied, wasn't really thinking about that. Peter gave a light hum as he started his final lap. Nah, you're good. A lot of people don't, so you're not the first to ask. Right, Harley nodded. You said earlier that you always had to block out a lot of sounds. Are you blocking those two out now? Yeah, it's just like background noise, you know. Same way normal people block out noises when they're focused on something. It's like that for me all the time. Which is why Tony gave you the aids, Harley continued. So why don't you just block more sound with them, so you don't have to be so focused all the time? There are certain sounds that I'm used to, and not being able to hear them makes me feel weird, Peter explained, letting himself fall further back on the couch after he crossed the finish line. Harley, being only a few seconds behind him, left his vehicle to move past the line on its own as he joined Peter in the relaxed position. Like, your heartbeat is super clear to me right now. I can block it out just as easily as voices or footsteps or what have you, so it's not like it bothers me. But if I do this, Peter tapped one of his aids, unimportant sounds are more muffled, but so is your heartbeat. I can still hear it, course, but I don't know. I just feel better if it's more obvious, you know. No, Harley didn't really know, but he nodded anyway as Peter tapped the opposite aid to reset the input. He just had to get used to not understanding all the intricacies and effects of Peter's enhancements. Sure, putting constant energy into ignoring sounds coming from every direction all the time sounded stressful to Harley, but if Peter had a reason for it, who was Harley to judge? Harley was about to propose another round of getting his ass kicked because Peter had stopped talking, but Harley didn't want him to leave, but he caught sight of Wanda stepping into the kitchen. She was already dressed for the day, and she obviously planned on going somewhere, donning a thick sweater and jeans, shoes on, and ready to go. Vision quietly floated in behind her, dressed to go out as well. Morning, he called, drawing the pair's attention to him and Peter. I thought I heard you guys talking, Wanda smiled brightly, hopping into the common room. No school. Harley shook his head. Termites. Midtown's a bunch of cowards, she huffed. Simply make friends with the termites. They have the right to an education too, you know. Then they'll pay tuition like the rest of us. Peter made a noise of objection. Who says they can't be on scholarship? Point, Wanda acknowledged. Then, continuing to hold her attention on Peter, how would you feel about going shopping today? Peter's eyebrows shot up before he looked down to where he was pulling the pockets of his sweatpants inside out. Well, I'm not too sure how well that'd work out for me. You won't be paying for anything, nerd, she dismissed. Stark pays for everything around here, what with being a billionaire and all. Peter's mouth set into a firm line. I don't want. Nope, Wanda interjected, lowering herself onto the floor to look up at Peter instead of down. I'm telling you that it is perfectly fine to let someone else take care of everything we do today. No one on the team has actual jobs anyway, so Stark made it clear that part of living here meant that he would take care of everything we need or want. You're living here now, Peter. You need a few more things than whatever basic clothes are in your closet, hence the shopping. She has a point, Harley stage whispered to Peter, trying to relieve the still evident crease in the other's brows. Are you sure? Peter asked. 'Cause really, I'm fine. Completely sure, Wanda assured. It'll be fun, I haven't been out shopping in a while. Peter sighed, but to Harley's relief, a small smile formed on his face. All right. Amazing, Wanda grinned before turning to point at Harley. Come with. Duh, he agreed without hesitation. He'd be an idiot not to. Duh, she repeated, nodding. Peter, get dressed, I'm going to have breakfast. She left for the kitchen, Vision still a quiet presence beside her. Peter grabbed his controller and set it on a side table before bounding to his room. Harley mimicked his action before joining Wanda and Vision in the kitchen. Wanda was spreading a random jam on an English muffin. Are you common too? He asked Vision. Yes, Vision affirmed. I'll be taking on my human form seeing as we don't want much attention drawn to us. Oh, Wanda, are you wearing a disguise? Nah, she said, words muffled as she chewed. Just a beanie. You know I'm not the most recognizable on the team. Harley hummed as he heard Peter's door gently close. He stepped into the kitchen wearing an old and worn long-sleeve shirt, an even more old and worn pair of jeans, and a pair of Converse that were downright ratty. To his credit, Peter held a clean and generic jacket in his arms that Harley recognized to be one of the ones provided to guests. We're taking the subway, right? Peter asked, looking between the three of them. Unless you guys want me to drive, Harley shrugged, or we could see if Happy'll drive us. Subway's good, Wanda quickly said. It's been a while since I've been on one. We can just have a normal day out, yeah. They all let out noises of agreement as Wanda shoved the rest of her breakfast in her mouth. Vision procured her purse for her, and Harley laid a hand on his pocket to make sure he had his wallet and phone. "I texted Nat that we're having a day out so they don't wonder where we are," Wanda told them as they moved into the elevator. "Lobby, please, Fry." The ride down to the lobby was a long one, but soon they were out of the tower and complaining about the cold as if they weren't a posse of superheroes. Peter led them to the subway, having been the one to ride it the most out of any of them. Harley certainly didn't frequent it, preferring to drive himself around, and Wanda and Vision usually just walked places when they went out. Peter didn't even look at the maps thrown up on the walls to know which trains they would have to take in order to get to the Green Acres Mall. They all chose to stand on the train, though Wanda mumbled something about the griminess of the bars. And when Harley embarrassingly began to fall backwards as the train started moving, Peter's arm was around his back in an instant, stopping the motion. "What a gentleman," Harley laughed once Peter had removed his chilled hand, to which Peter shoved him back once more, rolling his eyes. They filed out of the train car at their station, and Peter once more led them to fresh air and across the street to the mall. Wanda stopped them soon after entering the bustling shopping center. "Vision and I wanted to check out a few specific stores, so it might be good if we split up. That okay?" "It's cool with me," Harley agreed, glancing at Peter, who nodded with a smile. "We'll text where and when we want to meet up." Wanda turned away with a light wave. "See ya," she called, and Harley did a double take at the conniving nature of her grin. A few seconds later, after he and Peter had started walking in the other direction, he felt his phone vibrate with a message. "Off-brand Houdini, have fun on date." That explained it. Harley blindly typed out a quick response that was either a key smash or a swear word before shoving his phone back in his pocket. Peter seemed to be none the wiser of neither Wanda's schemes nor Harley's reaction to said schemes. But he also seemed to have no idea what he was doing, hesitation in his every move, and it looked like Harley would be taking control of this. "We're gettin' you some new shoes," Harley decided, once more catching a glance of Peter's shoes, realizing that the left heel was worn down enough to give Harley a peek at Peter's sock. "Oh, something wrong with these?" Peter asked, faking obliviousness, kicking his feet out slightly as he walked. "Nothing's wrong with them," Harley assured, "but am I correct to assume that those are your only pair of shoes?" "I'm not even sure how you came to that conclusion," Peter retorted, his voice coated with self-aware sarcasm. Harley raised an eyebrow and recalled their conversation from the other day. "You said that the stuff you owned wouldn't be able to fill up moving boxes. Plus, I've been in your room. Pretty bare bones, man." Peter winced and Harley almost regretted calling him out. "Got me there." So they went into the first shoe store they could find, and Peter immediately moved towards the clearance shelves. Harley just sighed and beckoned Peter over to the regularly priced racks. "We told you," he reminded, "that you don't need to worry about money. Get what you want, Pete." "But shoes can be so expensive," Peter muttered, eyeing the price tag on a pair of high-top Converse. The ones on the shelves were a nice maroon, a good color deviation from Peter's current black Converse. "Hey," Harley gently tried and reached out his hand to hover over Peter's shoulder. "May I?" Peter nodded, and Harley rested his hand on the other's tense body. "I get it, man. I wasn't too well off in Tennessee, and Tony's custom of buying whatever he lays his eyes on took a while to grow on me. Hell, I'm still not completely used to it. But you deserve anything you want, Pete, and money's certainly not an issue for us. Now, if you are truly uncomfortable with buying anything here, I won't make you, but let us treat you okay." Peter groaned and let his head fall forwards. He was close enough to Harley that his fluffy hair brushed against Harley's neck, and God admit now was not the time, Harley. "Thank you," he heard Peter softly mumble, and Harley grinned in victory. "No problem," he easily replied. "What's your shoe size?" Peter responded by moving towards the maroon pair of shoes and plucking a box from the pile. They drifted around the store, Harley pointing out what shoes he thought would be good for Peter, and Peter returning the favor. In the end, Peter left with just 2 pairs of shoes, one being the classic maroon Converse and the other a pair of basic Nikes. Harley himself had a pair of Vans that he wanted to try out. Peter offered to hold Harley's bag for him, to which Harley denied but called him a gentleman for, and Peter once more shoved Harley a few steps away. They wandered around the frankly too large mall, neither of them having too much of an idea of where everything was. They passed a store for women's apparel that was called Rainbow, and Peter, without hesitation, pointed at it and simply said, "Me." Harley couldn't help but bark out a laugh and copy Peter's action. Peter's resulting smile was one of relief, Harley noted. They were in a journeys when Peter told him that Harley didn't have to ask to touch him anymore. Blanket consent, he explained. I'm comfortable enough around you that I trust you to touch me and not like you know. Harley didn't know, but he certainly wouldn't do it. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you didn't do anything too extreme like touch my hair or anything, but like everything else is fine, and I need to be able to take this back at any point in time without you disrespecting that, but I don't think you would do that, so, yeah. Peter trusted Harley, or trusted him enough to grant him a rather large step up in the boundaries area. An odd feeling radiated throughout Harley, and though he couldn't place it, he knew it was good. Harley could finally give in to the urge to lay casual pats on Peter's back or nudge him when they're teasing each other. Peter trusted Harley. Thank you, Harley said, trying to shake the awe out of his voice. I wouldn't do anything to make you uncomfortable on purpose, and I'm happy you know that. Thanks for trustin' me, Pete. Peter's face flushed, and he gave a curt nod before quickly turning in the other direction to study a baseball hat that he would never wear. God, he was cute. They had just walked out of the Old Navy with a single shirt in tow when Harley's stomach growled, and he was slapped with a realization. Shit, he cursed, and Peter's head quickly turned towards him. You need food. Everyone does generally, Peter replied, completely glossing over the fact that Peter needed food. Pete, it's a bit after noon, Harley stressed, eyeing his phone screen. You haven't eaten since 7. If I'm hungry, you're starving, Spidey. Peter's eyes widened almost comically. Say that a little louder next time, Harles, he whispered, and no, Harley, now was not the time to think about Harles. I'm sorry, but Pete, you've got to tell me if you start feeling hungry. I don't know how fast your metabolism is, but I'm not an idiot. I know it's certainly way faster than mine. Come on, we're acquiring lunch. I was fine, Peter grumbled, but allowed himself to be pulled along by Harley's grasp on his hand, his plentiful bags knocking up against his body at the quick pace. I'm sure you were. Harley made sure to roll his eyes very pointedly at Peter. Harley dragged the dumbass to the Applebee's he had spotted earlier. The hostess led them to a table near the entrance, just outside the door, where they quickly relieved themselves of their bags. So, Peter started, picking up the menu they were handed. Will you be taking the apple or the bees? Harley looked up from his own menu with a quirk in his brows. Bees. Peter's face lit up. He chose the bees. Harley, in his confusion, caught sight of a very tired-looking young waiter, letting out a quick laugh as they walked by. In the end, he didn't get the bees, instead choosing a salad, much to Peter's chagrin. Peter ordered something with an apple listed as one of the ingredients and laughed to himself about it. Harley found himself grinning along and was reluctant to check his phone when he felt 2 messages in quick succession. Off-brand Houdini, image attached. Off-brand Houdini, these bitches gay. Good for them, Harley's head whipped up, quickly looking around him for the other pair that had to be around somewhere. They had to be close because the picture that Wanda sent was one of him and Peter sitting at their table, Peter laughing as Harley looked on. Neither she nor Vision were in sight. Bastards. You eye cannon will murder you, a promise not a threat. Something wrong? Peter asked, concern quickly replacing the joy in his features. No, Harley immediately assured. No, Wanda's just being a little bitch. Peter smirked and his head fell into a deep nod. Some of the tension Peter had started the day with had noticeably melted away, and his eyes were still full of mirth. His cheeks had a nice color to them, and he was quicker to laugh. Nope, nothing wrong whatsoever. Chapter 18, Incoherent Screaming. Peter had never been able to call himself extroverted. It was often difficult to balance his craving for human interaction with his very limited social battery. He used to have a higher tolerance for socializing. Back when he saw his best friend and girlfriend every day. He would still need his alone time to recharge, but their company didn't tire him out too severely. Plus, they knew him well enough to not be bothered by the fact that he would zone out during conversations or close in on himself. But for the past year and a half, Peter's interactions with people were limited to the time he spent with Matt, and sometimes Foggy and Karen, hence the dwindled social tolerance. He spent a good 6 hours out and about today, and while it was fun to spend it all with Harley, Wanda, and Vision, he was fucking worn out. They got back to the tower, his arms full of things that he didn't need, and Peter knew that he needed to get away for the time being. They would understand, right? They got out of the elevator on their floor, and Peter made his move. I'll be in my room if you need me, he told the other 3 rather awkwardly, if that's all right. There was a twitch in Harley's brows, but regardless, the boy nodded. Course, take something from the kitchen with you, okay? Okay, he echoed, quickly moving into the kitchen and snatching an apple from the bowl that laid on the table. He left the room even more quickly, giving a short wave to his watching friends. See you later, Wanda called after him, and he hoped his responding hum was projected enough for her to hear. He entered his room with a sigh, but he frowned when Harley's voice floated up to his ears. Peter really didn't want to have to think about any conversations anymore, so he used his hearing aids to his advantage, adjusting them to help him ignore what his friends were talking about. He thumped his bags on the floor, then looked at them with a frown and resolutely picked them back up to deposit them in his closet. Whenever he looked at them, he was reminded of how much he didn't need any of that shit, and even more than that, he hadn't paid for any of it. They were bought for him by a man whom Peter had one positive interaction with. Peter didn't deserve anything in those bags, so for now, they would reside in his closet where he wouldn't have to think of them or be racked with guilt every time he was in his room. He tenderly sat himself down on the carpeted floor, shutting his eyes with a steady inhale-exhale. Then he was reminded of the shiny red apple in his hand, a solid weight that was cool to the touch. He contemplated it, scrutinized it, but then decided that there was no reason not to eat it. Harley wanted him to. Peter was hungry. Add those two together, and eating the apple seemed like a logical decision to come to. The sharp crunch of his bite cut through the quiet of his room, and his chewing was loud in his ears. He tapped his right aid. The sound of Wanda's footsteps dimmed. Even though he was exhausted, Peter had fun with his friends. It felt nice to get out of the tower and be Peter, not Spider-Man. His activities were reminiscent of the good old days. He, Ned, and MJ didn't frequent malls, but they rode the subway together plenty of times. They always joined Peter in standing up on the trains, and like Wanda, MJ had a distaste for the amount of grime on the bars. Wanda and Vision had left Peter and Harley early on in their adventure, but Peter didn't find himself minding that all too much. Conversations with Harley came easy, gaming with Harley was relaxing, shopping with Harley felt natural, eating with Harley was lighthearted. Harley. Peter needed to address this, whatever it was. The heat that rose to his cheeks when Harley made a comment that felt a little too much like flirting. The stutter in his heart when Harley fell asleep on his shoulder in the middle of watching a movie with him. The fond feeling deep in his soul that popped up when Harley pouted about getting his ass kicked in Mario Kart. The amount of trust he had in Harley so soon in their friendship. The way that when Peter couldn't find it within himself to make eye contact with the other, he centered in on the permanent dimple on Harley's left cheek. Peter needed to address this because he knew what this was. This was starting to feel all too similar to the way he felt about MJ. Fuck that so hard. Peter was confident in his sexuality. This wasn't about that. It was about how Peter couldn't. He just couldn't. He didn't even know where to start. Actually, he did. No fucking way did Harley like him like that. Just because someone was gay didn't mean that they automatically liked every person of the same gender they laid their eyes on. Peter was this random kid who had moved into Harley's home after a year of fighting with his family. Peter was lucky that Harley tolerated his presence, much less thought of him as a friend. That was assuming that Harley thought of Peter as a friend. Peter hoped he did. Now Peter wasn't blind anymore. He could tell that Harley sometimes slipped up, blushing slightly if he said something a little off-kilter. Like Darlin from this morning. A slip-up, something off-kilter. The red in Harley's cheeks probably had something to do with the fact that he didn't mean to call his friend Darlin. Don't even get Peter started on how they physically compared to each other. Harley was fucking built. He had wide shoulders, and though he was only slightly taller than Peter, it felt like the other teen towered over him. Sure, Peter had a toned stomach and some noticeable muscles in his arms and legs, but he was still skinny, his malnourished body displaying his collarbone a little too prominently, his ribs poking out unnaturally when he maneuvered his body. His body just wasn't that appealing. And from what Peter caught sight of in windows and mirrors before turning away, Peter's zombie-like appearance had only lessened slightly from a few days ago. His face still too pale, his cheeks still too hollow, his eye bags still too dark. Standing next to Harley must have made Peter look like a ghost. Peter knew where to start. Harley didn't like him like that. But Peter also knew how to continue. MJ died less than 2 years ago. Yeah. MJ died less than 2 years ago, a result of a drive-by shooting that Peter should have been able to stop. She went too quick, and with her went Peter's everything. Peter may as well have stopped breathing the same time that she did, but no, he still had an aunt to go home to. That changed soon enough, but that wasn't what Peter was talking about here. MJ died less than 2 years ago. Peter couldn't just get into another relationship when his last one had ended with his partner dying. Shit. MJ died less than 2 years ago, so why the fuck was Peter even thinking about the freckle that dotted the spot right next to Harley's dimple? Guilt panged throughout him whenever he added another tick to his mental list of why Harley Keener is amazing. Guilt, so much fucking guilt for the way he was just moving past MJ. Sadness, because then he would be hit with a wave of mourning. Then the burning sense of hate, not for anyone else, no, but for himself, because why would he do that to MJ? Why would he do that to Harley? If MJ ended up dead, who was to say Harley wouldn't end up the same way? Hot, searing hot tears rolled down Peter's cheeks. The first was slow. It trickled down his cheek, getting dangerously close to running into the corner of his lip, but it narrowly missed, instead pooling at his jaw. The second was quicker, dropping from the other side, yet drifting far enough to join the first drop in its spot. Peter made the mistake of not wiping them away immediately, and his entire back jolted at the feeling of having his tears hanging onto his skin, but not dropping onto his shirt. He swiped at them furiously, and sudden, new, frustrated tears welled up at the feeling of the pads of his fingers against his face. And now his fingers were wet with drying tears, and he might as well have been able to feel every water molecule settling into his skin. Now this was a familiar path, one Peter knew extremely well, which was why he wasn't shocked when he quickly became hyper-aware of the feeling of his shirt against his back, the dirt beneath his short and ripped-up fingernails, the fibers of his socks rubbing up against his feet, the taste of the apple that resided in his mouth, the strands of hair against the back of his neck and over his ears, the weight of his new hearing aids resting in his ears, the feeling of his blood pulsing through his body. The germs on his hands that he had yet to wash away, the puffs of his breaths tickling against the small and light hairs on his upper lip, the feeling of his pulse in his hands, the urge to scrape at his skin until every single bit of him was raw, but at least he wouldn't have to feel everything. Fucking hell. Peter should have seen a sensory overload coming, what with being so completely and utterly drained, but he didn't have time to curse his past self because shit, lights were too goddamn bright and fuck, sounds were too goddamn loud. Hey, it's fucking hell. Too much. Sound were loud, and he had hearing aids, but shit, no, those would need to vacate his ears immediately because fuck he could feel everything and shit, the earpiece, fuck. He ripped out the hearing aids and shit, got him at shit, sounds were loud. He couldn't block them out, they wouldn't stop. Conversations, heartbeats, footsteps, car horns, the sound of him swallowing accumulated spit, all overlapping. Peter was in the 7th circle of hell, bordering on the 8th, and there was no end in sight. Socks off his feet now, but fuck, carpet was also bad. Need to get off carpet, but leaving required opening his scrunched up eyes and fucking shit, no way in hell could he do that. More tears, hot searing hot tears, down his cheeks, squeaking out behind his closed eyelids, couldn't wipe them away. Skin on skin was bad, shit. Peter regretted eating that apple. The stickiness of it had yet to leave Peter's tongue, and his mouth was a weird mix between too wet and too dry. Bits of skin from the apple were lodged between his teeth. He wanted to scream, but screaming would be loud, he would be able to feel his vocal cords vibrating, so Peter didn't scream. Carpet needed to get off the carpet. Eyes stay shut, just find the door. One painful step in front of the other, find the door, ignore the sound of jeans rustling, the feeling of denim chafing against thighs. He flinched back when his hand finally touched the door, but pushed through because carpet sucked. The hallway didn't have carpet, it had cool and clean floors. But Peter was an idiot, and Peter took no comfort in the hallway because Peter had a routine with sensory overloads. Find a corner on the ceiling and hide. Curl up in a ball, protect himself from the sounds, the feelings, the light, the world. The hallway was exposed, no good ceiling corners that he was aware of. The kitchen had hard, clean floors, but shit, Peter could smell every piece of food in that room from where he was. Not the kitchen then. The common room had carpet, so that was a no-go. Peter was trying to think of a place, a safe place, but how could he think of a place when his heart was beating in his ears and he truly didn't know the tower that well? Someone just got in a car crash, a pretty bad one, judging by the way it echoed in Peter's head, a cacophony of metal on metal, a child crying. Peter took about half a second to be concerned before a whine escaped his lips and he resisted the urge to fall to the ground in the middle of the hallway. He didn't know how much longer he could stand. He needed to find a place he could hide, a quiet place, a safe place, a private place. The elevator. The elevator had some soundproofing, certainly not enough to block out any important sounds, but it was smooth, clean, private, small. He knew the way to the elevator too, so he could stumble there with scrunched-up eyes. It hurt to press the button, and the sound of the doors opening screeched against his ears. But there was no carpet, so it was better than nothing. The elevator's sounds were practically nothing compared to the sounds of the world around him, so he allowed himself to latch onto the wall, biting his lip at the contact, and then he could feel the blood flowing to his bottom lip and scurry up to the corner. The fetal position was familiar and safe, and he folded in on himself, flinching at the way his clothes pressed further at his body. Like habit, his hands came up to cover his ears. They pressed against his skin, the grip almost bruising, but it was familiar, safe. His skin itched so intensely that he was tempted to remove his hands from his ears to satisfy it, but Peter knew better. Stick to the sensory overload routine, and it would all be better soon. Soon, but not yet, seeing as Peter could hear what felt like every conversation in New York. Old me that she thought they'd NTN, so I'll have to pick them up lat. Ease have a large iced latte, add extra CR. On let me try again, I can't just let yo. Ite back, I've just gotta get something FR. What the fuck? A strangled sound rose from Peter's throat, leaving a trail of fire in its wake, the sound grating against his ears. That last one was from a few feet away, and God fuck, someone was in the elevator with him, and they were. Oh shit, Peter. They were so close, so loud, and Peter didn't know who it was, just that they were breathing loudly, that they were walking closer, that they just swallowed, that they were wearing cologne that probably would have smelled good if Peter couldn't smell every single chemical in it. Peter, you all right there? Harley Fucking, something's up with Peter. And then there was another person there, Harley, and already Harley was doing 10 times better than the other person, because Harley wasn't wearing cologne. Pete, Harley whispered, and even though the single word still made Peter want to rip his ears off, it was better than whoever had just been talking. What's wrong? Peter didn't really favor responding to that because the idea of his own voice ringing out in his head could probably be classified as a form of torture. Instead, he chose to squeeze his hands closer to his ears because now there were 2 people in the elevator, and he could only hope that no more joined them. Are you having a panic attack? Was he having a panic attack? He didn't think so, he was having a sensory overload, but the fact that he couldn't completely control his rapid breathing at the moment certainly made it look like he was having a panic attack. That and the pure panic lacing through his body, but Harley wasn't able to see that. Peter made the effort to acknowledge Harley by shaking his head no, but shit, now his head was spinning, and God, could he not just act like a normal person without towing the line of torment? All right, Harley said calmly, and Peter listened as the other person walked away. Harley stepped closer to Peter, and Peter couldn't do anything to stop him. Can you talk? Tell me what's wrong. Someone somewhere was yelling at someone else, a flurry of curse words and insults leaving their lips, and Peter wanted to punch them for more than one reason. Peter didn't think he could talk, but damn it, Harley wanted him to. Harley was worried, Harley didn't know what was going on, Harley was trying to help him, Harley. Everything, Peter panted, quickly followed by a hoarse whine that he couldn't resist because wow, he was not wrong about how the sound of his voice would ricochet in his ears. Everything, Harley repeated under his breath, and Peter wished that the teen could just think inside his head. Harley, having apparently heard Peter's mental plea, was silent for a few moments until sensory overload. Peter had never been more thankful for how much Harley paid attention to their conversations than he was now. Harley was able to put that together extremely well for someone who had never witnessed one of Peter's overloads. Peter nodded, and really, he had to stop moving so much. Okay, Harley murmured, softening his voice so intensely that Peter questioned how he was able to do it. I'm gonna try and help, all right. You can hear my heartbeat, right? Peter could indeed. I want you to focus on it, zero in on it, try to ignore everything else. Peter choked on his next rapid inhale. Harley was going to help him. Of course he was Harley. Harley helped people. Peter did as Harley asked, pinpointing his heartbeat among the dozens that were rattling in his ears. He somehow caught hold of it after a good few seconds of trying to narrow his hearing down. Harley's heartbeat was a steady thing, though slightly more accelerated than usual. The familiarity of the sound comforted him, and Peter was just about to let himself get lost in it until his own heartbeat mixed in. He couldn't ignore his own, not when it was so loud, and not when it was so much faster than Harley's. The tempos clashed, only syncing up once every 4 or so beats. Peter had to get his heartbeat to match Harley's because at this point, Harley's was almost getting drowned out. Peter's heartbeat was ruining Harley's, ruining the calm and ruining the steadiness, but it wouldn't be ruined if Peter could just get his to match. In for 4, Ben, May, Ned, MJ, and Matt had told him through his nose. Hold for 7. Out for 8, they had all said through his mouth. A recipe for a calmer pulse, a steadier pulse, a pulse to match Harley's. Breathe in 2, 3, 4, hold for 7. Breathe out 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Breathe in again before there was time to panic. Breathe, listen to Harley's heartbeat. Peter's matched. The only sounds to exist were Peter's and Harley's matching heartbeats. The only taste to exist was the taste of Peter's spit, and the only smell to exist was Harley's, which was a mix between oranges and the faded scent of mint toothpaste. The only things Peter could see were the bright spots that dotted the eyelids of his tightly shut eyes. Against his better judgment, he slowly opened them, squinting to take in the sight of the elevator. Bright, not too bright though. His eyes quickly found Harley, who had his hands seemingly subconsciously extended towards Peter. He looked calm, save for the concerned and focused twist in his eyebrows. A small smile formed on Harley's face as Peter tenderly removed his hands from his ears, dislodging his fingernails from his skin. With a quick glance at them, he noticed they were tainted with blood, and he winced. He couldn't let his mind linger on that, lest he be sent into another overload. Pete, Harley quietly called, and Peter let his eyes fall on him again. You with me? Peter gave a slow nod with a focused inhale, exhale. Yeah, he breathed, and though he grimaced at the sound of his own voice, it was so much better than it had been a few minutes ago. I need to wash my hands. Okay, Harley nodded, turning around to manually press the button for their floor, rather than ask Friday. Peter was grateful. Peter gingerly unfurled his body, toeing down to the ground from his corner. Harley turned back to him, and Peter hunched in on himself at the soft, tender look in his eyes. Peter didn't want Harley to pity him, but concern, Peter decided, was different from pity. Peter flinched minutely at the ding that cut through the quietness of the elevator, and Harley's hand jumped up from its spot at his side as if to comfort him. He stilled before he came into contact with Peter, and his hand returned to his side. Peter found himself appreciative yet mournful at the same time as they exited the elevator. Peter quickly turned into the kitchen, urgently turning on the sink faucet and coating his hands with soap that was too scented. He threw his hands underneath the rushing water and once more flinched at the sensation. He braved through it, though, scrubbing at his hands to clean off not only the blood, but the grime and dried sweat that had irked Peter so intensely not long ago as well. Peter scrubbed until his hands were a bright red, not the kind of red that blood was, and until Harley murmured a soft, "Pete." Harley reached in front of Peter to quietly turn off the water, and Peter turned around to face him. Harley held out a soft-looking towel, though he wasn't offering it to Peter. "Can I?" he asked, gesturing to Peter's dripping hands. Peter let Harley gently wrap the towel around his hands, sighing as the other soaked up the water with the towel that was as soft as it looked. The action could only be described as extremely affectionate, and it made Peter feel slightly vulnerable in Harley's hold. When every drop of water was dried from Peter's hands, Harley reached over to the sink to wet the towel. He returned to Peter and slowly raised the towel to Peter's eye level, his eyebrows quirked inquisitively. Peter nodded, and Harley tenderly began to wipe the tears and sweat from Peter's face. Peter felt his eyes begin to water once more at the pure softness of the moment. Harley set the towel down on the counter when he must have noticed Peter's tears, and slowly laid his hand on Peter's shoulder. The contact didn't burn, in fact, it felt so grounding that a tear finally fell from Peter's eye. Harley used his other hand to wipe it away, and Peter's eyes fluttered shut as he leaned into the touch. Harley, being the perceptive little shit that he was, noticed Peter's action and swiftly pulled him into a hug. God. Peter immediately nestled his head in the crook of Harley's neck, breathing in deeply, welcoming the orange scent. As soon as Peter wrapped his arms securely around Harley, his legs gave out like they should have quite some time ago. Harley reacted quickly, lowering themselves to the cold kitchen floor, tightening his arms around Peter's trembling body. "Pete," Harley whispered, not going on. "I'm sorry," Peter weakly responded, curling into himself a little more, thereby nestling further into Harley's hold. "I'm so sorry." Harley hushed him softly, not harshly. "Nothing to be sorry for," he assured, moving one of his hands to lay on the back of Peter's neck. "You're okay, darlin', I'm right here." "I know," Peter breathed, "thank you." "Course," Harley assured, and Peter let himself drift away to the steadiness of Harley's heartbeat against his ear. Chapter 19, Peter Needs a Break. Harley's legs had fallen asleep 5 minutes ago, but he didn't really want to get up. Peter was a dead weight in his arms, held flush against his body, and since it didn't really seem like Peter would be waking up anytime soon, Harley's reluctance to get up was more for selfish desire than it was for Peter's benefit. Maybe it was bad that Harley was basking in this moment. They were only like this because Peter had had a sensory overload. Harley was pretty proud of the fact that he was able to identify Peter's issue, but only due to his research of what Peter had meant when he described his overpowered senses. Harley kept running his hand up and down Peter's back, a repetitive motion that might have comforted Peter and definitely comforted Harley. Now, Harley wasn't really in a position to complain about anything, but if he were, he would perhaps talk about how witnessing Peter's overload was legitimately horrifying. Sue him for wanting to be close to Peter after he had seen the way Peter's nails dug into his own skin, the way that it seemed impossible for him to draw in a full breath, the way his body flinched at things Harley would never be able to notice. Peter had said, and Harley quoted, that his senses overwhelmed him sometimes and it low-key sucked. Here was where Harley would like to make an edit. Overwhelmed was an understatement, and low-key sucked didn't even begin to describe the amount of pain Peter looked to be in. Harley pulled Peter a little closer to his chest, and the small sigh Peter let out might as well have killed Harley. Peter's face looked peaceful, the crease between his brows smoothed out. With every breath he took, Peter's body relaxed a little bit more. It was insane to see him so off guard, his form a different kind of relaxed than it was at the mall. There, Peter had loosened up by choice, a gradual effect of becoming accustomed to being with Harley. Now Peter's vulnerability only existed because there was nowhere else to go. He couldn't have got any more tense and frantic than he was during his overload, and the only option was to collapse, exhaustion gripping him like a vice. And though Harley didn't like how they ended up here, he couldn't help but feel grateful that Peter was finally getting rest. Too bad Harley's legs were still asleep. It was starting to hurt. Harley craned his neck to gaze longingly at one of the couches in the living room. Executive decision. Harley was going to have to transfer themselves. Peter was dead asleep, and they were going to be more comfortable on the couch anyway. Slowly, ever so slowly, Harley shifted away from Peter, leaning the other against the counter as Harley stretched out his legs. Wincing, he shook out his feet and thought about how weird it would be if someone walked into the kitchen and saw him kicking his legs out on the floor. When the pins and needles fled from his legs, Harley gently pulled Peter into his arms once more to scoop him up, and sweet mother of Jesus, this boy was light. Peter was basically as tall as Harley, and Harley knew that Peter should have more muscle mass than him, but damn, it certainly didn't feel like the boy had any muscles at all. At least Peter's weight made it easier for Harley to quickly transfer him to the couch. Technically, Harley didn't have to stay with him, he knew that. But Harley also knew it would be utterly idiotic to leave Peter for more than one reason. For one, Peter fell asleep in Harley's presence. He might freak out if he woke up alone. Harley did slightly when he woke up the other night after watching Mullen with Peter. He understood why Peter would have left, but Harley didn't have any reason to excuse himself right now. For two, Harley wanted to continue to have Peter in his arms. So Harley sat down on the couch and shifted Peter from his lap to instead lean on his shoulder. He then decided that that position couldn't have been too comfortable, so Harley moved Peter so that his head rested on Harley's lap. Better. Fry, he whispered, pulling the green-dotted blanket over to them, could you put on Mona? As Friday began playing the movie without a response, Harley laid one hand on Peter's shoulder and used his other to pull out his phone. He shot Clint a quick text to let him know that Peter was okay. Then, remembering that Sam and Bucky had been in the background, he sent them the same message. Clint responded with a quick thanks, and Sam replied for both him and Bucky, tacking on a notice that dinner would be ready in half an hour. As soon as Harley put his phone back down, he felt Peter tense underneath his hand. He froze, thinking that Peter had felt him shift and was beginning to wake up. Harley had to reconsider his hypothesis when Peter's breaths began to speed up. Peter, Harley quietly called, watching as the crease between Peter's bows reformed. Peter didn't respond, but his breathing continued to accelerate, and his mouth twisted into a grimace. Okay, Harley knew how to handle nightmares. Harley removed Peter from his lap, quickly but steadily, and got off the couch, away from Peter. The team sometimes lashed out if they awoke from their nightmares to someone they weren't able to identify touching them. Harley had tried to shake Tony awake once, and he had a gauntlet aimed at his face before he could blink. If Peter didn't recognize Harley immediately upon awakening, Harley would probably be faced with the uncontrolled strength of Spider-Man. Peter, he said louder, now moving to raise the lights slightly. Fry, could you turn up the movie just a smidge? Thanks. It was a risky move, making things louder and brighter for the teen who had just escaped a sensory overload, but a brighter setting mixed with a recognizable movie playing would aid Peter in grounding himself. Pete, it's Harley, he added, raising his voice just a tad more but still being gentle with his calls. Wake up for me, darlin'. That finally got Peter's attention, evidence being that he jolted awake with a gasp. Harley stayed where he was 5 feet apart because he was gay, as Peter's eyes darted around the room, locating the exits, scoping out corners, twisting to take note of the windows. Harley recognized the tactic. Peter's eyes finally locked onto Harley as he began to take extremely focused breaths, in through his nose and out through his mouth. The breaths were so focused that Peter's eyes drifted away from Harley, before squeezing tightly shut. Peter blindly ripped the blanket off of him, and Harley could have kicked himself for not remembering to do that. The rise and fall of Peter's chest steadied, and Peter's eyes remained shut as he said, "Hey, Harley." "Welcome back, Pete," Harley acknowledged, hoping that his immense relief wasn't noticeable in his voice. "You doing okay?" Peter gave an incredibly fake, incredibly shaky smile. "Course you know me." He let his eyes fall open, and Harley recognized the faraway look that had been in Peter's eyes during his panic attack. Harley was about to call bullshit when Peter muttered a swear, his entire body jolting. Peter wrenched his eyes shut again, a tight squeeze that lasted all of 3 seconds before he reopened them with a shake of his head. Sorry, Peter mumbled, gesturing all around the room at himself at Harley. "Fuck, sorry." "There will be none of that, thank you," Harley chastised, itching to move closer as he watched Peter jump up from the couch, only to start pacing. He was taking small, awkward steps, only taking about 2 or 3 of them before abruptly turning. At least his chest was rising and falling steadily, if not a bit too quick. "How can I help?" "I'm good," Peter dismissed, being the liar he was. "I'm all right." Maybe Harley wasn't actually helping by being with Peter. Maybe he was even making it worse, and Peter really just wanted to be alone to work out his own thoughts. Peter had mentioned that he had nightmares almost every night, so he must have known how to deal with them. Maybe Harley was fucking up his routine. "Do you want me to go?" Peter stuttered in his steps, looking up at Harley with wild, frantic eyes, the faraway quality of them fading away. No, you can stay." Harley nodded, relieved. He didn't want to leave Peter alone, of course, not when the other's hands were still shaking, and he continuously swore under his breath. "You need a distraction," Harley decided, because Peter wasn't in the position to talk about his nightmare quite yet. "Wanna come to the lab with me?" At that, Peter stopped pacing entirely. "Really?" "Yeah," Harley grinned, pleased that he was able to jolt Peter out of his mind. "Grab your suit. You said you wanted to make some improvements, yeah?" "Yeah," Peter agreed, nodding vehemently. "You sure I can be in there?" "Yes, Pete," Harley sighed. "I'm inviting you." "Okay," Peter nodded, then continued to nod, then nodded for another second. "Okay," he said again, moving out of his reprieve to rush past Harley. Harley heard his footsteps retreat into his room and emerge just as quickly. Peter sped into the room again, his suit in hand, the wild look still in his eyes, his hands still shaky. Harley waved Peter on to follow him to the lab, going past the hallway that held their rooms. They turned down another, shorter hallway, arriving quickly at the entrance to his lab. Friday did her cursory scan, and Harley knew that she was cataloging Peter as a permitted visitor in his lab, security measures and whatnot. He immediately moved to his own workbench, Peter trailing slightly behind him. Harley picked up a piece of the drone he was working on and tossed it at Peter, knowing that he would catch it. True to form, Peter caught it without a blink before holding it closer to him and examining it. "Nat needs a new drone for her solo missions," Harley explained, "and Tony tasked me with macking it. I'm trying to work in some improvements cause Tony forgot to make the old drone fire resistant. Dumb mistake, but it just so worked out that Nat had to fly the drone out of a burning building. It didn't fare so well. Tony had berated himself for forgetting something as easy as that, but Nat had assured him that it hadn't cost her the mission." Peter hummed, setting his suit down on the workbench to handle the half-complete drone. He examined the wiring, shakily thumbing through the bundle of reds and blues. He nodded and quietly handed it back to Harley. "You've already got the fire resistance on the wires," Peter noted. "Just the exterior now?" "Yep," Harley nodded, setting down the drone. "So that's what I'll be working on. Take the spot across from me, will ya? You're welcome to anything in here. Let me know if you need help finding shit." "Okay," Peter softly acknowledged, scooching over to the spot Harley had indicated. He laid out his suit, centering in on the spider emblem on the chest. Peter turned the suit inside out, revealing some mechanisms where the emblem was. He flipped open a latch that covered several exposed wires, all neatly wrapped in electrical tape. Peter caught Harley's eyes on him as he hesitantly reached for a pair of pliers. "It's gonna be a heating system." Harley hummed in acknowledgement. Good. Winters in New York were no joke. Harley was surprised Peter had gone so long without heaters. He watched as Peter fiddled with the wires, attempting to connect them properly, to slot them into their appropriate places. But his hands had not ceased their shaking, and Peter had to repeatedly pause to take steadying breaths before resuming his struggle. Harley wanted to step in to help Peter either mentally or physically, but he didn't know how. Peter had told him about his nightmare from the other night, but only with some coercion from Harley and a good portion of a Disney movie. Plus, Peter hadn't seemed as freaked out then, the wound not quite as fresh. Harley mentally sighed and resolved to give Peter a few more moments to sulk by himself before asking him about it. Peter twitched when Harley's phone vibrated on the table, muttering an apology when Harley shot a concerned glance at him. Harley just shook his head, murmuring his usual denial as he checked his phone. "Not an eagle, get your ass down here for dinner." "Sam says that dinner's ready," Harley reported, looking up at Peter. Peter immediately hunched in on himself, freezing in his actions. "What's wrong?" Peter blinked, quickly unfurling his body. Is it okay if I stay up here instead?" Harley's eyebrows knit together. "Well, you've still gotta eat." Peter's lips pressed into a tight line, so Harley went on. "Would it be better if I brought some up here for you? The team would be fine with us eatin' on our own." Peter slowly shook his head. "I don't really, he didn't go on. "Pete," Harley said softly, though his tone was firm, "why don't you want to eat?" Peter sighed, finally putting down the pair of pliers resting in his hand. Though Harley believed this would mean that Peter was going to talk to him about it, he was proven wrong. Peter just shook his head again, resigned. "Okay," Harley nodded, sending a quick response to Sam to let him know that Harley'd be down soon. "I'll be back with food, mind you." He quickly left the lab before Peter could object any further. Peter had had a small snack after Applebee's, a pretzel. Then there was the apple, but that was only assuming that Peter even ate the apple. Harley knew that Peter's appetite had to be coming back, seeing as he'd been working up his intake of food over the past few days. Peter needed to eat dinner, definitely. Fuck whatever Peter's mind was telling him, Harley was going to make sure Peter got his fill of food. He got to the common floor to find that the dining table was already set, most seats already full, some plates already loaded. Wanda caught sight of his entrance immediately, and her smile quickly dimmed when she couldn't find Peter. "Where's Peter?" she predictably asked, drawing the others' attention to Harley. "In my lab," he replied simply, moving to grab a plate. "He didn't want to come down here, so I'm talking food back with me so we can just eat there. That's okay, right?" Affirmations chorused throughout the room, topped off with Sam asking, "He okay?" Harley shrugged, not wanting to lie, but also not wanting to explain everything that Peter had going on right now. I'm working on it." Understanding flit across Sam's face, and the man nodded. "Go on then, help a brother out." Harley mentally cringed at brother being used to describe Peter, even if it was just an expression. "Get your head out of the gutter, Harley." Still, he obliged, taking his leave with 2 plates that were equally full. Harley had taken a lot for himself, and a little less for Peter's usual amount, just in case the reason that Peter didn't want to eat was just because he was nauseous. When Harley got back to his lab, Peter was once more distractedly working on his suit, his eyes barely flicking up at Harley when he entered. Hands still shaky, but eyes not as wild. "Put that down for a sec, Pete," Harley softly ordered, and Peter complied as Harley set down their plates on the workbench. Peter didn't pick up the fork that Harley had placed next to him. "At least eat some of the salad, it's light." "Sorry," Peter murmured, finally picking up his fork. "Peter, there's nothing to be sorry for, you hear?" Peter gave a quiet nod, reluctantly putting a forkful of greens in his mouth. Harley took a bite of his own food, chewing thoughtfully before he spoke again. "What's eatin' at you? Can we talk about anything?" Peter's mouth pulled into a grimace before he shoved his fork into his mouth again. He chewed for a few seconds, emotions that Harley couldn't place flying across his face while he was quiet. He swallowed hard, then finally responded, "Are you sure it won't bother you or anything? 'Cause like it's pretty shitty, I think." Harley immediately shook his head. "Nothing you could do could bother me. I want to try to help you." "Right," Peter sighed and began. "My parents died when I was little. I don't remember much of them, but sometimes I can hear my mama's voice. It was soft, I think, but it still sounded strong. She had Italian roots, you know. Would always sing me Italian lullabies." "Sounds nice," Harley murmured, a quiet acknowledgement to encourage Peter, pleased that he was actually talking to Harley about this. "She was in my dream. I kinda like it when I see her in my sleep. But my dad wasn't there. It was my old foster father instead, who was a total asshole, if I'm being honest." Peter sighed, putting down his fork again. It just kinda messed with me a bit, him being there, sorry." So Harley's assumption about Peter's family had been correct, none left. He wouldn't have gone into the foster system if he had anywhere safe left to go. And he even said his old foster father, even though Peter technically hadn't grown out of the system yet. Harley could chance a guess as to what had happened there, what with Peter's luck, but he shuddered at the implications. It was a story for another time. I can get that, Harley said, thinking of his own asshole father, though he might not have been an asshole in the same way that Peter's foster father had been, given the way Peter had reacted when he woke up. This probably doesn't help, but I'm really sorry, Pete. That sucks so hard, and I'm sorry that the guy ruined your sleep. Peter let out a long exhale, picking up his fork again to test out one of the roasted potatoes. It helps more than you think. When Peter lifted the fork to his lip, Harley noted that his hands weren't shaking as much. What about a good old-fashioned hug? Harley suggested. Would that help any? Peter hummed in response, moving from his side of the workbench and into Harley's open arms. Peter wrapped his arms directly around Harley's waist, clutching to him like a slap bracelet. Harley responded by engulfing Peter in his own arms, trying and failing to cover the entirety of his hunched body. Again, Peter was only slightly shorter than Harley, but like this, with his head tucked into the crook of Harley's neck, he just felt so much smaller. Sorry for the shit day, Harley quietly apologized, beginning the familiar action of rubbing his hand across Peter's back. You had nothing to do with the shittiness, Peter breathed. Before we got back, my day was actually pretty great, thanks for that. Harley dropped his head onto Peter's shoulder, a light smile on his lips and cliché butterflies fluttering around in his stomach. Glad I could help. It was a long hug, which Harley was fine with, but eventually Peter gently unwound his arms from around Harley. Harley removed himself from Peter's hold quickly enough that he didn't think that his reluctance showed in his actions. Eat a bit more if you can, Harley reminded once Peter had landed on his side of the bench again. Generally speaking, food is pretty good for you. Peter rolled his eyes but picked up his fork once more regardless. His hands weren't shaking at all anymore. Harley finished his meal first, and by the time he was done, Peter had eaten over half of his plate. Surprisingly, he continued to eat even after Harley had finished eating, and Harley prided himself on the fact that he was able to pull Peter back down to earth. Now, with steady hands, Peter was able to properly arrange his wires, letting out a pleased noise when a small green light lit up. He looked up at Harley, his mouth opening to talk, but was interrupted by the lab suddenly being lit by a familiar orange glow. What? Peter started, his brows furrowed in confusion, but Friday seemed happy to fill him in. Mission assignment, her voice rang out, a common introductory statement. Captain Rogers reports that the location of an untapped Hydra base has been found. Please meet at the loading dock in 30 minutes for takeoff. Hell yeah, Harley hissed. I can come on the Hydra missions. Wait, oh my god, first mission together. Harley grinned at Peter, who was beginning to quickly walk around the lab searching for something. Dude, that's so sick. I guess I've gotta speedrun these heaters, Peter replied. Unfortunately, Harley didn't pick up on the strain in his voice. Chapter 20, Connecting the Dots, You Didn't Connect Shit. Peter whipped his head in the direction of Bruce's voice, immediately locating the man standing in the corner of the Quinjet hangar. Bruce was waving him over, making quick and frantic motions with his hand to get Peter's attention. Peter turned back to Harley after he motioned to Bruce that he would be right over. Hey, I'll be right back, he said, and Harley nodded. Save me a spot. Peter jogged the short distance over to Bruce as Harley continued walking to the jet. I saw your brand, Bruce immediately stated upon Peter's arrival, and Peter stilled. I didn't tell anyone about it, but I still saw it. Yeah, Peter nodded, swallowing hard because what else could he do? Yeah, you did. You don't need to explain anything to me, Bruce assured. I just wanted to make sure that you're all right to go on this mission. Fuck no, he wasn't. No, Peter was fucking panicking right now, just internally. He'd had enough external panic for the day, so any and all current and inevitable panic that would take place in the next few hours would stay resolutely inside him. Easy enough. Of course his first mission with the Avengers would be a Hydra base raid. Of course his first mission with the Avengers would dredge up trauma that he'd been ignoring for months. Of course his first mission with the Avengers would follow a sensory overload and a nightmare that Harley had bore witness to. Of course his first mission with the Avengers would be shit, because why would it ever be any other way? Course, he lied like the lying liar he was. It's a mission, I'm all good. Bruce narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Peter. I get it if you don't want to talk about it, but I've seen that brand before, Peter, Bucky. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried, if not simply curious. Bruce didn't have any ulterior motives, Peter knew, so there would probably be no harm in explaining why and how and where and when he had gotten the brand. But considering the mission he was about to go on, there was a chance that the team would find out anyway. Bruce could wait his turn to uncover the load of shit that Peter had yet to unpack. "Thanks, Bruce, but I'm all right. You comment on the mission." A jolty topic change, but it was efficient. Bruce sighed, but being the godsend he was, he resigned to Peter's stubbornness. "Yeah, I'm staying in the jet, though. I'll just be there in case someone gets hurt and I need to patch them up." "You're not a medical doctor," Peter blurted before he could stop himself. A nerd. Peter was well and truly a nerd. Bruce raised a brow, a small smile forming on his face. "No, I'm not, but when you have a degree in both health physics and biomedical engineering and work with a group of assholes who get injured all the time, you pick up a few things." "Fair point," Peter allowed. He then noticed that they were the last two in the hangar, catching Natasha climbing into the Quinjet as he finished talking. "Better get going then." "After you," Bruce mumbled, a subconscious statement as he gestured in front of him. Peter made his way to the Quinjet and found it to be exactly what he'd always pictured, just a jet. He quickly located Harley, who was holding the box that Peter recognized to be his suit, and walked over to take the empty seat next to him. Peter had already learned several things about the way the Avengers did missions, one being who actually participated in what missions. Wanda wasn't coming because of Hydra-related trauma, and Vision chose to stay with her at the tower to keep her company. Bucky, on the other hand, was on the jet, even though he had an inconceivable amount of Hydra-related trauma. Harley, through an excited rant that filled the quiet air while they were preparing for the mission, had explained that Bucky always came on the Hydra missions. If Peter had to guess, his participation probably had something to do with the guilt complex that came with being an ex-brainwashed assassin. Clint was in the pilot seat, flipping controls like it was a ritual, even though Peter was sure that this thing had autopilot. Everyone else was scattered around the aircraft, all suited up. Peter realized how much more familiar he was with how they looked in their hero regalia than their casual wear. After all of his previous encounters with them had been battles, so it made sense that Peter had come to expect them in their suits. Steve, who had been studying something on a tablet, stood up as Clint notified the group that the jet was taking off. Peter felt the aircraft smoothly and relatively quietly lift off the ground, and Steve moved to the middle of the group. "The base is in Maine," he started, robotically reciting information. "Upstate, a few miles west of the Allagash River, so not too populated. We're led to believe that this particular base has been purposed for experimentation, so it's pretty small, relatively speaking. Highly guarded, hidden within a forest, top-notch security system. Our goal is to ensure that they have no captives, download any and all intel, and clean the joint out." "Sounds pretty typical," Natasha muttered, to which there were several quiet agreements. "Exactly," Steve nodded. "So, like usual, Tony'll work on the tech stuff. Harley, shadow him, regroup with us once you're done. Sam, you're with me and Clint goes solo. Natasha and Bucky, you'll be getting the intel. We don't know exactly where it's sourced, but check the labs. They're bound to have a few computers. Spidey, tag along with them, they'll show you the ropes. We land in 40 minutes. With that, Steve nodded once, sitting back down to tap away at his tablet. 37, actually, Clint corrected, though no one responded. "Sure, yeah, great. Go ahead and place Peter with the two well-trained spies. They'd have him figured out in an instant." Peter wondered what would happen if he just straight up told the team about his Hydra experience. It wasn't like he was kidnapped on purpose. They'd understand, especially since they already had two team members with considerably worse experiences with the Nazis. If Peter just told them what had happened, then he could just stay in the jet and not have to do the mission. But would they be mad at him for lying, for not sharing this detail with them right off the bat? Hydra was a pretty consistent enemy of the Avengers, so would they feel as if Peter was trying to infiltrate them? That wasn't the only issue, though. This was his first mission with the team. He needed to participate to do well to prove himself in order to be allowed to continue his stay at the tower. He didn't want to go back out to the streets, at least not during winter, not when he could live in the luxurious home of a crew of international celebrities. If he told them about what had happened and used it as an excuse to sit this mission out, he would appear lazy. Peter was anything but lazy, but skipping his first mission didn't exactly send the right message. If his past TM was revealed to them after the mission proved to be successful, then Peter would only have to deal with one of the possible consequences. "Here," Harley said, interrupting Peter's thoughts by way of thrusting his hand in front of Peter's line of sight. "You're calm." Harley dropped the small earpiece into Peter's waiting hand. "I know you'll be able to hear us, but we need to hear you too." "Thanks," Peter replied as he slipped the earpiece into his right ear, his hearing aids having been removed. They helped, and he loved them, but he needed to be at full functionality as Spider-Man. He couldn't have any of his powers dampened, no matter how much he wanted to shut off his hearing sometimes. The ride was quiet, save for Natasha and Clint's quiet joking, with Tony popping in occasionally. Peter would have joined in contrary to what his mental health seemed to think. Peter liked to have fun, but he was busy preparing himself for what he was about to willingly walk into. It wasn't the same base. Of course it wasn't. The base that had held Peter was in New Jersey and they were currently flying to Maine. But Steve had said that this base was experimentation-centered and Peter knew a thing or two about the experimentation bases. Labs everywhere. A good number of scientists. Peter figured about 24, maybe even a bit more, and even more guards. Just one electric chair. Only a couple of cells, seeing as Hydra only took on 1 or 2 captives at a time in a single facility. They couldn't have the experiments ganging up against their captors. Peter was the only one at his base, to his knowledge. He did a speed check of the base when he was making his escape, but his main goal was avoiding the random Nazis that popped up on his left and right, so he wasn't super thorough. He certainly hoped he was the only one there. Rationally, Peter shouldn't have been that worried. It wasn't the same base. No one at this base would recognize him. He had a team of heroes to back him up. Unfortunately, Peter was not a very rational person, at least not when it came to calming his anxiety. Good thing all of his panic was still resolutely internal. He wasn't even tapping his foot. Even more unfortunately, Peter felt the jet lower to the ground in a break in the forest. That was quick. "How fast is this thing?" Peter asked Harley, who was now enveloped by his red and silver suit. "Max speed is around 1,600 miles per hour, Harley answered, allowing his faceplate to flip up, revealing a bright grin, a grin that maybe, possibly, perhaps made Peter feel a little better. "Fucking wild, right?" Peter tore his eyes away from Harley's pearly whites, instead focusing on his dimple. "Shit, fucking wild indeed." "Kid," Tony called, already out of the jet, and Harley turned to face him. "Come on, we go in first." Harley turned back to Peter, flipping his faceplate back down. "See you on the other side." Peter gave a single nod in response, and Harley sped out of the jet to join Tony. He heard them shooting the shit, but tuned them out to join Bucky and Natasha. "I am pumped and ready to go," he greeted, studying Bucky's form. He was tense, but based on what Peter had seen, that was normal. At his slight smirk, it seemed as though he was also pumped and ready to go. He turned to point at Natasha. "Are you pumped and ready to go?" She sighed, closing her eyes for a second, but the corners of her mouth twitched upwards almost imperceptibly. "I am pumped and ready to go," she deadpanned. "Nat, Buck, Spidey," Steve called and ticked his head in the open door's direction. "Our cue," Natasha muttered, as if Peter needed clarification. Peter pulled on his mask, Karen making her usual greeting, and they hustled off of the jet. Peter could see Tony and Harley through the trees a ways ahead, both crouched down. The trio was quietly moving towards them, Peter's nerves growing with every passing second, when Tony's head suddenly shot up, and his voice rang out loud and clear through Peter's comm. "Shit, they," is what came through on his comm, and when it abruptly cut out, Peter was able to hear the rest of Tony's sentence without comm interference. "No, we're here." Peter dove behind a particularly large tree, Natasha and Bucky copying his action without hesitation. Karen's HUD screen was gone, the comms were down, and Peter could see Harley and Tony struggling with their suits. He reached out with his hearing to pick up Clint complaining about sudden issues with the jet, and Steve realizing that along with the comms, his tablet was no longer working. Hydra found out they were here and immediately sent out an EMP blast. Good first move on their part, Peter had to say. He relayed this to Bucky and Natasha, just in case they hadn't worked it out for themselves, and they sighed matching sighs. This must have happened before. "We better hurry then," Natasha whispered. "The rest will catch up. We've got to get that intel before they wreck all of the evidence." She stood up from her crouched position at the same time Bucky did, and Peter followed their movements. The base was in sight, shielded only partially by the forest, and the trio weaved quickly and easily through the trees, passing Tony and Harley, who both gave them a thumbs up. Guards were flooding out of the base, all very obviously armed, all very obviously searching for intruders. Maybe Peter's bright red and blue suit wasn't the best for these sorts of missions, but he would have to figure that out more later. Natasha held up her hand, freezing, and Bucky and Peter stopped as soon as she did. He knew that they weren't caught because Peter's spidey sense was just a light hum, nothing indicating that they were about to get shot. Then Peter noticed quick and soft footsteps coming closer and closer. Peter craned his head back to see Steve running with Sam, though Peter wasn't even sure that they were running together, seeing as Steve was eternally ahead of Sam. Steve passed them, and the Hydra goons caught sight of him immediately, his recognizable shield now held out in front of him. They fired round after round at him, but he expertly dove behind trees when the moment was right, bullets bouncing off his vibranium shield when he wasn't launching it at the guards. Sam flew overhead, firing his own weapons at the guards, and oh man, that was a lot of dead people. Unless Sam was using a non-lethal weapon, but you know, they were the Avengers, so maybe not. But you know what? Fuck Hydra, man. Peter wouldn't kill anyone in there, but hey, he wouldn't object if Bucky downed a few Nazis. The guards were dropping like flies, and those who were left were starting to filter into the forest, looking for trouble. Natasha finally lifted her hand once more, waving them onto stealth past the distracted guards, and Peter thought that the fact Captain America was acting as their distraction was definitely the best thing in the world. He smirked at the thought, until Natasha knocked down 2 guards at the entrance with her widow bites so the trio could get inside, and Peter was no longer smirking. This base was an exact replica of the New Jersey one. Smirk gone, he swore, no more smirking. As soon as they got past the front doors, more guards were on them, and Peter had to ignore the fact that they were wearing the same uniforms as the ones who handled him. Luckily, these assholes were less well-trained than the ones in New Jersey, so they were down for the count pretty darn fast. Peter didn't think anyone on his side was injured. Labs are this way, he breathed, jumping onto the high ceiling to avoid walking through the unconscious bodies. He barely registered Natasha and Bucky following him unquestionably as he mapped out the base in his head. Take the first right, let Bucky handle the frantic scientist. Take a left and go straight past the cell that would look exactly like Peter's if he checked. Go left again, wait for Natasha to inspect a pile of dropped papers, and continue straight, stopping at the set of large, reinforced double doors. Peter, from his casual spot on the ceiling, indicated for them to go through the set of doors. Natasha walked up to the keypad, setting a device on it that unlocked the mechanism with a quiet click. Bucky pushed open the set of doors, his knife at the ready, and Peter creeped past the entrance into the main lab. A single scientist was in there, quickly shuffling around the room, stuffing things into his pockets, threading papers through a shredder. Bucky launched his knife at him, letting it land into the wall right next to the scientist's head, and the latter stilled. With a violent screech, his spidey sense yelled at him to do something to get away, and no, the man didn't have a weapon, but get away, this guy was bad fucking news. The scientist quickly turned, but Peter was ready, he was always ready. He shot a web at the man's torso, knocking him back against the table he was in front of, and then shot 2 more webs to trap his hands in place. Peter finally looked at the guy's face, trying to figure out what made him so goddamn dangerous, what made his sense go absolutely apeshit, and Peter didn't fall from the ceiling, but it was a near thing. Dr. Bayerman. Natasha and Bucky's heads whipped up at Peter, but Peter could only see the cruel grin twisting its way onto the doctor's face. Welcome back, Spider. This time, Peter did fall from the ceiling. Fuck off, Peter spat, getting up from where he landed. His movements were so carefully controlled that it felt like he was in slow motion, while his brain was working so fast it felt as if he could hardly keep up with his own body. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Dr. Bayerman was here. Dr. Bayerman was here. Peter's eyes landed on the row of freezers in the lab, and he sucked in a sharp breath before he seethed. Oh, you absolute fuckers. He began walking to the freezers, and resisted the urge to freeze in place when the doctor spoke again. Das ist nicht wie du mit deinem Händler sprichst, he said, the calm phrase smacking Peter in the face with its familiarity. He did quite the bad mouth when interacting with his captors. You must. Peter webbed Dr. Bayerman's mouth shut without looking, finally reaching the freezers. I thought I told you to fuck off. Then, turning to the silent Natasha and Bucky, he said, Nazis, am I right? Spider-Man, Natasha said, his name almost sounding like a warning falling from her mouth. Would you like to explain what's going on? He opened the fridge in the middle and resisted the urge to gag. Bags and bags of my blood, he sighed, gesturing to the contents of the fridge, before laying his hand over his masked face as if that would protect him from any of this shit. That's all my blood. Methodically stacked, deep red, labeled neatly, reading spin. Shit. Bucky spoke before Natasha did. You were, he paused, looking from Peter to the blood to the webbed-up doctor and back to Peter before restarting. You were captured. Yeah, Peter sighed and he felt his shoulders begin to hunch up. He quickly lowered them. Sorry. Was he off the team? Were they mad? Would they kill him like they killed those Hydra operatives? What came next? What came next? What came next? Spin. You were captured, Bucky repeated, and Peter slowly nodded. By Hydra, another nod, and these freezers are filled with your blood. Nod, and you know this asshole. He was the main doctor assigned to me, Peter intoned. Must have transferred from New Jersey. How'd he even know it was you? They knew my identity, Peter sighed, squeezing his eyes shut. He could have also recognized that I was climbing on the ceiling. When was this? Natasha asked, raking her eyes over the row of freezers. Almost a year ago. Peter opened his eyes when he heard Steve call out a clear from across the facility. Look, can we talk about this more later? I'll get my blood and shit, you get the intel. Natasha gave a curt nod, expression unreadable. She scanned the room, eyes landing on the bulky computer in the corner of the lab. She whipped out a USB from a side pocket and strode over to it. Bucky, however, stayed with Peter, giving a final glare at the calm Dr. Bayerman. The guy never cracked. Peter had learned, before opening the freezer to Peter's right. These all have your blood in them? Bucky quietly asked, and Peter opened the freezer to his left. More blood, he nodded. How long were you there for? About 4 weeks, according to Matt, really. Peter had lost track of the days pretty quickly without a window in his cell, and the only way he knew that time had passed was by the bread and water delivered to him once every 3 trips to the experimentation room. Bucky went back to being quiet, swiftly unloading the bags of frozen blood from the freezer. Peter wondered what Hydra had been using them for. They weren't too clear with him about that. They just took blood until he passed out, then took more when he had color in his cheeks again. He would have died had his healing not replaced his blood cells as rapidly as it did, though it did grow weaker as his body realized how little it was getting fed. He thought his captors started feeding him more when they learned he was slowing down. Not for merciful reasons, of course. They just didn't want to slow down the blood production. This was a lot of fucking blood, all his, all slightly radioactive, all riddled with spider DNA. Spin. Peter's body gave a hard, involuntary shudder and Bucky glanced at him. Right, keep it under wraps. Are you all right with all of this? Bucky wondered, not looking at Peter, keeping his gaze on the freezers, shooting occasional glances at the doctor. Peter blinked. Spider-Man, get over here, thanks Natasha. After shooting a nod at Bucky, Peter sidled up to Natasha's side, leaning down with her to examine whatever was on the computer screen. The USB was plugged in, and a bar in the lower left corner of the screen indicated that the download process was a little over halfway complete. The computer displayed a chart, a large chart, and as Natasha scrolled down, more and more rows formed. It went like this. Subject Eins, 17 February 2017. Conclusion, fail. Subject Zwei, 21 February 2017. Conclusion, fail. Subject Dre, 27 February 2017. Conclusion, fail. The last row was for Subject 78, the date being November 28th. Yesterday, fail. Peter grabbed the mouse from Natasha, scrolling back up and down the chart. Each row had the same result, fail, 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 78 times, 78 people. These subjects were people Peter knew, test subjects. For what? What failed so many times? Natasha gently took the mouse back from him, scrolling to the top of the page, where Peter finally saw the title of the chart. DNA insertion, Project Spider. This, he swallowed the bile that rose in his throat. They tried to use my DNA, he whispered, his voice as steady as ever, unwavering, unfeeling, but feeling way too much at the same time numb. He couldn't. 78 people dead, the list of fails running down the chart mocked Peter. They were dead. Because of him. Because of his stupid fucking blood, because of the spider DNA that was somehow compatible with his DNA, those people died. His blood, his DNA from his little white blood cells, killed those people. He killed 78 people. Spin. His knees buckled and slammed him to the ground, one hand still planted on the table he had been leaning on. His hand remained stuck to the tabletop only for the lack of energy devoted to his self-control. He kind of wanted to throw up. Natasha knelt down next to him, words leaving her mouth, but Peter couldn't hear her over the static in his brain. He registered Bucky approaching, and Natasha stood back up to presumably show him what was on the computer. And Bucky was kneeling too. They were both kneeling down with him, and Peter finally looked up at their faces, their concerned faces. No anger in sight. There should have been anger, horror, disgust, pure rage, or even just hesitance painted across their faces, but there was only concern. Soft looks in their eyes that didn't match the knives planted all across their bodies. Small, sympathetic frowns on their lips that didn't match the horrificness of the situation. Then, above it all, above the static and whatever soothing phrases Natasha and Bucky were saying, Peter heard Steve shout another clear. So Peter pulled himself back up, forcing the static out of the way as he looked at the computer screen once more, except this time, he was looking at the now completely filled status bar in the lower left of the screen. He quickly ejected the USB and handed it to the now standing Natasha. "Peter," she tried, but he interrupted. "I still hear Steve. We need to continue the mission, and we can talk about all of this when we're done. Bucky, can you put the blood in that cart? And I'll handle the doctor while Natasha does whatever she needs to do." Panic remained internal until further notice. Bucky stared at him for a second before giving a sniff and a nod, turning to pull out the cart that Peter had mentioned. Natasha slowly turned back to the computer, and with a quick look at Peter over her shoulder, began typing rapidly. And now it was time for Peter to complete his part of the deal, because he was the only one who could remove the webs from the doctor's hands. The static threatened to envelope his mind again, but he warded it off with a deep inhale, exhale, and the kind looks in Natasha and Bucky's eyes. Peter walked over to the doctor, who was still calm as ever, that fucker, and glared at him. He hoped the man could see it through his mask. Peter dug his bare fingers into the crevices of his webs, ripping them away from the man's hands. Dr. Behrman lifted his hands, moving one towards the other, but Peter webbed them together before the sound of cracking knuckles filled his ears. Peter didn't mind people cracking their knuckles. He even cracked his own without a problem. But when Dr. Behrman cracked his spin, Peter removed the webs trapping the scientist to the table, though he left the strands that hung on his dark gray lab coat. A freezer door shut with a slam, and Bucky arrived in his peripheral, the small cart loaded with Peter's blood. At the same time, Natasha and her heels clicked over to them, tossing a glare to the doctor and a nod to Peter and Bucky. "Let me walk him to the jet," she offered, but it sounded more like a command, so Peter didn't object when she grabbed the back of Dr. Behrman's coat and shoved him forward. They retraced their steps out of the facility silently, the only sound being the cart's creaky wheel and the distant sounds of fighting on the other side of the building. Peter was in a haze, not even leading the way, knowing that Natasha and Bucky would remember the way out. And they did, the group quickly emerging into the cold main air, and Peter couldn't help but be glad that Harley invited him to the lab. His heaters were heavenly, even if they could be improved. They stepped over the bodies littering the forest floor. Peter counted what he could see, and there were less than 78 guards outside, and Bucky wheeled the cart over exposed roots, the creaky wheel rattling intensely. The Quinjet came into Peter's line of sight, and he could see Bruce pacing outside of it. Dr. Behrman tripped over a rock, stumbling before Natasha prevented his fall at the last moment, and Bruce's head snapped up at the sound. Bruce called Clint's name into the jet, and Clint walked out, giving a broad wave to the group. As they got closer, Clint's arm stuttered in its wave when he must have seen the contents of the cart. He probably noticed the extra passenger as well. Welcome back," he said distractedly, flitting his eyes between the blood and Dr. Behrman. "Just a few questions. Who's that and whose is that?" He pointed first to the doctor and then at the blood. Dr. Behrman turned to look at Peter first, then Bucky and Natasha looked at him, and Bruce must have realized something because his sad eyes landed on Peter as well. Then, noticing the pattern, Clint gazed at Peter with a questioning look in his eyes. Peter took a deep breath, repelling the static with an inhale, exhale. "I can explain." Chapter 21, Hydra 2, Electric Boogaloo. The Quinjet was quiet, the worst kind of quiet, the awkward kind of quiet that came with everyone glancing at him, anticipating the words that would soon spill from his mouth. Well, not everyone was. Dr. Behrman was an unshakable man, and he fucking knew it. He never once glanced at Peter from his spot on the floor next to Natasha. Somehow, despite his demeaning position on the ground, he still thought of Peter as something unworthy of his full attention, something that he could toy with in whatever way he pleased, something that wasn't quite human. Peter wanted to say it didn't affect him, but that would be a lie, and at the moment, Peter wasn't a lying liar that lied. It affected him in the same way it did when he was in captivity, just a bit more muted. The feeling of being treated as something that wasn't quite human was familiar, and it was scary how quickly he had fallen into his resigned form of thinking. Deep down, Peter knew he was human. He had to be because he wasn't actually a fucking spider, so what else could he be? But when one got accustomed to being treated as something that wasn't quite human, well, it got harder and harder to dispute. So it was quiet on the Quinjet, the air crackling with expectation while Peter was busy grappling with his internal struggle of am I nothing but an object, or do I just need to go to sleep? It was probably both. Their glances all said something different. Clint looked at him with something curious in his eyes, but not just a casual curiosity. He wanted answers in order to settle something in his mind. Bruce was just flat out concerned, his eyes soft with something sad and his lips stuck between his teeth in his worry. Natasha gazed at him in such a way that made Peter feel like she knew his entire story. He knew she knew part of it from what she had heard and from what she had seen in the lab, and she had probably put together a few more pieces. Bucky's fleeting looks were probably the worst, with so many emotions shuttered behind his eyes. It was hard for Peter to get a good read on him because one muted emotion flitted across his eyes infuriatingly fast before it was replaced by another, then another before his eyes left Peter. His metal arm whirred with shifting plates each time he looked away. "They're on their way back," Peter told them, breaking the awkward silence. Bruce cleared his throat and nodded, "Thanks." They were all waiting on Steve, Sam, Tony, and Harley to return before Peter began his explanation, and he was just now hearing their footsteps and thrusters turn towards the jet. Dread pooled in his stomach as he heard them get closer and closer until the suits landed right outside the jet. Sam came in first, groaning. That took longer than it should have before he stopped, eyes landing on the things that were slightly out of place. "So there's an elephant in the room." Tony came on next. "What elephant?" "Oh." His suit began to fall from his body as he looked around the space. Then Harley, whose suit was also dissipating as he just began with, "What's wrong?" He looked from the doctor to the blood to his family members before he finally landed on Peter. "What's up with the random guy sittin' on the floor?" And finally Steve, who warned, "What I'm hearing better just be really out of context." When he fully entered the jet, he sighed. "It wasn't. We were waiting on you guys to get back before Peter explained what was going on," Clint told them, getting up to move to the pilot's seat. "I'm gonna get this thing off the ground, so give me a sec." The returning heroes hesitantly took their seats, all eyeing Peter now. Their looks mirrored those of Clint and Bruce. It was wigging Peter out. "Peter," Steve quietly beckoned. "When he comes back," Peter said, ticking his head towards the pilot's seat as the jet began to lift off. "Any captives?" No, just a few empty cells," Steve answered, and Peter felt relief flow through him. Though right after he lost some of his tension, he gained it back and then some when he thought about why the cells were empty. The last captive died yesterday. Hydra just hadn't replaced them yet. The static encroached further into his mind, but he shooed it to the corners of his consciousness. Now wasn't the time. "Okay, it's on autopilot," Clint called, reclaiming his seat. "Peter, you have the floor." God, he was sick. With a glance at the unfazed Dr. Bayerman, Peter jumped right in. "About 11 months ago, I was kidnapped by Hydra." "Jesus," Tony breathed, eyes wide, lips parted. His face was nothing compared to Harley's, whose cheeks had gone pale so quickly that Peter was worried he would pass out. Both Natasha and Bucky bowed their heads slightly, eyes closed, taking a deep breath. It was strange that their movements mirrored the others, but it was oddly fitting. Peter pulled his eyes away from them, suddenly feeling like he was intruding. "January?" Steve asked, lips then pressing into a thin line when Peter nodded. "Spider-Man was MIA from January into February." "Yeah," Peter affirmed. "I escaped in February. I was there for 4 weeks." Peter couldn't tell whether it felt longer or shorter than that. "What did—" Harley took a breath. "What did they do, to you I mean, while they had you?" "Experimentation." Static. It was getting harder to ignore, to ward off. "They thought my powers would be useful to them, and they tried to figure out how it all worked. I don't think they ever really succeeded 'cause they moved from experimentation to enlisting me in their forces." Several people choked on air. Peter couldn't tell who. "Did they?" He focused enough to figure out that Sam was the one who spoke. "I was put in the chair one time, but the brainwashing was meant to be a process, not just a one-time thing. I don't even have trigger words. They didn't get that far. They just gave my brain a shock to start me off, and that was when I escaped." "They tried to make you like Buck, Steve." Peter slid his eyes over to Bucky, who was probably as tense as he himself was. Maybe more so, because Peter couldn't even tell how tense he was anymore. "Tried? I had the advantage of being put through experimentation before they fucked with my mind, instead of just being pulled out of the snow." "So you're not under their control?" Never was. Who was talking to him didn't matter. He needed to explain. That was priority number one. "No." His eyes finally left Bucky, choosing instead to land on the cart full of blood. "They tried to make more of me after I escaped, I guess. That's what that blood over there was for. It's mine. I guess they used up the bone marrow they took." "They took bone marrow, not a ton," he said. "They took it during one of the lab sessions, and unless they took more when I was unconscious, that was all they took. I didn't see any of it in the lab, and I think they would use it first." "How were they using it? You said they wanted to make more of you." "Static. They inserted my DNA into test subjects, but all of the trials failed. My blood is too dangerous to be in anyone's body but mine, and nothing the scientists did to it changed that fact that it would kill anyone it entered. Your blood killed people. We're the test subjects people. Whoever was talking was upset. He hummed in response, 78 of them. They've been testing since February and the last one was yesterday, according to the files. Oh my God, someone muttered. What? Stop, someone else interjected. Stop asking him questions. Peter, could you take off your mask for us? Peter complied with the order immediately. His hand rose to the base of his skull and his mask started sliding from his face. It caught on the tip of his nose slightly and he shivered at the quick and sudden feeling. Then the mask was off his face and he couldn't feel anything anymore. The room was quiet and suddenly Bucky was crouched in front of him. When had he moved there? Peter's eyes caught Bucky's lips moving as his name floated up to his ears. Then there was a harsh snap and Peter flinched backwards. Bucky's hand was in front of his face, his fingers frozen in the aftermath of a snap. Peter had to concentrate in order to focus on Bucky's hand to make the fuzziness clearer. Sorry, Peter said, straightening once more, like someone was pulling at his spine with a string. "That's all right," Bucky's lips said. "Peter, you're dissociating." "Oh," he replied, trying to focus his eyes on Bucky's hand as it moved away. "That checks out. I'm sorry." "Did you know you were dissociating?" Peter hummed, blinking slowly as he kept his eyes on Bucky's hand. "Guess not. Sorry, static. I'll come back." He, of course, didn't want to come back, but he knew it was bad when he wasn't in the present. Someone used to tell him that it wasn't really a good way to cope, but slipping away was so easy sometimes. He couldn't remember who always told him that, and the thought made him frown. He brought his hand up to the back of his neck, digging his ragged nails into the skin there. He dragged them across the soft canvas, inhaling sharply at the spark of pain it brought. It was a quick, harsh swipe from one end of his neck to the other. The pain quickly dimmed, like always, and he moved his hand to repeat the action. "No," Bucky scolded, and Peter's hand was interrupted by another person's hand, the grip vice-like. He jolted, quickly pulling his hand away, ripping it out of the tight grip. Sorry, but Jesus, Peter, you can't do that. I'll help ground you." "Sorry," Peter repeated, lowering his raised hand down to his lap. Someone had also told him that hurting himself was a bad way to come back down to earth, but that had been so long ago. He still couldn't remember who had told him these things. "'S all right, Peter." Bucky moved closer to him, as if in slow motion, also lowering his hand that Peter hadn't realized was raised. It was the metal one, he registered. "You know the five senses trick." "Yeah," Peter affirmed, albeit slightly hesitantly. "I'm not sure it actually works too well, though, sorry." "That's okay, you don't need to apologize. We'll just do something different. Could you take off your gloves for me?" Peter moved to strip his gloves from his hands, watching as they fell to the floor. His mind didn't seem to catch the hint that he needed to pick those up. He didn't realize that his mask fell from his hand as well until Bucky was holding it out in front of him. Peter registered that Bucky was holding it out for him to take, so Peter complied. "Can you try to describe what your mask feels like?" Bucky tried. Peter ran his fingers over his mask, thumbing the fabric, bunching it up. "It's kinda thin." Peter squeezed it, and he thought he heard something tear. When he unraveled it a bit more, he saw that he had made a small rip in a seam by pulling at it too tightly. "Sorry." "Don't apologize, you can fix it up later," Bucky said, and Peter realized that the man had already told him that he didn't need to apologize. "Can you describe it any more?" "Yeah," he breathed, studying the hole. "The hole is small. I'll be able to sew it quickly. Maybe Wanda could help." Bucky nodded, so Peter went on. "It's kinda worn down at the seams, but the fabric's still strong." Peter squeezed the mask again, and this time it didn't rip. "Good," Bucky praised, and he gently pulled the mask from Peter's grip. "Wanna try something else?" Peter nodded, feeling his head duck up and down, and found himself becoming slightly dizzy from the motion. "Take my hand." Bucky offered his left hand up to Peter, but Peter caught some minute hesitation in his movements. "You sure?" Peter asked, ripping his eyes away from Bucky to distractedly pick up his gloves from the floor. "What? You sure I can take your hand?" "Oh," Peter looked up again, catching Bucky's eyes widening and his lips quirking up. Peter's eyes unfocused again for a second, but he pulled himself back quickly. "Thanks, yeah, I'm sure, go ahead." "Okay," Peter breathed, moving one of his own hands to take Bucky's metal one in his grasp. "Should I describe it?" "Please." "Kinda cold," he murmured, "but not too cold. I can feel the breaks between your plates. It's kinda cool," and Peter turned Bucky's hand in his. "See, look at how many just moved. That's SUS. Super oh." The static haze disembodiment, the whatever receded, letting his surroundings finally filter into his consciousness. What was he doing? What was he doing? Hey, Peter. Hey, Bucky, Peter echoed, dropping the man's hand and looking up at him. I'm here. A small smile formed on Bucky's face. Welcome back. Can you try to breathe with me for a sec? Oh, that was what he was doing. Peter realized that he was breathing a little too fast for it to be healthy, so he watched the steady rise and fall of Bucky's chest, listening for the calm heartbeat that resided in that chest. He was able to slow his breathing faster than usual. Looking at his hands, Peter noticed that there were no moon-shaped indents in his palms, no blood on his fingernails. MJ and Ned would be proud. MJ and Ned, those were the ones who had told him that dissociating wasn't an amazing way to cope, and that he shouldn't ground himself by way of self-harm. How could he have forgotten? Thanks, he said to Bucky, who got up from the ground to return to his seat with a nod. Peter then finally lifted his eyes to the rest of the team members. Sorry about that. No need to apologize, Peter, Sam gently assured, tapping his fingers against his thigh. Sorry we didn't realize that you were dissociating. It's whatever, Peter dismissed, clearing his throat, was just trying to get out of a difficult conversation. Speaking of which, he glanced at Dr. Behrman, who now had his eyes closed, like he wasn't even paying attention to what was going on. How much did I explain? I don't really, remember all too much. You explained enough, Steve told him, though that wasn't too clear of an answer. Nat can handle interrogating the doctor, so you don't have to talk anymore. I don't, Peter wondered, letting his eyes flit from person to person. He caught sight of his bagged blood again and his breath caught in his throat. Jesus, that blood, his blood, killed so many people. He kept getting reminded, and it felt like a stab to his heart, to his gut, to his face every time. No, Bruce softly reassured. And none of us are upset with you, okay? We're not mad, and none of what happened was your fault. Huh? Again, Peter eyed each person on the jet, this time looking for a sign of agreement. He found it in their quick nods and hesitant smiles and Harley's pinched eyebrows and his soft eyes. You guys realize that I killed 78 people, right? Peter inquired, and oh, that was the first time he actually uttered what he had been thinking since he saw that computer. Fuck, I killed 78 people. Peter threaded his hands through his hair, tugging slightly, wincing as he did so. You guys are stupid. I killed 78 people. Stop that, Bucky quickly rebuked. You didn't fucking kill anyone. Hydra did. You saw the computer, Peter gasped out, and no shit, no gasping. Inhale, exhale, he was fine. You saw the computer. They used my DNA on those people, and all of their goddamn experiments failed. Those people died because of my fucking DNA, Bucky. You had no part in that, Bucky calmly said, despite Peter's slight outburst. You didn't do shit. The jet began to land automatically, but no one moved to depart. Bucky continued in the silence. That was Hydra. You know how much therapy I've had to go through in order to realize that everything the Winter Soldier did wasn't my fault, but Hydra's. You're gonna try to tell me you're not in the same boat. You didn't kill any of those people. You didn't even know what they were gonna use your blood for. You weren't even at the base when they died. Hell, you didn't even know that that base existed. Jesus, Peter, Bucky sighed, verging on exasperation, but he still had that soft look in his eyes. You're the victim, all right. You were kidnapped, experimented on, tortured, fuck knows what else, and the bastards who abused you decided to milk you for all you had. That was a weird phrase, but fuck it, it's true. Bucky paused again, running a shaky hand down his face. It wasn't your fault, Peter, and none of us are mad. Peter felt like he just had emotional whiplash. He went from feeling so detached from his body that he didn't register any emotions whatsoever to feeling a little like crying. Like he had to fight to survive the flurry of guilt and mourning and anger and panic and gratefulness that was infecting his mind. Damn it, Bucky, Peter finally sighed. He didn't know what else to say. I would like to second everything he just said, Clint jumped in, raising his hand slightly. Similar sentiments echoed throughout the jet. Peter sat in awe at the support he was receiving for making it through the mission. It wasn't quite the reaction he was preparing himself for, but he'd take it. Thank you, he said, and he hoped they were able to tell how sincere he was being. It might be a little easier to bear this new source of self-hate if he kept their words in mind. You guys are actually pretty cool. Oh, we know, Tony agreed, flashing him a toothy grin, one that softened quickly. You deserve it. Corny, Peter acknowledged, but allowed his own appreciative smile to cross his face because goddamn, being told that he deserved something good kind of fucked with him in the best way possible. Can we leave now? Steve cleared his throat, standing up. Yeah, Clint, can you handle the jet's procedures? Always have, always will, Clint affirmed, getting up as well. Peter and the others all copied their movements, shifting to gather their belongings in the quiet aftermath of the jet ride. Peter made sure he had his gloves and his mask, glancing at the doctor, who had had his eyes closed for a really long time. Was he asleep? Before habitually looking at the cart of his blood. Like usual, every emotion to ever exist slammed into him, and once again his breath caught in his throat, gluing him to his spot. "Let me handle it," Natasha quietly offered from beside him, speaking to directly him for the first time since they were in Maine. "Bucky's taking Dr. Bitchass to one of the interrogation rooms for me to deal with in a minute." Peter huffed out a quick chuckle, even though it really wasn't that funny. Maybe he was becoming slightly hysterical, but who could blame him? He gestured for Natasha to move in front of him to allow her to take the cart out of his sight and off the jet. Harley replaced her spot on Peter's left, sidling up to him easily. "Hey, can I touch you?" Peter nodded. "I said that you didn't have to ask any more." Harley hummed as he gently took Peter's empty hand in his, threading their fingers together. "I know, but you just had an incredibly shitty experience, so I figured it'd be safer to ask." Peter squeezed Harley's hand gently, an action that was new to him but felt so familiar at the same time. "Thanks." Harley gave a deep nod, and they walked off the jet and into the tower silently until Harley said, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize how uncomfortable you were before the mission." Peter almost stopped walking in his shock. "Harles, come on, I was making an effort to cover it all up because I didn't want to talk about it yet, or make a huge deal about it. You have nothing to apologize for." "Well, I'm glad you feel that way," Harley sighed, squeezing Peter's hand, an action that Peter quickly reciprocated. "I just think I should have noticed." Peter allowed himself a small smile. "Man, I just hide my thoughts sometimes. Don't blame anything on yourself." Harley squeezed Peter's hand again, and damn, Peter's emotions were all over the place. And then, several floors away, he heard Wanda's voice asking some of the team members, "How'd the mission go?" And Peter realized that someone would need to explain to her and Vision what had transpired. He also realized that he really didn't want it to be him. "Harley," he called, stopping in his place and tugging on the other's hand slightly. Harley turned around with raised eyebrows. "Will you make sure someone explains to Wanda what happened? I'm gonna go for a walk, as in, leave the tower for a little bit." "Where are you going?" Harley asked, concern shining through his expression. "Gonna go see a friend, I'll be back in the morning," he assured, glancing at the darkness outside of a nearby window. Can someone else please tell her? I don't really think I can handle it." Harley hesitated but eventually nodded. "Yeah, we'll handle it. I'll tell the team where you went." "Thanks, Harles," Peter said, putting on a warm grin and let the other's hand fall from his grasp as he stepped away, moving to retrace their steps out of the building. "See ya later." "See ya." Peter flexed his fingers, putting his gloves and mask back on, taking a deep inhale, exhale. Seeing Matt always calmed him down, and he hoped it would have the same effect now. Chapter 22, Matt Knows Best. Through the window, Harley watched Peter swing away from the tower, waiting until the red and blue suit was a pinpoint in the distance before he slapped a hand over his mouth and squeezed his eyes shut. A muffled sob erupted from his mouth, and his shoulders shook with the effort of trying to keep the noises in. He buried his other hand in his hair as he leaned against the wall for support. He hoped to God that Peter'd had at least a few good times in his life, because Harley didn't know how much more shit he could handle. He could and would handle everything Peter threw his way, of course. He wouldn't stop caring about Peter just because he'd had a shit life. But shit, man, it hurt so bad each and every time something god-awful was revealed. When tears started to slip out behind his shut eyelids, Harley removed both hands from his head, shifting to place them flat on the wall, his body now in some sort of sad push-up position. He took a calming breath in through his nose and let it stutter out past his lips. He just needed a quick moment to grieve everything Peter had been through, and that quick moment needed to come to an appropriately quick end. Harley didn't even think he really deserved to be this upset, considering what Peter had just gone through. And Harley didn't even notice anything had been wrong. He didn't notice anything especially anxious about Peter's attitude before the mission, apart from his muted behavior. Harley had just thought that Peter's silent company had something to do with the general exhaustion he exuded. What with going on patrol the night before, Harley didn't even know if Peter had slept. A day out at the incredibly busy mall, a sensory overload, and a nightmare during the 45 minutes of sleep he was able to grab once he collapsed. Little did he know, Peter's quietness was evidence that his mind was consumed with the dread he was holding for the upcoming mission, the calm before the storm, and Harley didn't even notice. So no, Harley didn't really feel like he deserved anything more than a hasty and frantic breakdown about the disparities of Peter's life. He drew in another calming breath, this one more calming than the last, and levered himself up to be able to stand without the support of the wall. Another calming breath, and he resumed the journey to the elevator so that he could join the team. He reminded himself that he needed to explain everything to Wanda if the others had not already done so.